Hello, y'all. How's it going? I'm very big starting this stream today. It is, I do believe, Tuesday. The Tuesday before New Year's. It's a December 30th at present, and we're here to do a Game of the Year refresher stream. What does that mean? Well, at the end of every year, I like to go and revisit all my favorite games of the year to help me decide the order of my top 10 list. Last year, we spent around 11 hours going and revisiting as many games as possible, except for two. We did like 18 in like an 11-hour stream. Tonight is gonna be a kind of a different beast entirely. Tonight is the top two: Silksong and Donkey Kong Bananza. We're going to do not just, an hour or less, like was in the case for those 18 last week. No, we're gonna do a whole goddamn bunch of both and really spend the time, go the distance, and, play these games a whole goddamn ton so that we can get a good idea of how I feel, so I can get a good idea of how I feel about them. Maybe you can also get an idea of how you feel, and watching or playing yourself on your own. I suppose you could do that too if you wanted to use the same methodology. I'll say it's a little late to start, but I'll say this is a great. It's always served me well to revisit all these games at the last minute and to really spend the time and really think, ooh, how do I feel? Which game comes higher? Which game goes lower? Revisiting them definitely does leave me oftentimes with a different order than I was necessarily thinking about going in. Honestly, I try not to think about the order until I go in, but I'm thinking about the order before I go in, so, it does get mixed up. It does get reassessed. It is a very helpful part of the process, I find, and I'll say I've been doing this since before I was a streamer, since before I streamed, I remember in particular, 2017, I spent most of December playing through Persona 5 for a second time, and that really helped me understand that it was number 2 of that year, even above Zelda. And, it's good. For this year, the top 2 are real damn close, I'll say. Are real damn close. Donkey Kong Bananza is basically the sequel, long-awaited sequel, to 2 of my favorite games of all time. Odyssey is tied for first place in my book. Current top games of all time. And it's tied with Donkey Kong Country 2, which, is a Donkey Kong game, like this one is, and features certain characters, like this one does, like Donkey Kong. Expect some spoilers as we're going in, as we're getting deeper, by the way, if that's not obvious, going in. I love both of those games to hell and back, and this was a worthy, super fun, incredible sequel, which just, for both of them, that just immediately feels like it's a top 10 of all time game. But I'll say, so does Silksong. Silksong also feels like a top 10 game of all time. It is a massive piece of work. It is so big. It is so large. It is long. It is perhaps the biggest and best Metroidvania that anyone's ever made. It just has so many biomes, so many locations, so much content. Jesus, and they're adding more too. So, I'll say Silksong is right there, and I cannot for the life of me right now, not having played them back to back, decide which I like more. Silksong or Bananza. Silksong or Bananza. And that is the point of tonight's stream, to play both of them in turn and decide. Excuse the going to black. It does that when I switch inputs. Don't worry about it. So, let me talk about the plan for tonight. Let me say what the plan is. The plan for tonight is we are going to do low percent Bananza. I'm just going to crank through this game, basically getting 0 banandium gems. Now, I know this is contrary to half the point of the game, and it's going to be hell to pass up every banandium gem without cracking it open and going, oh, banana. But I've kind of wanted to do a low percent run of this game, playthrough of this game, and now just presents a great opportunity. Plus, I can, you know, if there's time after we finish the run or whatever, I could go back in and get some banandium gems. Maybe I'll do that off stream if I really need to do that to get my opinion together. But, you know, I think that is the best use of our 5 hours of like half the stream that I can do for Bananza. And also, I think it'll be a bit of fun. Just going through the whole progression, getting it done, mainlining as best as I can. Yeah. Meanwhile, as far as Silksong goes, the plan will be, I got this Silksong file here that's on the Xbox. I have a Xbox. I renewed Game Pass temporarily for the purposes of this stream. Why is it taking so long to switch over? Come on. I switched to the right. Did it turn off? That's weird. I hit the wrong button, I guess. I renewed Game Pass temporarily for this live stream, for this Game of the Year thing, because I needed to revisit Doom, Avowed, and a couple other Blueprints, a couple other Game Pass games where I don't want to buy them again until they're available on Switch 2, honestly. But I don't want to buy them for the first time until they're on Switch 2, so I had to renew it. So I have the Game Pass temporarily, and I will never again. By the way, to be clear, this is the last time. And also, I paid the $20 for like one of those cards. It's not important, but I have access to this version for the time being. And what I'm going to do is I'm going to back up my 100. I'm going to rewind my 100% save to the start of Act 3, and we're going to go through Act 3 Silksong and try to mainline that as best as possible. Just going for, you know, the plot, the main line, you know, the main thing that you do in Act 3, first off, and then trying to do as many of those objective situations as possible. And we'll see what we can do with like 5 hours or so. I've definitely took me a lot more time playing it the first time to get through Act 3, but I was like 100%ing. Let's see what I can do just mainlining tonight. Difficulty will be a factor. I'll say I've also replayed much of the game on the Switch 2, and need to finish it on Switch 2, Act 3 wise, but you know, I'm happy doing that whenever I have time next year. And also, a thing about my Switch 2 file is that it's kind of low percent. It kind of doesn't have that much in the way of tools or health or meter or collectibles, so doing it on the Xbox will be easier, where I have like more health and more power upgrades and Bolt 9. Hey, Rock Party. Hey, 06i. How y'all doing? So that's the plan for tonight. Bit of Bananza, bit of Silksong. Take a look at DK Island. We're not gonna see it for a while. Isn't it beautiful? Isn't it really nice? It is damn lovely, isn't it? God damn, they did a good thing in putting this into the game. Let me make myself nice and small. get ready to get going here. I'll say I woke up pretty damn tired, but I'm as awake as I ever will be right now. I'm feeling pretty awake and crap and ready to go. So yeah, nice graphics overall, I'd say. But yeah, DK Island looks great. We all established as far as the basics go? We all established as far as the basics go? Okay. Let's begin. To say again, this will be low percent. We'll be ignoring every banandium gem we see. Every banandium gem we'll be passing up. And, oh lord, it's gonna be, tempting oftentimes. Just smash them while they're, right there. But, no, we're gonna pass them up. Should we skip cutscenes? Can watch at least one, I guess. I'll say I don't think the cutscenes are like what you come to Bananza for what it's worth, but they're pretty nice. They're pretty cool. I like these monkeys. We will try to talk about the things that I love and the things that I liked and how much fun it was to play this game months and months ago. Multiple times even. You know, this was a game I was really looking forward to. And I'll say of this first segment, I probably played it more times than makes sense. How's the volume, by the way? Is the volume good? How's this? Oh, banana. Again, we're doing sort of a low percent, no banandium gems. We have to pass it by. We have to pass it by. We have to keep going. It hurts. It hurts. That banandium gem, that one neither. No, not for us. Find more bananas? No. No, we will find absolutely none. Bananza. Sorry. Sorry. I'll say, you know, obviously, a big part of the appeal of this game, and like something we will not get from this particular playthrough, is that it is so good every time you like clap your hands, and you just see a banana on your radar, you know, and you just go like, oh my god, that's a banana for me. That's my banana, and you just go digging. You just go digging for that banana. This is the only banana we'll crack into tonight, and we don't get to eat it even because the game is starting. That means, you know, there's a whole situation in the sky. Everything gets sucked up, and then I guess deposited down deep into the earth. Not sure. Maybe they kept all these. Oh, poor Donkey Kong. That's the last one you're going to get. This also means we'll get no upgrades throughout the game, which can be a bit of a shame. You know, we'll be on as few hearts as possible. We'll be on upgraded versions of all our forms. I'll say I do plan on getting all the banandium, all the bonanzas. There is a way to skip the horse, the zebra, and the snake as well, but it's harder. It would take me more time to do it than just getting it, I would say. So we're just gonna get it. Seriously, how's the audio? It's good? Okay. I'll trust you on that. Seems like it's getting a little orchestral. So, good time to gauge how the audio is. I like the look of the overworld there. I would love more DLC for Bananza, I'll say. Just like more DLC for Silksong is going to be really great for it long term. But, I also will say, Bonanza's just a really big, massive game with a lot of worlds where, when I was first playing it, I just felt like, oh my god, world, 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 another world, another world, another world. Like, it just felt massive. And it took me about 12 hours, literally 12 hours to get through it the first time. Did that on stream if anyone wants to go back and check that original VOD. And, you know, that was lucky it took 12 hours because 12 hours is the length of a YouTube VOD, the maximum length of a YouTube VOD, so we were just 3 minutes shy of being over, of having to, like, cut or something. There's Ingot Isle Cave-In, hell yeah. Let's do this. I'll say if there's time after we go the distance, we will absolutely double back and maybe do some Emerald Rush, maybe do some collecting. That'd be fun. If so, we'll see. You know, I'm really not sure how long this will take me to get through, and if we can do it in around 5 hours. Like I said, first time casual playthrough took about twice that, so we'll see what we can do, just like mainlining, not going for bonuses, not going for bananas. Yeah, so we got this rock, it's an odd rock, you know what the deal is. You've seen the box art. You know that this odd rock isn't going to be an odd rock for long. In retrospect, kind of an odd plot point, considering it was mostly just for trailer. Just for a trailer, essentially, and for a promotional period, not necessarily like long term. What point does she transform? Forget, it's like... Maybe... Is it before we go to the first sublayer? I forget. Okay, let's go. Let's do it. Yeah, thumbs up. The Odd Rock has decided to join you. You can now make use of Odd Rock's voice, which unseals the stuff. Let's do it. Let's go. Now, it is worth noting that since we'll be low percenting, we won't get quite the joy of seeing a banana and going to collect it, nor will we be doing any of the bonus areas, the bonus levels. I will note on both fronts, fantastic. You know, I will note that every time I saw a golden banana and went to collect it, I was delighted. You know, I clapped golden banana right there, and it was just like, holy shit, I gotta go get that right now. And it was so satisfying and good. And the fact that, like, you know, with the way that things are hidden oftentimes, like, underground within the world, we do have to worry about gold, by the way, at least for this, for an early section, so we should be, like, getting gold wherever we can. For, like, the second... There's, like, a place where we need to spend some money. You know. Every time you clap and you see a, buried gem, it just felt really good to see it and to then, be able to go get it. Similarly, the bonus levels are also fantastic. Very much a step up from Odyssey, which, you know, had in just about every bonus level. Every bonus level in Odyssey had a hidden moon and a, like, you know, gimme moon. Like a moon at the end, essentially. Obvious moon, hidden moon. Bananza takes it up to the next level. Bad monkey. Bananza takes it up to the next level and goes from 2 moons per to 3 moons per, 3 banandium gems per. And I think that is fantastic. I think that's really smart. I think that really makes it so that every bonus level is more so. And also there's ones that are more like DKC2 style, where it's like bash the baddies, or are there ones where it's not like bash the baddies? I think it's usually like bash the baddies or destroy the gold or something. And those are also a lot of fun. Oh, man. Sorry, DK, you're not gonna get that one. Let's dive on down. Dive after bananas. We're not gonna eat it. Late title card. Hell yeah. Let's do this. Now, it is currently 3 o'clock. I think we started around 3. Let's keep that in mind. Around 8 o'clock is like the latest we should be looking to go over to, around the latest we should be looking to go to Silksong, I think. One thing I'll say is that, you know, it's kind of a funny coincidence that both of these games are about subterranean worlds. I'll say the worlds of Silksong, a lot more believably subterranean, to be sure. You know, and Silksong, it's much more believable that, like, yeah, this is what a subterranean world would look like. Whereas here it's like, nah, this is beautiful and creative and beautiful, and I like little details. Like, look at this. Every layer that has like a signature race has things like this, where the leaves are shaped like monkeys. The leaves are shaped like monkeys. There's like statues of the monkeys in the all around. Let's just mainline, which means we're going to take this this shortcut down. I didn't mention. I feel like I didn't finish my thought earlier. I played the intro a bunch of times because I played the demo. Played the demo at a Walmart like 2-3 times. And that's just basically the intro and the thing. Yeah, there's like an artificial sun later on. This layer doesn't have an artificial sun, but it's still bright as hell. Doesn't make sense, but it's fine. It's cool. It's lovely. There's also some, like, a lot of the environments are like made of recycled trash in some cases. This game, you can really do some good bullshit. Usually the objective of this layer would be to destroy these pillars, but a great thing about the game is that you can just, you're basically allowed to skip tons of it, just doing tricks like that where you grab a rock, you surf, unsurf, you know, jump off, chunk jump. Here we go. Want to go to here. Then, yeah. I love how much this game allows you to break it. That is perhaps one of the coolest things about it. Okay, that's not it. I should follow this path back. That's what we need to do. I love how much this game allows you to break it. Okay, good. It respawned. I was worried I'd have to, like, go down and get it and come back up here somehow. That would be annoying, but nah, we're good. We're good. It's cool. It's cool. This is a good game. It's better than that. Or it wouldn't make you do that. No. No. Usually the water level would be high enough where it wouldn't be that you'd be swimming. But in this case, we're just going right for it, you know. We're just mainlining. We're just going fast. I'll say, by the way, currently I'm thinking timestamp wise, maybe like a timestamp for the first segment, second segment, etc. Not necessarily a world by world business. We'll be going too fast for that. I hope. Ideally. I don't know how long this will take me, but I'll try my best. There she is. See, that didn't take long. It's Pauline.
No way! I can't see.
This is a great scene. We'll see it.
Ready
I like how it goes.
so big.
It cuts from each pose to the next. It's very cute. And Donkey Kong is getting impatient or something. What the hell? That didn't seem right. Was that well aimed? 1 second. Let me check the. 1 second.
Here goes nothing.
Give me 3 Pikmin real fast. Almost looks like it didn't adjust the. That's good. That's good now. Okay, fixed. Whatever. Yeah. I think it didn't register when I switched camera positions. That was weird that it was doing that. Should be better now. So yeah, Bananza forms. Can you skip these? Yeah. So we've done the tutorial before. I've done the tutorial before. We don't need to do it again.
Okay.
Bananza forms make you big and strong and really give you like cheat codes, basically, almost. Just like
That's nice of you to...
the ability to smash anything, the ability to fly big, to run fast. I'll say they're not made equal. Definitely there's like a tier list to them.
Thank you,
Spoilers. Elephant and snake. Those elephant and ostrich. Those two are the top tier ones. Kong and snake are also really good. Those are like A tier. And then zebra. I'd skip it if I could, basically. If I could do the, there's like a trick for the last part of the game that skips like the one time you actually need to use zebra. I don't think I can pull that off, and I tried. Like, I did a playthrough off-stream, like a second playthrough of this game off-stream. I'll say, I played both this game and Silksong basically twice. Not 100% in either case, but you know, I've gone through them. Thinking. I've gone through both games, any percent style multiple times, and like the second time I did this game, I tried skipping as much as I could, and I couldn't do the trick that you need to do to get that done, sadly. So we're just gonna get him. We're just gonna do it. I think we can just like skip the layer once we I mean, I'll say if we're doing zebra layer might be faster than I think zebra layer might be faster than ostrich layer, honestly, and we'll go with our gut there. Yeah, let's do zebra layer, And then for Ostrich Layer, we'll just get the Ostrich and bounce. So these are the villains. Some of the villains. Okay, just gotta kill this guy. I think this game has some pretty good bosses. Bosses have never been my favorite thing. So, we will get through them. Don't have enough, I guess I can kill these guys for, more charge, and then smash, smash, smash. Very good. Very good. Yeah, okay. I'm a little worried about the later ones. A little worried about the later bosses. You know, we'll be going with like minimum stuff. I think I can buy an apple. I can buy one of those apple juices and get a basically the equivalent of one fairy, right? I forget if like the game prevents you from like getting one until you upgrade something. Can we see the upgrade system before we get a single banana? I will say, the upgrade system is solid. It has good stuff on it. The map's also really great. What a great map. And it's really cool how it updates as you go. These worlds are really cool. I like how there's multiple layers to each one. Makes them big without being like it makes each world a process to get through, even if you're not required to get any bananas, which we're not required to get any bananas. So yeah, there's jump shot, there's you know, you can upgrade your punch power, all sorts of perks for like, what's the best ones that are available? I think like better surfing, jump shots, surf. Sonar is really helpful in all these upgrades for like, you know, when you're really going for all collectibles, the longer your sonar is, just the easier it is to find those last ones just by happenstance. And that feels real good. Spin jump is a fun one, as is like, you know, some of these upgrades that just do basic stuff. And I will say, if you're doing this for the first time, you should probably invest in apple juice and health so that you can, you know, this game is not that challenging, but like when you get to the final boss, you're gonna find it's a bit challenging. It's a bit challenging when you get to the final boss, and then, you know, difficult. I should be a little worried myself, personally, considering, you know, we're gonna have nothing for the final boss there. I think this is the fastest way to do the underground parts, is just to continuously flap your arms up and down. So let's do that, I guess. It probably doesn't matter. We're here to have fun. We're here to have a good time. Going fast is fun.
Easy now. DK, something's there.
Now this is the first time you see a hub. These things are everywhere across the whole game. It's not a big deal. It's not an unusual thing. We need to go, like, up there, right? Up to the tip of the banana. Remember, no banandium gems. This is a low percent. This is, you know, where we're going fast, we're making good use of our time, and if we finish, we will, in good time, we will absolutely double back and get some, and like start cracking some, and really reward ourselves for that. But in the meantime, let's just go. Let's just go fast. Let's just mainline. One thing I will say about this game versus like Mario Odyssey is that I do think Mario Odyssey, with how every world requires a certain amount of how many do we need? Okay, we were not there yet. We need 1,000 more. One thing I'll say about Mario Odyssey versus this, should have collected more, I guess, on the way. One thing I will say about Mario Odyssey versus this is that Mario Odyssey definitely does have, I think, more replay value, just insofar as you can, you know, this game I think does have like more speedrun potential for like how skippable and how interesting the routing is. All told, this won't take that long. This won't take that long. We're already a fifth of the way there. Let's go inside here and not get any bananas. Just see, like, inside of a bonus room. With the way that bananas are completely optional in this game, the only difference between, like, one playthrough and another is, like, how much you allow yourself to get bananas, right? Like, if you allow yourself to get some, or none, or just, like, collect a different amount as you go. Not as different relative to this area doesn't have any doesn't have much in the way of gold for us. We should probably just bounce out. Yeah, we're gonna be dying a bit if we get hit like that, considering we have no health. Oh, it's bad to do that. We should try not to die. That's right, we lose gold when we do. That's not ideal, actually. That's what they call a setback. Okay. We'll make up for it. Those bonus rooms are cool. Those bonus rooms are very cool. But right now we need cash. Like what this chest maybe contains. No, it just has a map. Really cool how you find things that reveal locations of stuff. And then when you really, like... One thing I'll say about this game is that I think it has a great flow as far as, like, how every world unfolds. You know, when you're at first doing any world, they're just full to bursting with banandium gems. Just like everywhere you damn look, you can find banandium gems and just like constantly be cracking those open and having a good time. But like when you're a little later on, and things like this, the fossils. When you're later on though, it gets to the point where you're pretty much tapped, you know, and you've found most of them, and you're just like, okay, well, where do I go next? And the great thing is, at that point, you can go to the store and be just like, give me a hint for everyone. Give me a hint, give me a hint, give me a hint, and just like, use all the gold that you've been finding to just get a whole fucking bunch of hints. And that just really helps, like, when you're tired and you're ready to for the level to be over. You're ready to just like, okay, I just want to collect the last of the things that I have to collect. There's not that many of them, and as a result, they're pretty few and far between, scattered throughout the world. You know, it really helps that you can just pay a little bit of gold and get like a cheat sheet, and that just you know, you do that at the end after you've already like scoured the world and gone everywhere that you can think to go, and then it's really nice and convenient to then just be able to just like finish it off, just to like complete the everything. I think that honestly, that's how collecting should work. That's how hint systems should work in games like this. You know, I played a Banjo-Kazooie mod, not a mod, but like a fan game on from Dreams. It was made in Dreams, the PlayStation level game creation tool thing. And it had a hint system that unlocked after you got like 2/3 of the jiggies in the thing. There's like 30 of them. It took like 22 to unlock the hint system that just showed you where all the hints were. And I think that's basically how it should work, you know? Like, by that time, when you are like out of ideas, this is a cool type of banandium gem, which we will not get, because we can't do. Noted. Note that that's a really cool little objective thing that the game has. The game has a good number of little repeated objectives, like Odyssey does, and they're all really satisfying to get all of. I really like the way the hint system works, and how you don't ever have to go outside the game to get hints. You know, you never have to go outside the game to figure out what to do next. You know, I'll say that is definitely something that it has over Silksong. You know, if we're comparing the two, if that's the point of tonight's stream, is to compare these two games, is that Silksong, you know, is a hard as balls game. You know, it's and it hides things in a way that is rewards some amount of collusion, as rewards a certain amount of just like go talk to people, and you know, maybe they've found something that you haven't, and they'll tell you about it, and you'll go like, oh, I want that. You know, admittedly, in Silksong, it's really cool when you hear about something from someone, and you're like, oh, that's a thing? Like, you know, when people were talking about, trying to think of a good example of that. When people were talking about the, in Silksong, the cog flies, for instance, you know, and how overpowered, broken, etc. those were. It was good to hear about that and then go like, oh, I gotta go get me that, and you know, you did get you that, and then it turned out to be fantastic. It turned out to be a great investment of pale ore. As did, like, poison and other such OP things. But oftentimes with things in Silksong, you have to, like, go check a guide. Be, like, looking at the guide to, like, navigate you to where it is. You know, when you really like game and you have, like, nearly everything and you're going for 100%, because, you know, both of these games are, you know, they can take dozens of hours to 100%, but god damn are they worth it. You know, when you're going for 100%, it's a lot easier to manage in Bananza without any sort of guide, with any sort of thought process. Just like, you know, base instincts. Just like, You know, I don't want to say it's mindless. That feels like it's rude, you know, to say, but in Bananza, it's much easier to just like, it's almost instinctual, you know. It's just almost like it's just pure pleasure. It's just hits that happy point. That happy gives you a lot of the happy chemicals. I don't know. Smashing feels good. Gold. Collecting gold. Smash. And then clap. And then explore. And then usually get some banandium gems. I need to make sure not to turn in these guys, I guess. Also, we need to make sure not to accidentally run into any banandium gems. I'll say again, we're doing low percent and all. While we're digging around being all weird, we should definitely avoid the things. I'll say this is like the one time there's a concrete roadblock in the game based on banandium gems. I think every other time that the characters, they ask for money, you can just say no and just continue on and just do some sort of trick to get around it. Again, I'll say I think it's really lovely that the game is so open to being broken, and this is the one case where, as far as I know, you can't break it. Let's look at this. Let's just pop the head in and see another bonus room real fast. Just to impress upon us, just to remind us how cool these things were. Yeah, they're cool. Little puzzle levels that make you do a little more platforming than you otherwise would do. They give you the bananas. You know, some of them are simple and straightforward, others are more complicated. Can we make this jump without engaging with the fake platforms? Probably, but I didn't. I made a fake. Fuck me. I should go do my get my corpse there thing that you need to do here. That was silly to do, considering that, yeah, you know, we just spent so much time gaining all those, but whatever. I'll crack my corpse and get my stuff back. Is there a corpse? They're not a corpse when you're in these rooms. It's a shame if so. I feel like a damn fool. Now, I'll say, you know, you might wonder, you might think, this seems like a bit of a weird roadblock. Yeah, that's just okay, nothing here. This seems like a weird roadblock, and it seems like it's really put a stopper to our progress, this whole having to grind for currency for a bit thing. And it's true that it's done that, but it is worth noting that, you know, it's a very odd thing that I'm doing, trying to mainline quite this much. Usually, you would spend a lot more time in the first area and probably get a lot more banandium gems. You know, if we were doing this more casual style, I would have enough gold by this point and be able to just carry on. Like, who remembers, but I'm sure that that was the case when I first played it. Back, you know, when this game came out and all that. Just need one fountain of gold and then we'll have it again. I did also waste a bunch by dying pointlessly just to get a little bit of a taste of the bonus rooms. The bonus rooms are so good. I can't help myself. to a certain degree. Like, you know, I want to look at them and go like, oh yeah, look at these. They're fantastic. They're really good. But remember, we just want a mainline. Do it. Okay, now we're good. Let's do this. Let's, little timestamp here, just like after the gold grinding. You know, well, I'll put a timestamp here after the gold grinding. Because, like, yeah, no, that was totally a big slow part of the stream there. And, now we're getting into some more fast-paced parts of the stream here. And, that's nice. That's good. Was that like a 20-minute span? Was that like a 10-minute span? That might be the most we spend on any one layer. I don't know. You think that's true? There are some pretty linear layers. Probably like the last layer. That's probably the one we're gonna spend the most time on because that is literally just an obstacle course. And even doing it casually, you don't have to get them all. You know, you don't have to get all the things there for it to be pretty damn long. That's great, Pauline. I love you. The plot with Pauline is pretty well done. I will say at the end, like, before the big reveal, I feel like I said, like, the plot was pretty good. You know, I'm not, like, super sold on it or nothing, but Pauline was fun. She has a real arc. And, like, the bad guys are decent. There's a thing that happens later on, which I will, talk around at this point in the game, that's, you know, that, like, upgraded my opinion on it a fair bit, you know? Let's go. Those brutes took our bananas. Now, in this layer, this is one where we can do a skip, and I do believe I can manage it. So let's do that skip again. Great thing about this game, they let you skip, they let you go. I love, you know, I love these, the fossils and how they're on the side of things. It's really smart, design-wise, the way that, like, all these fossils are on the outside of walls and stuff. Makes it so that, like, they are interestingly hidden. And also, oftentimes, you are incentivized to, you know, it'll be in a wall, right? So you'll go like, ooh, banana, and, let's see if I can do this. No, I gotta, that's not quite it, okay. You'll see a fossil embedded in a wall, so you'll punch it, and then that wall will turn out to be very thin. It'll turn out that punching that wall will open up a really cool little corridor to somewhere else. So they can really, like, encourage good ass discovery and help you find things by placing fossils just so. This jump is not that bad, but maybe take me a few tries. I can also just like make a bridge to make it real easy. I think there's some real neat design here with the fossils, and no, hell, I think it is really impressive. A lot of parts of this game are just really smartly designed, and really just take what already was a real great framework, you know, and yeah! in real great framework in Odyssey, and really takes it to the next level. Hello, Cranky Kong. I can't, I'm going for low percent. I can't talk to you. As a result. We can at least collect fossils, even if I don't know if we're ever going to bother spending them. We could get something. We could get like a real good tie. I think the best tie in the game is the one that turns lava into stone. That I think is the best best tie in the game. Best tie in the game. You get it pretty late in the game, so it's not like something we can get early and trivialize biomes until we're like basically done with the game. But you know, once you are done with the game, get that tie and use it to make some of the earlier worlds like trivial, ridiculously so. You know, one thing I feel like people worried about is that like the emphasis on destruction would trivialize like the platforming, and I think that they really did a good job in making it so that, you know, climbing around, jumping around, traversing the environment, still a big part of the game, despite the emphasis on like digging around and like just destroying everything in your path. You know, there's a lot of platforms and stuff that you can't destroy easily, and these platforms these paths make for good platforming. You know, I think this game is fantastic as a platformer, even. You know, as a platformer, like maybe Odyssey is like more so, you know, more pure in that respect. But I do think this game does have this game does have the juice there. This game is juicy. The action-y-ness of it is fantastic. Feels really good to punch dudes. Feels real good to punch bosses. It's just really satisfying to just lay a beat down on someone, whether they be big foe or small foe. It's just or an inanimate object, or a banana, or a key. Feels good to punch in this game. Also, by the way, here's a neat detail, if you didn't know. When you're dancing at first with Pauline, the first time you dance, she's like really shy and crap, and then the second time on, I guess it's the second time on, she's like warmed up and she's like getting into it and stuff. I guess by the second or third one, she's just like all in, so it's not that much of a ramp up. But the first time, you know, notice next time you're playing it, first time she's dancing, she's shy. She's like going, "What? Huh? Okay." It's pretty good. It's a great little little touch. Really makes for a nice little arc there. A little bit of an arc. Where's my arc? You start over here, you go here, And over here, that's an arc. I am explicitly now referencing the scene of Sopranos where Chrissy describes an arc, what an arc is to Paulie. That's a great scene. Where's my arc, Paulie? He does eventually get an arc over the course of the show. You know, make no mistake. Alright. Here's the plan for the divide. Here's the plan for these two little worlds here. I think let's start with the ostrich area. And we're not going to go the distance as far as the ostrich area goes. We're just going to get the ostrich and then back out. Because I do think zebra will be faster overall. If I'm doing both. If I'm getting the zebra Bonanza, you know, in any case. So we're gonna go there. We're going to, I need to smash this thing over here. We're gonna go get our flight up ability. Then we're going to double back and get our run ability. And I think finishing off the run area will be faster. Isn't there, like... I forget if there's a mini-boss even in the, in Zebra Land. I think that the final area is just a really cool... Man, the boss of Ostrich Land is pretty fun, though, let me say. But Ostrich Land definitely involves more steps in getting to there. You sort of have to fly around and hit little nodes to, like, lower the lava level, which is really cool, to be clear. Like, just... I really like how each of the worlds has little objectives to do. You know, really makes for an interesting progression, and more than just, like... You know, they give you a big objective in each world. Like, go smash all these things, go make this sort of progress, go deal with these specific doodads. Very much like the Kingdoms in Odyssey always had, like, a main quest line. Except in this case, the quest line is almost mandatory unless you use some sort of cheese to get around it, which we will be doing. Yeah, let's check out that giant egg. I agree with what Pauline just said. Jeez, these things do a heart and a half of damage. This is going to get a little bit tough as we're going into late game. The fun. Very, very fun. This is definitely a fun... Ah! Thought that was going to whiff, but no. It is a little high. E. Uh-oh. Ooh. You can sleep for extra hearts. This is something we should keep in mind if, like, in the later worlds we can at least, like, invest in a nap place and get some hearts for, like, say, the final couple couple bosses. Ugh, fuck. Oh. Oh, she looks so put out there in the loading arcs. Ugh. Okay.
Focus.
There we go. That's better. Anyway, Ostrich is in the hotel. We'll get this, and then we'll bounce to the ice world, which also has ways to skip. You know, this game is very good. I'll say, like, as far as like replay value goes, there's not much different you can do in terms of like bananas. You know, all that stuff is kind of optional anyway. You don't need to get it on any given run. But there is a lot you can do insofar as just ooh. Ugh. Try that again. There's a lot you can do insofar as train of thought. What the hell was I thinking? Insofar as like skips and so forth. I should get a little seed and then make a path. That'll be the easiest way to do it. Or the intended. But you know, you can just get there however. Very open-ended. I love that about it. If you want to do this the intended, the obvious way, the suggested way, you can. If you just want to do some jank to get across, that's also very much encouraged, very much allowed. And, you know, the developers went on record saying, like, yeah, we left in a bunch of bullcrap because this is, you know, it's not like Zelda or Mario where it's about destruction. So, yes, you can destroy the intended path. Isn't that lovely? Ooh, awesome. Another thing that's great is just, like, clapping to collect something and then seeing something to collect, like, below your feet. That feels good every time. And, I'm happy we have something to collect on that front. Even if we're not collecting 90% of things. Or, you know, the banandium gems, specifically. Here's our other one, and we can vamoose after this. This is a great area, to be clear. This is a great level, but like time, you know. Let's be quick about this. Let's go for speed. What time is it? It's around 4 o'clock. I've been going about an hour. Okay. On pace? I don't know. Maybe. Ostrich!
Here I go.
That's right, we've now become an ostrich. Isn't that lovely? It's a lovely form. Now we have multiple forms to consider. Should I move from this corner where the Bananzas live? Should I move from this corner, go to a different corner? Let me think for a second. It doesn't really matter. You don't need to see my banandium charge. You don't really need to know what I'm selecting. That said, the lower right corner is literally empty, so yeah, you know what? We'll move over here just to so you can see the UI in all its glory. I need a way out now. Let me make sure the fast travel is unlocked, and then this. Where is the warp point? It's over there. Let's go ahead and go back to the old divide. This is the first time we're seeing one of these. Will it be the last? Not quite. We will definitely see another one later. But we won't be seeing that much of them. Won't be seeing that much of them, all told. Just a little bit, just like... Well, actually, no. There is the boss fight that requires you to backtrack. We will definitely need to do that. I am curious how I will manage the final boss of this game on 3 hearts. Hell, Void Kong on 3 hearts might be a challenge. I'm very curious how that's going to go. We will be coming up on at least Void Kong soon enough. Soon enough. I like with the zebra area, if you look at the snow, it has stripes. The snow is striped. You can see the subtle little stripes there in the snow. Yeah, that's because zebras. The zebra world might be one of the best worlds, I think, with its like various kinds of cool ice cream flavoring, with its lava. It's a great biome, I think. One of the best. One of the best. This game has a lot of the best. It is going to be cold, y'all, so get your booties on, etc. Tomorrow is New Year's. I have no plans. Might watch. Look at those ice creams. I have more stripes. You can see in the fine detail there. At least on the array. Old Cold Crest. Now then. I feel like the last time I did this off stream, I was skipping around a bit. And since I used a skip to get past this area, or something, or I maybe just jumped really good. Okay, yeah, used the skip, etc. Feel like there was maybe something I missed on the way, like less obvious. Oh, that's not a checkpoint. That's a fast travel. Don't, no, close. Get me out of your mouth. Thank you. Here, the 3. I feel like finding the way forward here was a little bit confusing. But shouldn't be that bad. It is a bit, you know, snowy, so it's a snowstorm. There's, like, stuff obscuring the way forward. It is beautiful, though. Very, very beautiful world. You know what would be nice in this game? A mini-map would be nice. That would be lovely. It's not a problem, but, like, if there was just a mini-map in the lower right corner, that might be, especially good, you know? Okay, let's see now. Right, we need to go to the next layer to start the CD quest, which the next layer is through here. I think it's in the mausoleum, the freezer area. Been sleeping a lot this week. You know, these last 2 weeks, really. Since I've been on vacation and all. Been lovely. Really been enjoying a lot of rest and relaxation. I would say the last few days I have gotten some productive type work done as far as like, you know, catching up on some amount of my like stream stuff, you know, where I have to do some work to make sure that the short form content keeps on coming at a regular cadence, that there's a good amount of that every day consistently and with greater variety. I went and made short form content out of the older stuff, basically, last few days. Got that all squared away, but you know, it's been kind of slow as far as entertainment goes, so I've had plenty of time to do that sort of thing. There's always part of the weird thing about this season, you know, things are slow right now. Not a lot of people are doing stuff. Not a lot of the content that you often get through the year, usual style. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. Oh boy. Good, okay. I survived, just barely. Been sleeping in, staying up late, and I'll say to do this stream at the scheduled time. I did have to get up like around, you know, earlier than like the evening, which felt like a bit of a to-do, and definitely ended up me getting a lot less sleep than I have done last couple days and all that. But it's fine. I'm good. I'm feeling good now after having enough time to wake up and stuff. I had some I got some Wingstop yesterday, and reheated the leftovers in my air fryer. I'll say pretty damn good wings after air frying them. That was a good way of reheating them, I think. I can confirm that now. I reckon. Want to go to the top of this to get the first of the there's that record. Keep our snow as long as possible. Don't have to undo that. There we go. The second one's in the lava. Yeah, I reheated the wings. I gave them like six minutes in the air fryer. I think that was just about right. I'm still trying to get the hang of you know, what amount of time is necessary to do things air fryer wise, but I've had some okay results so far. I did some wontons the other day. They were okay. I do think that I need to get wontons like that are. I got wontons from HEB that were like pre-cooked or whatever. I think I want the ones that aren't pre-cooked. I don't know where you find those in HEB. They were much easier to find in Targets back when I shopped at Targets. I wonder if they just don't have uncooked crab ragoons. Did I say wontons? I meant crab ragoons. There we go. There's the second one. I also had some eggs today, to be clear. Like, I woke up a little bit early. I had some eggs and then went to try to go back to bed. All right. All right. Perfect. Let's go up here.
Here's a banana.
Yes, I know, but I'm not eating it. Not for me. There we go.
Only one left.
I didn't do the... I'll say I did some hard-boiled eggs. I got some hard-boiled eggs. I went to the grocery store earlier this week. Last week, like Saturday. And I got so much, like, stuff that you can do in the air fryer. And some pre-made hard-boiled eggs was like one of my earlier ideas. I'll say I just microwaved them today because I didn't feel like... Well, first off, I was very tired, so it's like, okay, the difference between 1 minute of microwaving and 5 minutes of air frying is like the difference between, you know, that's several minutes of sleep, was my thought process there. It's like, okay, I want to go back to bed immediately. I wanted to have a meal, basically, and also to space out my meals. I'll say, like, if it's easier to do the microwave, and in some cases, like, Tupperwares where they're too big to fit in the air fryer, that is the case. What is that? Why is it? Find the Elder. Weird objective. I've seen the Elder. I know where the Elder is. I can say hi to the Elder, though. Where exactly is the third one of these? We got the one that's over there. We got the one that's down there. Isn't the third one... No, we got this one. We got... this one. Isn't there one that's, like, buried over here? Yeah, that's right, isn't it? Like, buried at the bottom of this, little hill. You could surf farther when you have the upgrades for that. I don't. You've done nothing to do for the last couple weeks other than play Silksong. That's sort of the vibe of December. It's just sort of a slow time of year, which is really nice in some ways, but also you can get a little bored. You can get a little, like, a little cabin fever, a little bit, what's the word there? You finally got to see Infinity Castle. I still need to see that first one of them. Yeah, I haven't seen that either. I didn't go to the theater, wasn't really in the mood, and then you know, I thought, like, well, it is one of 3. Why don't I just wait until all 3 of them are out? Was it good? It's good. Okay, I should see that then. I mean, I'll say tomorrow or like tonight. I don't think there's any new anime today. Like, as far as it I don't think there's any new anime today. Is that true? Let me see. Actually, you know what? Chitose might be having an episode. And also, I've been rewatching My Hero Academia. Started rewatching My Hero Academia. So, I can always just watch the sports festival. One of the best arcs in, anime that there's ever been. Tonight, after the stream. Yeah, no, I'm not seeing any alerts on any list. I don't think anything aired today. Oh, no, Chitose did air. Okay. I could watch Chitose and that's it. How long is the first installment of Infinity Castle? Is that like a 2-hour affair? A 90-minute affair?
We did it, DK.
It's like a third of a season, basically, right?
Thank you, Elder.
2.5? And it's 1 of 3? Jesus Christ. But it is good. Okay. You know what? I don't got nothing to do tomorrow. I'm free. I might watch that. Is it on Crunchyroll yet? Or do you have to, you know, legally pay for it or whatever? I'm not above legally paying for it. Definitely, if I can't get it through a subscription service that I already pay for, I definitely pay for things. Yes, yes, that is the social agreement that we all agreed to, that we'd pay for things when they're not on a streaming service that we're already doing business with. Clearly, yes. Not streaming in the USA yet? Gotcha. So you're gonna have to, Is there a... You get a VPN, it's fine then. You know what, I could probably get a VPN if, you know, anyone were to ask any questions. You probably went the legal means via VPN or something, right? Ha ha ha. Don't worry about it. No one cares. Again, movies are such a fucking thing in the anime. You know, I love anime, and it's really great how accessible it is as far as TV shows go. Movies are like the exact fucking opposite, which is why I've barely seen any goddamn movies this year. Barely any. I've not been keeping tabs on like when those are going into theaters. I haven't been, like, tracking them, and I haven't been, remembering to go see them on the one day they're typically in theaters, depending on the movie. Some are in for longer times, you know, like the biggest movies, but it's, like, rare. Still waiting for the Kobayashi Dragon Maid movie. I didn't know that was a thing, and likely it'll hit theaters and then leave theaters before I even have any idea. If there's, like, a big movie from, like, a franchise I care about, please tell me. Please, if you're going to see it, just, like, you know... How do we get there? Oh, we get there through the top floor, don't we? Get there by warping up here and,
We teleport.
doing a thing. You know, all these great movies also make it weird insofar as, like, anime of the year purposes, where, like, yeah, in Japan, maybe such and such movie is easier to consider for anime of the year, whereas, like, here it's like, well, it's more like anime of next year, or perhaps no year whatsoever, you know, depending on what happens, and, how they choose to pursue monetizing it. It's annoying. I don't like it. It kind of bums me out when I see that a studio is doing a anime movie instead of just a regular anime for their next season or for their next thing or their next mainline installment, because just like, oh, it's gonna be a pain in the ass to see. You know, it's gonna be expensive. You're gonna have to buy it individually. And then, you know, if we're lucky, it's going to be months and months late. If we're lucky. If we're unlucky, it's years late, or just never. Or just, like... And realistically, even when it comes, it's going to be like, oh, it's in theaters for a day. come and see it if you want to. And if you miss that opportunity, it's just like, yeah, no, give it another year. It'll be on streaming in an official capacity, using a VPN or some such, you know, in the fashion that you do. There's a what's her face Kong, Poppy. This was really easy first time we did it, but this time we have 3 hearts. I think last time we didn't have that many more, to be fair. Maybe dodge and then... Oh, I should dodge. I should definitely dodge. I have heard, you know, I saw the list of anime of the year from Mother's Basement, which had a couple of anime movies I'd never heard of, no one was talking about, etc. on there. I do think that's interesting, and like, man, I wouldn't mind watching them, but one, just the inconvenience of figuring out, like, okay, when and how can I watch these damn movies, and 2, just, you know, you do have to spend upwards of 2.5 hours, usually more like 90 minutes or something, but like upwards of 2 hours, like actually watching the damn thing in one session. It's a bigger thing to find time for. All right. Another hit. Just need to get her one more time, and that'll be done. I guess she's the mini boss for this world. Like, you barely, you don't even have to use your zebra. You can just run at her and you can just punch. She if you hit her, she's done. She doesn't get a hit on you. And you get like a third of her health in one there.
We finally stopped her.
Key, please. Thank you. You know, I wish that Annie List, like, you know, it has notifications for like when a show or movie airs. But usually only just the first time it airs. You know, it doesn't tell you like, oh, it's now airing in America. It's now in American theaters. It just tells you like, nope, it aired. Well, that's not as helpful as you might think. Just because, yeah. Hey, here's another part of this game that's pretty cool. The whole material puzzle aspect of it, where just like, oh, you know, occasionally there'll be stuff like this where there's just an ice machine spewing ice, and you sort of have to like corral the ice to you know, turn lava into rock, which is neat every time puzzles and such are built around it. I think this section of game is especially neat. With, oh god. I think this section of game is especially neat with a whole bunch of that. This is probably the first instance of material puzzle as like a big thing, no? This whole lava room and turning the lava into something a little more traversable is like sort of a whole big theme of this game, and does it a bunch. I like how they have hints for you sometimes, you know. Okay, let's see now. Here we just need to... We need to get up there and turn on that machine so we can press downward. Can we just not do that? And just, like, fly across? You know, I did just make a big deal about, like, oh, you know, this is the first time you're, expected to do a material puzzle and turn the lava into where's the ice? Turn the lava into, I maybe have to climb or something. Turn on, god damn it. Maybe you have to, oh yeah, pull the switch here. This is the first time there's like a material puzzle in the game, but I think maybe we can skip over it by, flying really good. We have enough for, yeah, let's see if we could just fly over. Oh, nope, nope. Apparently, I don't know how to do that infinite, flutter trick. There's an infinite flutter trick. That's harder than it, looks, I guess. Or did they patch it? They might have patched it, I don't know. Is it patched? Or can you still infinite flutter? Let's try that again. Maybe you need to have like a thing in your hand. Up, 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 up. I'm not fluttering anymore. Did they patch infinite fluttering? Hang on. Did they patch infinite flutter? Bananza. Not Galaxy 2 AI. Apparently it was fixed in the Galaxy 2. Bananza. Again, not Yoshi. There was a 3.0 that fixed some bugs. Maybe it got fixed. I'm not sure. Anyway, we can just do it the regular way, and that's fun, good. You know, to be clear, this is a great little bit of material puzzle solving. Ow! Yeah! You have to make a hole. And it's easier to make a hole when... shit. It's rock and not lava. Hot hoof heater. Good name for an area. Yeah, you can't walk on that. Unless you're a zebra. Much more straightforward to walk than to try to fly. There. Time for the area's mini boss. Then we'll
Gotta find a way to get at it.
get this nice and good. Again, material puzzle here. How do you deal with a guy who's on fire? That's right. Water. No, ice. Oh. It just does it by itself. If you don't manage it on your own.
Go after it.
Oh, maybe it does take like a significant amount of ice. Then again, he's getting like he was stunned and then yeah. Should I be yeah, this is like tough material. I'm too low. Okay, yeah, so the ice, like, sends him into a wall or something. And I can hit him from below. There we go. I do think that the zebra form is the weakest form in the game, and I think a big part of that is just like it's just not very fast, you know, all things concerned. Like just really when you get right down to it, it's not that much faster than just regular running, which I do find weird because that's like its main gimmick, you know. It's like the oh. To be careful now. I have one health. Okay, now I can just shit. Dang it, I accidentally blew my second Bananza. Too late now, let's just wait a phase. Wait 1 second. Go. Let's Bananza big. Bust through and kick this dude's ass. I wonder if you can do this without the horse. Without the zebra. Probably? Maybe. You'd be fast enough to get there before he starts doing on the zebra path. And that shouldn't be too hard. Or like jump up to get him. Do like a chunk jump. Alright. Time for some time for a dance! And then it's time to go to time to go fight a boss. Time to go fight Void Kong 1. I would say that this is like the end of the first act of the game. I would say that we're at like the 1.5 hour point. Okay. Okay. Not sure if that's good time or bad time, but it's certainly a time. Again, I'm hoping to spend like 5 hours with each game. I'd go a little more, little farther, but you know, if I can't finish, I can't finish. You know, that's well, you know, phrasing. If we can't do it, we can't do it. You know, I don't want to go. I don't want to deprive Silksong of any time this stream by like I'm really not sure how long this is gonna take me, honestly. So we should be as fast as we can and get through these areas. Look at these fucking split. You know, I'm not sure. Am I halfway through the game? If I'm halfway through the game, I'm making good pace. If I'm a third of the way through the game, then I'm also making good pace, actually. I would say, like, we're a little under half. We're not quite at halfway, I don't think. That said, sub-layer-wise, we kind of are, right? Like, 700? There are layers that are shorter. And we are skipping a whole layer, most of a layer. Let's get this done. I can see that. Let's get this done, and then we'll, what next? What next? Get this done, 1. And then 2, fly across the thing and get the other one done. Now, last time I did this, this trick, I was going from the other end. From, ostrich to zebra. Well, it shouldn't be that hard going the other way. I mean, I have the ostrich, so
That's Void's machine, right? Why isn't it moving?
and do it either way. Need a chunk. Need a chunk. I need a Ooh. Okay. Right, yes. Maybe infinite flight was hit, but we can definitely do it with a chunk jump.
Careful, okay?
And in combination with flutter. Yes, okay, good, perfect. No worries. Again, they wanted this game to be breakable. They did not. They didn't. It is breakable, even casually, even with what you can do as a casual, even without unlocking much in particular, even without any golden bananas, which we have none of. We still have none of. It's feeling pretty good. Oh.
Careful, okay?
Yeah. I will be careful. This time. Okay, sang your song. Break open the thing. And then Void Kong awaits.
I knew you could do it, DK!
Okay. I do think this Void Kong boss battle is pretty cool. You know.
Look out!
I have a fast travel point, that's fine. This game is gonna get a little difficult as we get into the late game with three hearts. This is good though. It'll prepare us for even harder times ahead when we get to Silksong, and it's, you know, Silksong. We'll be nice and ready to go. Time for the first boss of the game.
Right up ahead.
Time for the first boss of the game. It's a fun boss. You fight him across multiple areas, and sort of a platforming heavy boss, since you sort of have to chase him across the various landscapes of the world. More enemies like this that made you chase them across the game world would have been cool, I think. And it was cool in this case. Hey, Void Kong. Okay, hilltop layer, let's go. Let's go, let's do it. It's so funny that this game doesn't even tell you, like, how many, or like, doesn't really track that heavily how many golden bananas you have until the end game, when it actually matters. When it actually, like, amounts to something. Which is cool, you know, makes it so that, like, oh, you know, you can go through this whole game with basically nothing, and that's rad. Or you can just collect whatever you please, and, you know, it's not like you're just going for quota. You know, in this game, you're never going for quota. You're just collecting bananas as much as you want, as much or as little as you want, and I think that's good design. I think that's maybe even an improvement over Odyssey, where, you know, I bet a lot of people just went for quota, and that's it. You know, having the quota of moons meant that people were basically invited to just stop as soon as they got their fill. Whereas in this game, since there is no at 1 health, I'm a little worried. In this game where there's no quota, and you just do whatever you want, you're much more inclined to just collect and collect and collect as you're doing your main objectives. You know, however many you please, and however many, like, abilities you want to unlock. And it's cool that every 5 of them is a skill point. That's just really smart. That just feels really good. Game rules. And, like, it's so nice to play, like, idly. That's the thing I'll say, is that, like, just playing this while watching stuff, while listening to podcasts or whatever, it's really nice and chill, you know? It's somewhat mindless a little bit, you know? You're just running around collecting stuff. It's just very monkey brain, I guess is the word. Ha! Well, you know what I mean. He is a gorilla, so that makes sense. That's why I laughed. It's very straightforward. It's very, very satisfying and just very gratifying. Basically every instance of the game, you're having a good time and enjoying yourself. Need a rock. Alright, one more phase. An apple, very nice. Let me get that. Recharge my my bullshit. damn satisfying. Every step of the way, every bit of collection. You know, you just wander around collecting stuff, and when it gets so hard, you know, when there are so few that it's hard to find more. Hint, 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 and then just go and round them up. Damn satisfying, and just a goddamn good like 70 hours with the game. What is my total hour count with this game? 70 hours or more. And I played 25 hours of Silksong. Regular first version of Silksong, probably around also 70 hours total. My first playthrough of Silksong. My second playthrough, more like 20. But that, again, that wasn't any. That was more any percent than 100%. They're both similar in terms of length, percentage-wise. You know, if you're going for 100%, it's gonna take like 50 to 70 hours. Again, worth noting that does include like a. That does include like an any percent playthrough I did, trying to skip through as much as I could. Just like idly. I'll say like that's just maybe a sign of like how much I did love this game. It's just like, yeah, pretty much after I hit 100%, I said, okay, but let me try doing some of these skips I've heard so much about. Let me try skipping Zebra and see how that feels. I'll say that run was kind of similar to this one. That was off stream, that one. That second playthrough. Similar in some ways, but I did let myself get some bananas in that. So very different in some other ways. Not that different. I just had a few. I just had some amount of hearts going in, and also I did try my best to skip Snake and skip Snake and Zebra. Not worth it. Not worth it. Not for me anyway. For a speedrunner, yeah, no, it's gonna save you time for sure, but. Not gonna save me time. Damn it. Okay. If first Void Kong is hard, I'm a little worried about second Void Kong later on. That is, concerning, for sure. I don't have to sing a song, I just have to break the barriers. I also do have to be, I also will be taking a bit to, like, pull things out of the ground because I have no punch strength. I have no strength as far as materials go. It's gonna be a concern as well. I think that's, like, the thing they invest in the, speed run. You know, they get some ability to pull things faster and to, like, punch less. Who is the core for? Well, it's not them. Well, I'm sure we'll find out who the core is for once we get down there. Let's go. How many more layers are there? Let me try to think. Second half of the game, I guess. We're now post boss fight. That's very good. I think from here there's some like more smaller areas for a bit. I think we do resort layer. Is that right? I think resort layer is next, and it's a nice simple one. And we'll just go right for the gusto. We'll go right for the watermelon.
Don't get it. What is he up to?
Is the racing layer after that, or is the racing layer later? I think elephant layer, tempest layer might be next after this one. 1100 is race? Okay. So that's probably like after elephant. Then we do raced and landfill, and then or landfill and race, and then feast layer. And then after that, it's pretty much endgame. Well, there's the groovy layer. Groovy layer. Then we're pretty far. I think that no, obviously we're nowhere close to like the we still have to go through like several major arcs of the game. But like we're getting there. We're getting somewhere good. I like these rainbows a lot. They're great. It's like the fastest way to get up to the duder. Not sure. Just relax and do it the old-fashioned way then. Just like proceed up the path that's obvious. All these layers are really cool. I like how there's big ones and small ones. You know, I do feel like it would have been cool if it had done something more like Odyssey did. You know, like after you came back here. If it did something more to like really flesh out. Hang on a second. It would have been really cool if it had done something like Odyssey did to like flesh out and expand upon each area. But I understand why it didn't. You know, that would be... I think it would be awkward in this case because the worlds are so... I don't know, like you could as easily expand them. Okay, here we go. Here's the best way to the watermelon. This will save us half of a path.
This melon is huge.
Big watermelon is so cool. You can just go in from the side. The cool part is inside. The cool part is you go inside and it's all, you know, watermelon in there. It's almost a shame that the watermelon is destroyed, like for good, once you do it to it. You know, because it's just so rad digging through watermelon. Nice, quick, layer. Ah.
Talk about making a splash.
That is what we're talking about. Yes. Damn good, damn good. Okay. Next, it is, I believe, Tempest time. With Tempest... Right, there's Radiance layer as well. There's, Radiance is the other big layer that we have yet to do. Radiance, Feast, and, the Core are like, and Tempest. Those are like the 4 big ones, really. Just a couple big ones to go, all told. We've already popped through like half of the big ones already. Okay. I feel good about the time that we're making. There is also Groovy. Also, Groovy is the whole thing. I feel like Groovy will be pretty fast. Here we are in Tempest. Let's do it. Fahoo, as these guys say. Feel like last time I was here on stream, I mentioned Bad Girl Bad Girl was airing at the time, right? So I talked about Bad Girl and the character in there talking about her fahoos. That definitely came up when I saw the localization of how they made the elephants make their noises. That definitely came up, and I'll say, Bad Girl's a very fun show. Maybe we should invest in some apple juice so that we have a have some sort of guard against that. Where's the store? I could do that. There's a shirt store. I need a stuff store. I have so much gold now, and I'm not going to be spending it anytime soon. So yeah, let's just spend some, get some a place. That'll even give us a 1 heart as well. That's just the best we can hope for. We can't get the concierge, I guess, until we get. You have to get multiple in a layer or just multiple overall before the concierge appears. That would be handy to have right now, but or not. Well, an extra heart is still pretty good, all told. What are these guys? These skeletons do look a little bit like bats, specifically. Push it. The enemy design is really smart. I say some of, all of the enemy design is really smart. So far as like making it interesting and good to like fight them, oftentimes, usually using the systems of the game. Doing things like throwing objects, throwing rubble, smashing. All these things are really valuable when fighting dudes in this game. Make our way out this way. Oh boy. Does this open the... Right, no, you have to go down one more layer. And then down one more layer is where we'll find our, the disc. You have to do a mini-boss here, right? This is a great time for a mini-boss. I have, 1 heart. That's okay. It's not like this mini-boss, killed me when I had more hearts than that. Right? Right? Back the first time I played. Yeah, big deal. Kill him right away. He's just belching up sand. Not that threatening. Oh. That's nice, quick, one cycle and you're done. Very lovely. I like some of these boss fights where they're just like basically 1 hit and out, and that's it. Very much just like, yeah, we know you're gonna make you fight them later. We're gonna make you fight them multiple times throughout this whole this whole level, so just one hit is good enough. That's plenty. That's plenty. Go, you've done it. Go ahead. Get out of here. Go to the next area. It's cool and chill, and we love you. One hit. That's the amount of hits I would like to have a boss to have more often. Do that more often, people, games, etc. Just one hit and out. Make it a really good hit, to be clear. A really good hit that you have to work for in a fun way. But one hit and out, real damn satisfying sometimes. Reminds me of, isn't that like the Final K Rool fight of DKC2? That is also one hit and out. There aren't that many examples of it, honestly, but the examples there are of it, they're pretty damn good examples, I think. Just a few of them. Just a few examples. They're real good examples. Hello. Where are we? Why are we out here? Go that way. Here we go. I can't go this way. Hello. Have your record. Teach me how to elephant. Okay, it's time to elephant. Let's go. Let's go. Let's do it. We're making good time. This game kind of reminds me of like one part Odyssey, one part Zelda. And areas like the next area really just remind me a lot of some of the traversal parts of Breath of the Wild and Tears of the Kingdom. You know. Elephant!
All right.
I got you. I already said elephant. You don't need to. Pauline, it's cool and good. We can now become an elephant.
We did it, DK. Now we gotta have
I wonder if they'd add more Bananzas as DLC.
Banandium.
That'd be a fun thing if they had the time and energy and development
Planet core.
and weren't just immediately moving on to you know, Mario Odyssey 2 or the next Mario mainline Mario game. They're probably just moving on to the next mainline Mario game. But like, if they had more time to make more stuff, then it'd be cool if they had like, oh, you know, let's go meet a crocodile bonanza, you know, a crocodile elder who's... I do feel like they'd be cool to be able to do a certain bonanza that a certain character does, like as yourself, or to play as him. I don't know. I don't know what I want. I want a lot of things that probably aren't worth really spending the time and energy on, but I think would be cool. Honestly, it'd be cool just having a opportunity to have more time with certain enemies in this game. If I have a critique, it'd be that I wish certain enemies were in every world after a certain point in the game. Like, that is definitely a critique I have. But also, you know, I already got basically my main wish granted. The main wish that I had been wishing for years and years and years and years and years. So, like, I don't really need that much more than just the basics. The basics of what is here, as far as that goes. That said, it'd be cool if there was like a toggle or something, or if they patched in like, oh, do you actually want to make it so that, you know, Post game. Post game. Okay, go wild then. I think if they did that, it would be rad as hell. Need to make sure not to suck up any bananas. Again, we're doing low percent, which doesn't mean nothing, just means, in this case, I'm not getting nothing. I'm getting just no bananas, specifically. Obviously, you could skip some of these bonanzas, and we're not doing it. Elephant is S tier, the best possible way to destroy things in this game, bar none. It's good as hell of a bonanza. Okay, fight 2 with this guy. This time I think we gotta suck some. We gotta do some sucking. This time... This time it's like lava or something, so it's a little bit more threatening. We probably had like 1 health or something, for what it's worth. Okay, let's elephant. Let's suck up the lava. There we go. There we go. 1 and done. 1 and done. Took 2 tries, but 1 and done. Again, more boss battles like this, I would love. To be clear, I also like the ones in Silksong that are hard as balls. But like, sometimes a real quick boss battle is, it's just nice. Compared to a knockout, drag-out thing. You know, I think it should either be like knockout, drag-out, ooh, that's hard, or it should be 1 and done. You know, I think that 3 hits and out, the rule of 3, overrated. Rule of 1, rule of 20. Those are 2 good rules, as proven by the best games of the year. You gotta do it with a proper piece of rock.
Time to focus.
Yes. Right, you can do like a weird thing about this if you do an you do an up thrust with your rock before you jump. It'll give you a bigger double jump. You'd think that like swinging down would be the way, but actually up and down equally good. Ruined Kingdom theme. Let me say, I was gonna say earlier, but let me say now. There we go. This rock will stand up better. I'll say this part in particular really gives me some big Breath of the Wild, Tears of the Kingdom vibes. Like this part really reminds me of the part in Tears of the Kingdom where you're like going through the whole storm cloud situation. Very similar in a lot of ways, except in this game you can become an elephant, so it's like an improvement on that, somewhat. Colgara, is that the name of that area? cool. It's a cool little section of that game. Very like a very cool area to like work through. For sure, for sure. Feel like the lack of any sort of starting to get hard to like manage with the amount of hearts, etc. that we have. Oh boy. I will manage. I will do my best. I could easily get a checkpoint here if I so pleased. I like gold.
There's a banana.
Bot accounts, jeez. Got it? Okay. That is a banana. That is true. Okay. Let's look at the map and figure out here. We want to go up there. I think we want to do the proper way. If there's a way to like cut across, I'm sure that's very cool. Don't necessarily know how to do it off the top of the head here. Okay. And the cool thing is, when you're doing a hand slap there, you'll probably see that there is a banana in that wall. Just some really smart collectible design here, in a way that makes it easier to just discover things by goddamn happenstance. Another example, you're sort of encouraged to suck these guys off. And in so doing, you reveal a way of flying. And once you do so, you can get up here and get higher up. You use like multiple of them in this way.
Oh no.
3 hearts is a problem. 3 hearts is a problem. 3 hearts is a problem.
Going.
At this point in the game, I would recommend investing in hearts. And honestly, also the fairies, the apple juice situation. Invest in that too. It's worth doing, worth picking up. You will not regret it. I must be strong. I must soldier through. I like these elephant plants. They're neat. Is this the way? Yes. So let's just jump across. A checkpoint, lovely. Nice and quick, making great progress. We're I think on great pace. I don't know. I'll say like I have only played this game like a couple times through. This is not like a speedrunner. Nothing, not like a proper one anyway. And certainly, like, I am not the type that would replay a game, like, endless times, you know what I mean? So, like, don't expect that from me, but like, I'll play a game, like, once or twice, and if I want to do, like, a challenge thing on stream, that's fun and good. One thing I was thinking, I was watching Dan Reichert go through like the hardest level in Mario Galaxy 2, which I don't know if I did back in the day. I might have done. Knowing me, I probably did. I probably 100%ed that game, did 242. You know, I was a child and all that. When was, I was like a teenager. I was like in high school, I guess, at the time of Galaxy 2. When was Galaxy 2? Like 2008, 2009, probably. Maybe 2010 at like latest. I was at the very like latest in college, right? What year was Mario Galaxy 2? I'll ask my phone, my watch. 2010. I was like in college. I had plenty of time, you know, to do such things. One thing that I think could be fun as like a one-off stream is like, could I do a stream where I just go through all the hardest Mario challenges in Mario games? You know, just like the hardest level in every Mario game. Here I need to not do that. Need to do some elephant and suck up from the suck up the boulders, actual goddamn boulders. I need some gold now. Just restart. Just restart. Just restart. Just do it again. I can do that better. Where just we can start that over. That's better. Anyway, I think it might be fun one of these days. It's like a variety stream to just go like from Mario Galaxies. Does Mario Galaxy have a challenge level at the end? Mario Galaxy 2's challenge level, you know, 3D World, etc., etc. I feel like I've already done some of them. Like, as I did a stream once where I played a bunch of Lost World levels, so that would account for like Donkey Kong and stuff. But I feel like between like Odyssey, 3D World, this game, there's enough, depending on like how long it gets to get through one of those hard as balls levels, whether it takes like I wonder like how fast it would take me to get through like all of them, like Galaxy 1, Galaxy 2, etc. that way. Okay. Let this be it. Let this be it. Yes, I think this is it. Good. One and done. One and done again. Harder one and done, but still one and done. I think that's rad.
Just a bit more. You can do it.
And then also this part is cute. Really like drives home the impact of it or whatever. Good crap. Let's go. Let's go. Let's keep moving. Let's keep going. That's Elephant Land in the books. Dance. Dance. Time for dance. Can we skip dance, honestly? I don't think you can skip the dance. That's fair. It is a really good dance. I think we've been going around 2 hours and a half. 2.5 hours? Okay. Okay. I think we're over the halfway point at this point, so feeling pretty good about that. Difficulty is going to prove a concern in the back half here. But... Yeah.
Weather was wild.
I think we'll put a timestamp like when the final stretch of the game starts. You know, from the final layers to from the final layers to the very end. You know, the core, all that. Don't need individual timestamps for each individual boss fight or sequence, but yeah, just one timestamp for that whole section of the game I think would be fine. And then other than that, let's just keep this area one big segment as far as the VOD goes on the thing. We don't need to like break out the part where like a plot happens. It's a good part, but it's not special. And I feel like, you know, if you're like coming at the VOD, right? The part that might be most interesting than anything just might be how the hell are we going to beat Void Kong 2 with 3 hearts? You know, that took me a bunch of tries first try. That took a bunch of tries first try. Gotta be careful not to break any, not to break any, not to break any banandium gems on the way down here. It took us a bunch of tries, even with, like, all the health in the world and stuff, or, like, all the health that we had at that point. I'll say I did definitely, like, underinvest in health first time through the game, but, you know, this is gonna be a lot harder. I basically have none. This level is just nice for a change in pace and just like an opportunity to dig downward for a change, you know? Up to this point in the game, most of the downward digging has mostly been for optional stuff, you know? Like, oh, there's a thing down there, let's dig down and go get it. And in this point in the game, like, no, you just have to dig down for a while, and that's just the critical path now. And that's nice, because digging down is good and fun, and the critical path should have a little bit of that. Also, it is like one of the more cave-like worlds. Definitely one of the more cave-like worlds. Like, I believe this is underground. It's very believable that this is underground, and I think that's cool and good. That banana. Right there, I could go grab that. No, just keep going. Low percent. No banana percent. This is more no banana percent than, strictly speaking, low percent. All told, you can get lower with some very hard techniques. Some very hard tricks that let you skip zebra and also snake, but I'm not doing that. I'm just gonna plow on ahead. Here we go, almost there. I think this area is just... Oh, I think we do have to fight our boy here.
Who I think it is over there?
You have to fight Grumpy. Okay, show us your Pika Bruiser Mach 2. Punch, 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 punch. This boss is a little bit straightforward. Like, you just mindlessly run at it and punch it. That's cool too. Good shit! I'm worried about health situation. What are you doing? What are you doing there? Need to be a little worried about the health situation. Also concerned, like, what is up with those circles. Yeah, definitely a little worried with the health situation. A little worried with the health situation.
Time to focus.
It would be nice if it did something like restore. You know, this game, when you do a boss, it doesn't like restore your collectibles, your like consumables for free for you. It'd be nice if it did. To be clear. There must be a way to do this boss faster. Oh, just punching him when he's doing that thing is effective, first off. Keep an eye on him, dodge his shit, and then, he's probably trying to heal or something, I don't know. Let's mess him up. Okay, we got it, That's... Woo! I like how each of the transformations basically offers you a way to break the game a little bit at any time. You know, without regard to when and where you use it. Just, if you want to spend the charge and, you know, have to regain that charge later by collecting golden crap, at any point you can just break the game wide open. And I really like that sort of temporary power-up where you have to spend a resource, so it's not like just always be using it. Though, always be using it, because you can always get that resource back, like, instantly. Oftentimes, within the same span, you know, just by destroying things as you're transformed. But like, it doesn't cancel out the basics of being Donkey Kong. Right? It's just like a more powered up mode that you can go into and as you get serious about as you do.
That player was super deep, huh?
I know.
Glad those little aliens were there to guide us.
I ignored them all.
There's supposed to be a way bigger eel digging around down here too.
Where'd you hear that?
It looks like.
Bigger version of the heels we've seen, but with sunglasses. And maybe headphones. Sunglasses or headphones, I forget. Maybe both. Hey, don't the guys have both, the main guys? Is it racing layer time or is it radiance? I think racing then radiance, yes. Let's skip it. No bananas. Remember, no bananas. Oh, free bed. And we get 4 health. That's huge. And no conversation from Pauline. Nice. Hey Diddy, hey Dixie, it's great you're in this game. This racing game is kind of interesting in a way. The racing game is alright. It's cool that you can, like, break it real nice and big. You know, get some shortcuts going. You know, bypass the course. It's really cool how, like, after the racing is done, the course is all the way fucked up. That's very funny and good. So we just want to go across, and yeah, Chosei last 3 episodes delayed to spring. Okay, that's fine. Yeah, I thought it would be doing that. Skipping this area was a bug at first. No, they're cool with a lot of skips. Like, skipping basically the entire game. They said in interviews they wanted to be open with skipping. Basically, it was supposed to be a split core, but production stuff. Delayed to spring. Oh, delayed to spring. So it's not right now. It's spring is in 3 months, right? Shit. Wow, okay. For a second there, I thought, yeah, I thought like, oh, okay, spring. That's like a couple months from. That's like soon. No, that's 3 months from now. Next season is winter. It's really cool that you can skip this area wholesale, just real nice and easy. Like, it's not a bad race to be clear, but I like skipping things. Makes me feel good. You lose Diddy's dialogue for skipping? That is a cost I am willing to pay. You're right. So he is our friend. And I would like to hear what he has to say. Hello. How are you? What are you doing down here? We came down here looking for banandium gems. How are you doing? Would you like to race? That's basically what he said. He's a cool dude. It's not like the most complicated dialogue in the world. No, it's not Shakespeare. I don't know. I don't know that much about Shakespeare. I'm sure there's rhino races in Shakespeare. Shame about Chitose. I guess I need to do a review of it after all. At least the first part of it then. I mean, we'll see how this last episode is before the delay, but you know, it's kind of weird that it doesn't really. I would say of Chitose right now, off the top of the dome, I feel like it's a perfectly good harem anime that's it's a little unbalanced. They spent a lot of time with one girl at the last couple episodes, and that seems weird to me. When not like she's established to be like the main girl or nothing. I don't know. Seems like all the girls are equally prioritized. There's also a bit about. There's also some stuff with a dude with like There was no twist in Chitose. There wasn't a twist. They didn't put a twist in that show. That's pretty good anyway. I don't know. It's funny because you look at the synopsis and it's like, oh, you know, this was the start of, little did Chitose know that everything was going to change. You watch the show, nothing changes. And it's like, okay, well, whatever. Dude does enjoy his harem. He likes to flirt with his girls, and, that's pretty fun and good. There's a little bit of, like, drama in there. As far as like the motivations of said girls, but nothing extraordinary, nothing too remarkable. I wouldn't necessarily like we do like this. Is this what we do? Gotta be careful about these fucking guys. We got, no toughness right now. They'll probably lead, so they won't be late in the season. Maybe it'll be like March or something, or April by the time that they're airing, but still late in the season. Jose really had a tough go of it. Really just like multiple weeks of delay for like no reason. Happens to some show every season, I guess. Often enough. Anime season is basically over at this point, though. Then, with that wrapping up what it's going to do this year.
It's so spiky. Don't try to take it head on.
I already did my tier list. I posted it on AniList, and I'll show it on the Friday stream. I'll have that ready for Friday. But more importantly is I need to put together my Anime of the Year list, etc. I think I'm pretty much decided on that, but unlike with Game of the Year, I don't actually do that much in the way of, like, reevaluating and thinking too much about my Anime of the Year list. You know, it's not like I, at the end of the year, rewatch all the shows of the year, even though that would make sense to do if I wanted to be... Like with Game of the Year, that would make sense if I wanted to really do it fairly, but there's just, you know, way too much of it. It's not really at all even a little bit feasible to revisit all the best shows of a year in the end game. I do think game-wise you can do it, at least, you know, an hour or so each. Obviously, like, this is a rare case where it's like my favorite game of the year. My two favorite games of the year, I want to spend the time and really just go through the whole damn thing. Go through as much of these games as I can do. Which, you know, for this one, I think I can do it all with this low percent caveat. And with Silksong, we'll see, like, how much of Act 3 I can do realistically. See now, trying to think like where all the three of them are. This is a very dark area, so I need some gemstone. Let's go. Spooky. Eh? Like a way back. This is the way, right? This is one of the three. I think this is one of the three, right? Oh, well, it's this way. Another bit of a puzzle here insofar as like the light rock makes it so that you can kill those guys. So you want to use the light. Some goddamn good simple gameplay here. Just making good use out of materials and making you think a little bit. You know, the farther you go, the more you have to think about like what things are made of, what rules, materials follow. It's like relevant. It's like important. It's like a whole big thing about the game.
My record piece.
I will say, by the way, as far as short form content goes, I am thinking, you know, I'm thinking a lot about, you know, New Year's Eve and New Year's Day, both of which I think it'd be good if I had, like, a piece of short form content for either of those days of significant import. And to that effect, I want to do like a quick... I want to fast track a short from this stream. 2 shorts from this stream. One for Bananza, one for Silksong. So I'm definitely going to have to think tomorrow. Like, okay, for New Year's Day, what's going to be the Silksong? What's going to be this one? I could see something like, you know, I'll be trying to do the final boss on 3 health. If that's a cool struggle, if that's a... If I can do that on the first try or something, that might be a cool thing to have as the basis of a short. Or, I don't know, we'll see. I could do something... I thought that bit earlier about... not to get too ahead of myself here, but that bit earlier where I was talking about enemies that bosses that are just like one and done, I thought that was pretty cool. I thought that was pretty that was an interesting thing to touch on, and one I wouldn't mind just like putting out there in standalone content. Now, I think for Silksong, if I'm just like off the top of my head here, off the dome, thinking like what I would like to say in Act 3, or as far as Act 3 goes, I think there's a particular part of Act 3 that so impressed me the first time I played it that I would like to really, really like talk about. Like, I'm sure when we get there to one of the 3 areas of Act 3, which is really impressive, I will talk about it and go like, you know, oh, this is when I was playing it for the first time, this like impressed the hell out of me. One of the most impressive parts of Silksong, I think, is just like how willing it is to have entire sets of enemies that it otherwise does not use, other than, you know, here, let's say. Just so much content and breadth, and just so willing to be on a whim, just say like, okay, here it is. Here's the one time you see these guys. Bespoke bosses, bespoke areas, bespoke everything. The whole game, that whole game is so bespoke, and so just like willing to do things once and no more in a game that has like 70 hours of content in it. It's just amazing what they what they're willing to do there. Which way is the final one?
Hey, a banana!
Banana. Oh, the lead into the second season. I didn't read that right. It didn't even occur to me that there would be a second season. I mean, it's not guaranteed or nothing. I wouldn't necessarily bet on it, you know? You can't... You don't always know what will and won't get a second season. But anything's possible, I guess. If the material's there and if people liked it enough. I don't really know, like, what merchandise or DVD sales, I don't know. Why or why not a series would or wouldn't be, extended. Hey, where's the last one? Yep, you're very cool. I love your hat. I seek bananas, but I haven't had any, actually. I just seek them for the seeking's sake. 3 episodes isn't enough to finish Volume 3? Oh, shit. So you're saying that... Wait, so... You're saying that, did we do both of the ones over there? Pitch Dark and the Sizzling Sun Bath. Oh, this one's probably, here we go. Oh, this is the easiest one. I've completely forgot about this, record chunk. I said this was the easiest chunk, and then I bailed out big style. It's a pretty easy chunk. Please ignore my death. You just run in and get a, record without even much of a platforming challenge. I'm far away now. I should unlock a checkpoint nearer to, dude. No, I didn't save the blueprints in the file that I, have. I only did that, like, late into, Act 3, I think. I think I did that, like, late Act 3, so I can't do that area without doing a bunch of prep first, but if there's time, maybe we could do that. That's very much an if there's time thing, I'll say. I think my priority will be on the, See, this is what I meant to do. I meant to go in here, pick up the thing, and exit. I can just go across the lava even when I'm exiting, so... See, it's really easy. I've... Forgettable, almost, really. That's probably the most forgettable record shard in the game, I'll say. Most forgettable record shard in the game. Least memorable. Snake! Snake. Snake.
Oh, yeah.
She's getting into it by this point. I did save the Green Prince eventually. You know, I 100%ed that game when it came out on the Xbox, but I think when we revert our save, the Green Prince will be in his cage and we'd have to like run around and say hello to him at every point. I'll say Green Prince is one of the more impressive parts. That area only for the Hunter's Journal somehow? Yeah, totally. Like, that area does not give percentage. It is impressive just, like, how many areas they are okay with just, like, knowing that not many people will see it, you know? I really love just how much they put in there just for, like, people like me going for 100%, getting wacky with it. That is rad about Silksong, you know. And just like after like 50 hours, 60 hours or so, just like finding whole biomes that I had no idea were there still was just so exciting every time. Just so like, oh my god, this keeps going, this keeps going. You know, I'll say this about Bananza, you know. You see most of everything as you're going through the game. Other than, you know, maybe there's a bonus that has like a bespoke retro theme in there. Honestly, they could stand to do like a classic, you know, if they could, or Bananza DLC would be lovely. For what it's worth. You just fly across this whole fucking gap. Hang on. I need some banandium. Whoa! I fucked up there.
Should we teleport?
Okay, let's try that again if we can. That was very possible to do. I'm not sure it's actually going to, like, let us do anything over there, to be clear, like, I think that it might be just... I think it might just be the exit there. But, I'm curious. I wanna poke the bed in. In that case, we did not gain enough, do another Bonanza. Let's buy a, no, not one of those. Give me, you. You know what? We haven't gotten any, like, I want an apple juice. Man, those expensive. And I want some, ability to fall in poles and not die. That's expensive. But I'll take it. There we go. We'll just grab this, and that's pointless for now, but we'll head down and we'll actually do the thing now. Okay, let's do the tower now. You just go in here and you climb up, right? You don't have to do the outside area. God, if I just wasted if I just waste this apple juice I just paid 1,000 goddamn bucks for on this Donkey Kong level, that would really annoy the hell out of me. This Donkey Kong arcade level. I want to use it on a boss, a big tough boss that otherwise would be pretty damn difficult. That's what I want to use this expensive item on. Okay. Just glare and go. Right, the glare thing. How the fuck do you do the glare? Okay, good. We haven't died yet. Haven't used our thing yet. That was a very close call. I forgot about the glare. I feel like glare is a weird thing that Snake can do. I feel like glare is just kind of underused. If there's a... I do think there are criticisms to be had with some of the forms, some of the banana forms. Ah! That was way too expensive of a... Okay, we need to pick and choose our, Next time, we will buy one right before a boss, specifically, and no sooner. And we died anyway, too. Also. Yeah, we'll buy it before a boss next time. We did save ourselves a load screen. It's not too much of a benefit there. This is one of the most platforming type areas that you do in the game, I'll say. Just to teach you the ins and outs of Snake. It's hard when you have 3 hearts. Remember, I have a path back up. I unlocked it. It's over here. Take the rope. Take the rope. Save the time. Start from, take the rope, save the time, start from here. Okay, there we go. Okay, how are we going to... I need some juice. Perfect. And this lines me up just perfectly. Jump into it. Ooh. Ah. I like this area a bunch because you can jump through the ceiling to... Why do you jump through the ceiling again? Why does that help? Oh, it gives you some chunks of this to deal with. Isn't there a part later where you can, where there's like sun above, like a rocky barrier, and punching holes in the ceiling like lets the light shine through? I feel like I'm probably thinking about this part, actually, which actually isn't letting the sun shine through, but actually just getting chunks of that bright layer, that bright stone to use. Hey, Ever Ed Nature 64, how you doing? Happy holidays to you too. I'm wearing a pretty holidays-y shirt. It's you know, got Bowser there in a Santa hat. There's just a little bit of holidays left after all, and you know, I'm gonna be in the holiday mood, I think, until such time as I go back to work. You know, I'm not rushing right now to I think that the holiday spirit, you know, lingers on for another week or so, basically, almost. Until the Monday after New Year's, I'm gonna be holiday mode, basically. Let's kick her ass. You might be going to work for New Year's? Oh man, that's too bad. That really puts a wrench in like making it feel like the holidays. That said, you know, I'll say I have had to work holidays before in the past. I don't like it, but it is like some of the easiest work you'll ever do, right? Just like the most, no one's around, no one gives a fuck what happens during the holidays. Just there's... Oh, I see. It's trying to make me use the glare. Oh shit, can you get like multiple phases worth of damage if you glare it up? You do have to like actually chase her a bunch before you can actually kill her, huh? If it's anything like my places of work, which I'll say, you know, it's office work. It's like tech work, you know. It may be different, like blue collar versus white collar versus like what kind of collar do people who work in stores have? You know, like customer service. all that. That's a different kind of caller. I understand that, like, actually this is a hard time for customer service type people. But for me, the December season, the December month, always the most laid back month of the year there. More of this, more of this. Let's go. After this, is it just Groovy, Feast, and then the finale layers? What, how long have we been going? Around 3 hours. Alright. Let's go, let's do it. Do what we can. This part confused me originally. I don't think I quite got it. Like when I was playing through this area the first time. You move the sun, or turn on one sun and then turn off the other sun. And in so doing, areas become solid or not solid. It's not that complicated. I just was having trouble noticing that, like, that sun on, that sun off. Hit the thing, that sun on, that sun off. That's the whole thing. It's not like anything's moving. Just one thing's switching on, one thing's switching off. And as a result, cloud platforms appearing or disappearing. Use my snake bonanza to get past this dude. Let's just shortcut this whole area. How about... Oh, there's spikes! That's why you don't just do that. We'll shortcut the area, but not like that. Ah! Nice that you get full bonanza after you die. That at least is nice. Makes up for... You know, I'll say, like, playing it this way, you definitely want to get bananas, you know? I definitely feel like that's the more fun way to play it. For sure, for sure. But, this is very interesting, and I'm having a good time, going through this way with y'all. And I think this is the sort of game where I'm up for, like, multiple different kinds of playthrough, where, like, I'm sure one day I'll go through it again, but, like, high percent style, you know, getting as much of everything before moving on. Maybe not as much as anything, you know. I think I would want to... I think in this case, you do want to have all your bonanzas around the time you're, like, start going for everything, you know what I mean? You don't want to start... You don't want to start, like, banana hunting when you just have, like... not that much to your name, you know? You get to the top of this tower, but I don't have enough juice for a snake, nor do I have, like, a can of anything. Can I get some extra juice from the ground here? Ah! Wasn't feeling great this morning, I'll say. But I feel like sometimes that's not necessarily, like, just sick. It's... I feel like sometimes recently, just, like, sleep deprivation or, like, not getting as enough sleep can leave me feeling snuffy. And, you know, sore throat, whole nine. I don't know what's up with that. Or if that's just... Maybe it's just coincidence. Maybe just, like, you know, oh... No, your body has, like, something minor going on. It uses that time when you're sleeping to, like, sort it out. And if it's not quite done yet, well, then there you go. You're gonna have a problem when you wake up. I don't know what's up with that, but I do know that I'm feeling great now. And, any problems I did have are, not so bad right now. Not so bad right now. Need to, like, make a shadow here. Yeah, there we go. Go. I now need to switch the sun. Point the other way. Thought I was dead. Okay, free juice. Did we get a checkpoint in that area? We'll find out in 2 seconds.
Time to focus.
Yes. Yes, we do. Ah. Actually, more convenient to come this way because the thing was already in position and we can just jump across right into the hole, which is just beautiful. Perfect. This is a beautiful game. This is a perfect game in many respects. Well, I think there are criticisms I could make. You know, some, but they are relatively minor. And like most everything in this game, I just love to death. Yeah, we have to fight Grumpy Grump one last time in this game, and then done.
He's not fooling around. Be careful.
Right, this is the one where you need to burst through the ceiling and do to reveal some lights. Yes, that is one that exists. And you can either throw things or you can jump as a big giant snake. And in either case, it's fun. Makes for a relatively quick boss when you know what you're doing. Like yeah, just a couple layers, and then oh, he's got like a helmet there. Okay, now he's in the light. Get halfway done. And finish it. Nice, quick fight. Nice, quick fights. Nice, quick fights in this. I love that. We did it. Grumpy's done. It's here for Grumpy. Grumpy? Is his name Grumpy? I forget what his name is. Oh, we skipped past some plot stuff there. I guess at some point we just jumped right into the hole. Huh. I guess it doesn't wait for you to jump into the hole. It just, I don't know, you get kidnapped or whatever. Go ahead and break out of jail. Like I said earlier, we're just going to tear right through this part. We're going to get our Pauline back. We're going to bring the music back or whatever you do in this world. It'll all be nice and quick. Hey, friend. Where's Pauline? That's right. That's what I was trying to ask. Just become a platform for me. Thank you, thank you. I like how they made the mounting noises that the tires did in DKC. That's real nice. I say hello to her. I'm just going to hit the button. I don't care. This is perfectly fine writing. Nothing. I'm just gonna release you, and then we'll go about our way. Again, perfectly good writing and all, but I do worry about time. I do want to get through this ASAP. We got like 2 hours that we really want to be spending here before moving on to the other game. So we're on a reasonably tight thank you. We're on a reasonably tight schedule. That said, it's gonna be pretty quick. I mean, I think we just have to like tear through a couple of digging portions. Tear through a bunch of digging portions. Scratch, okay. Go over here. Okay. Is it open, or do you have to talk to her before it opens? I'm not sure. Purple. Yeah, do what you need to do. Thank you. I like that these guys get a face turn at this point in the game. It's not bad. I like it. It's a good story point. I think that it fits the fun tone of the game. I'll say up to this point, the story wasn't exactly like grabbing me or nothing, to be sure. But I don't dislike these characters. I don't dislike this whole thing, and where it leads is phenomenal. You know, we'll get to the point where I feel more than apathetic pretty soon. Okay, just gotta do the wait. Do this. Okay, so you don't have to sing the 3 you just have to punch the thing. Okay, first one down. Bring the music back. Let's go. Let's go. There's the orange. Talk to this guy to make a tunnel. And then, yeah. I definitely do feel playing this again. You know, this is a fun way to play it. I do feel like the best way to play this game is realistically to get the most out of every area, to just like luxuriate and to really get 100% of everything. Like the opposite of the way that we're playing it, but if we did that, we would spend the whole stream in like 2 areas and you know, before having to move on. And also, honestly, truth be told, the same can be said of like Hollow Knight, of Silksong as well. Like the more time you spend in there, the more you explore, the more progression you get, the better Silksong is as well. So, you know, seeing kind of the same story there, just so far as like, yeah, you know, if we can only get a taste here, then that's what we're gonna get. But just know that like I might play some more tomorrow, like off stream. I might, as I'm watching stuff. You know, let's say I put on that movie, that 2.5 hour part 1. I might you know, collect some bananas idly while doing that. I might get some stuff in the Switch version of Silksong that I didn't collect previously, that I did not get. I might go for completion, all that, and I think that'd be fun. I'll have a decision on Game of the Year I'll say, by the end of the stream, I might have an idea what Game of the Year is, which of these 2 is number 1, but I don't know that I will for sure. And I'll give myself all the time in the world the next 2 days to think about it before putting together a list, and that list will be revealed all nice and elaborately next time on the Friday stream. I'll say if you saw the previous Game of the Year refresher stream, like, I feel like at the end of that stream, I had a pretty good idea about, like, ranks, I had a pretty good idea out of that stream about ranks, 3 through 10. So, like, that much of the list, I'm pretty sure about. And, you can go back to that video if you want to see, like, where my head is at and get a pretty good guess. There's, like, 1 or 2 placements that I wasn't sure of then. I'm pretty sure of them now, and, you know, final decision will be had, soonish. No, nothing's on my mind. My mind is empty. Let's do this. Switching the materials here is cool, and often does give, like, opportunity to have some cool puzzles built around switching from explosive gold to bouncy green. Here's a great example of that. We'll change this into green. So now this guy who respawns because he's important. Thank you. This guy is now bouncy, so I can use him to get up to here. Wow, such smart design. Simple, straightforward, but great. Can't go wrong with any of that. Does that thing stay destroyed? I wonder if you start from the check... Okay, you start from here. What's more, you start from it after you've already freed it, so... That's lovely. It's really nice. This game is a lot nicer than, say, Silksong is, on the other hand. You know, this isn't a game that necessarily makes you do runbacks or anything of the sort. Mind you, I personally don't really mind the runbacks as much. I don't hate them. I feel like some people have issue with them. I think they can add a little bit of extra challenge, and you know, I'll say of Silksong, the fact that you can run everywhere, the fact that the mobility is really good, that, like, you get back to where you were so damn fast, that to me makes up for a lot. You know, I'll say mobility is also a fucking great thing in this game. Like, I love how mobile DK is. It's great that the barrel roll, the roll attack is now a... Don't get that, don't get that, don't get that, don't get that. It's great that the barrel roll is back again, you know? You missed the part where Pauline took the sacrifice? I think we literally skipped that cutscene. So, don't worry about it. You didn't miss much. We all missed it. In fact, really. Let's do this. You can do it like this, by the way, if you don't notice. If you didn't know, you don't have to actually hold down buttons. It's less convenient to do it this way, but it's a bit of fun and all. I think I was banging my chest with the tip of my controller. That was a weird thing to do. Maybe do more like this than just like... Ow, the stick is worse. It's worse to do it with the stick. Pointier, little bits. How about like this? Like this, the flat side rather than the pointy side. Alright, let's go. Let's do it. Hello, Poppy. Let me jump into throat. I'll see you later, Poppy. Let's do this. Let's go. Let's go. Let's go. Yeah, it's motion controlled if you do it like this. Uh... You got this. It's really cool that they made a whole boss around the diving minigame. You know, it's such a nice, iconic, cool part of the game. It makes sense to make it... to make, like, you know, a boss fight around it. It's also, of course, a really important moment of the story. One of the most important parts of the story. So... you know, it's good and it's good and cool that they did it this way. I like it a lot. Yeah! And also, this part is pretty cool. Like, falling through the layers of salt here. Good story moments as well. And I like how, this part's a good part of the game.
Come for me. I just knew it.
It makes sense, and it was a great idea. Let's do this. Let's go.
DK,
Here we go. Yeah,
I have a hard time.
we know this. How do you feel about rock monsters, though?
When we're together, I love to sing more than anything.
Woohoo! Woohoo! All right, let's go. Thank you, Pauline, for the heartfelt stuff. Let's get on with it. We're about like maybe 2.5 hours, three and a half hours in. Nearly 3.5 hours. So let's keep on trucking, keep on going, push for completion here.
It feels like I've come home.
This area, the gimmick is salt. I feel like the first time I played it, I didn't realize the whole salt kills muck thing for way too long. I just jumped over every salt gate in my way, and otherwise did, you know...
Ooh, it's so fun here.
I did, tricks to get around it. I say tricks. It's not that hard to climb a wall, but that did mean I didn't figure out, like, how to solve some later puzzles until a bit later, which, was interesting. Again, I really like how much they let you destroy the game, even if it comes at the cost of, like, basic player training. You get the idea eventually that the salt, you know, kills slime and, things of that nature. Let's do it. We got a couple burger switches to hit. Let's hit the, let's do it. Oh. This one's going to be fossil, so this one has to be probably switch, right? Yes. That's one of them. That's one of them. One of 3.
There are 5 burger switches.
Let's warp. And also, hey, we can see where all the burger switches are from here. Let's end with the last one. The one that's, like, easy. So, from here, let's go right and find our way accordingly. This is a great world. I like this world a lot. This is definitely like one of the best worlds. I really like its creative theme of just like, yeah, it's like a salt mountain made of rock salt, and it's a theme park themed to food. Also, these are lions. I think these are supposed to be lions. I think when I first played the game, I was like, pigs, because they're pink. But no, they're lions. I think there was supposed to be like a lions race that was running around. Maybe even at one point a lion bonanza, but that got cut or something. I don't know. I wonder, what would a lion bonanza do? What the hell would a lion bonanza do? Defense? Think about the world it's in. It's in a world full of minecarts. Could it run on minecart rails or something? Nah, that doesn't seem that Bananza-y. Maybe it could like deal with acid or something, like all these acid pits. Maybe just a fast attacker. Maybe I could see that for like combat purposes. Like if it was a combat focused Bonanza. See if we can get. Hey, Observant TV, how you doing? Ah, shit! That was so close. What would a lion do? I feel like a lion, to me, would be, like, fast or something. Or otherwise, like, have big lunges or something. A little redundant with, like, ostrich, though. I guess what holes exist? I think they kind of cover their bases. With a flyer, with a jumper, with a destroyer of, you know, a sucker, and a powerful rock destroyer. I guess there are multiple classes of destroyer in here. Lion is just zebra. Yeah, that would be my thought as well. Like, when I think lion, I think like running fast and charging up. That to me would be very lion. Lions are the kings. So maybe it could be like some sort of ultimate transformation, an ultimate bonanza. You know, that's like the king of bonanzas. That'd probably be ridiculous. You wouldn't want to like invalidate the previous ones. Absurd. Gotcha, okay. It's hard to sometimes read something on first glance when it's on multiple lines because there's like a thing that says new viewer before your name. Or first time chat or whatever it does say. I feel like a lion might be like a grappler, like it could like get you in its claws and then hold on to you or something. Or like lunge at you and then like bites or something. Lunge at enemies and bite them. I'm not sure there's really any call for that though. Like, I could see an interesting idea of just like, okay, well, what if it was better at grabbing or something, or like pulling? But the elephant already does that, but better, so it's not really, yeah. Okay, to cut to the point, this is your favorite game of all time? Wow, yeah. I'll say this is top 10 for me. I'll say both of the games tonight, this game, Bonanza, and Silksong, I think are just like well positioned to be top 10 of all time. And I'll say like Odyssey is historically like I've said before, Odyssey is my #1, tied with DKC2, so a game that's both a sequel to both of those games is well positioned to like vie for the top spot there. I haven't quite decided that much, I think. Also, I feel like I need to know, like, okay, which is better, Silksong or Bananza, before I start saying, like, okay, is Bananza #1? Well, if it's not better than Silksong, then, you know, maybe Silksong is #1, actually. And then Bananza can be #2. I don't know. Mario Kart World is great, but this game on another level. This game is phenomenal, I agree. Yeah. I mean, I think World is fantastic, too, personally. And I think, like, over time, it'll definitely, like, get even more fantastic. Okay, I think here we want to go around this side. Like, I'll say, coming out of that stream last week, where I revisited all the other, you know, from #3 down, of my top games of the year, I'll say we did come out of that going like, oh, Mario Kart World is like the runner-up to these two, right? Is #3 on my list, I think. And a week later, I stand by that. I think that's the correct choice. I'm ready to say, like, yeah, no, it's gonna be #3. And I think Mario Kart World is just I think as far as the launch version of a Mario Kart goes, it is by far my favorite of that. And I think it might be my favorite racing game of all time, like at launch, you know, without necessarily taking into account just like 10 years of DLC. That's kind of an unfair advantage that 8 has, you know. Like, I'll say 8 at launch was not my #1 racing game, but I think over time, you know, it's definitely more than earned that accolade. You know, like, yeah, no, I do think 8 is better than Diddy Kong Racing, and Blur, and, what other racing games would be on my top of... Name really good racing games real fast. Where's the headspace at as far as, like, what other racing games compete with that? Other Mario Karts, I guess. I do think that, like, consistently, the new Mario Kart has always been my favorite Mario Kart. You know, from, like, 7, from, like, DS, that was the case. Maybe not Wii. Maybe not 7, but 8 was definitely better than DS. And, you know, this is definitely better than World. Yeah. I've been open to Mario Kart from the start, let me say. Like, this is not a new state. I definitely was big into it from the start. You're waiting for the new Pac-Man World Rally to get repack? Oh, that's a racing game I've never played. I do feel like Wonder, etc. I feel like older racing games may not stand the test of time so much. You know, like especially when you compare them to the most modern ones, like your 8 and your Deluxe and your etc. I tried Crash Team Racing for the first time relatively recently, and I don't know, I didn't really feel it. Maybe if I had played it at the time, it'd be like how I felt about Sonic Racing Transformed, which is say like, ooh, this is fantastic, this is phenomenal, this is S tier, I love it. I played the new Sonic Racing. That's okay. Oh shit. Okay, well, we can't. Okay. Let's relax and do this regular style. Just take the time, be patient. Just be a little patient, and we'll get through this world pretty quick. Like the trick mechanics in World, especially. The trick mechanics as they introduce those across the whole series, you know, just doing flips and stuff, even not even like the wall running and all that, has just been a great progression for that whole franchise, that whole thing. Wait, is that making more gold if you throw salt at gold? No, okay, it's not like. No, it kind of does look like Nah, it's just regular DK. It just has like a whole bed of gold there, I guess. Platforming as Mario's is crazy. It's crazy that it wasn't introduced to Mario Kart earlier. Yeah, that is true. That like, it is a more platformery Mario Kart, and it definitely makes the mission mode have a lot more variety to it. Not to mention like all the enemies they made to patrol like the open world and stuff. Really, they're able to get some real good mileage out of them in like the mission mode and all that. I think it is definitely the best mission mode I have ever seen in a racing game. I'll say I'm not like the biggest racing game fan. Like if you ask me to name top 5 racing games other than Diddy Kong Racing is one of them. I think I would put Episode 1 Racer over F-Zero, any of the F-Zeros. F-Zero is definitely up there. I really like 99. 90 or like 39 or 29 or whatever that one. F-Zero 30? Wasn't it 30 player or something? I don't know. I like that one a lot. Let me say. That was very fun when I played that for a bit. Back, you know, months ago and all that. Years ago. Sonic Racing Transformed might be up there. I don't know, like, how far up there, honestly. Not, like, the greatest game, but it's, like, a really good kart racer, and I really like how it, has a lot of variety as far as the, types of traversal, track design, etc. Like how it draws from a wider gamut of, like, Sega IP. Kind of a shame in the more recent ones how they just go pretty strictly, mostly 90%. I don't know the exact percentage. They mostly go from just Sonic. Though there are some crossover stuff in Cross Worlds, which of course, you know, it's called Cross Worlds. It has a multiverse gimmick to it. It only makes sense that it would do that. You've yet to play Transformed or Cross Worlds? I mean, I do feel like it might be the case that you probably might want to just start with the actual newest one if you're going to play one of those games. I forget how much online I played. You walked past the triple banana? Oh, I'm walking past all the bananas. The gimmick here tonight. Let me go to my menu here. If we look at total banana count, I'm at 0 of 0. We're not getting any bananas tonight. We're doing bananaless, that's right. I thought it would be fun and challenging to do that, and so far it has been fun and challenging, and also I've had to walk past so many damn bananas. Wait, there's 5? Oh, there's 5 of them. Hang on. I thought that was the last one. Right. There's that last one out that way. I got it. Yeah, Donkey Kong is hungry as hell, but for a good... No, it's not. I was about to say it's for a good cause, like Pauline's sake, but you don't care. She likes it when Donkey Kong eats. This time, you know, I still answered questions where some people asked, like, what are you looking for? Bananas! Rather than the core. Because, well, I mashed the button. I didn't really think about that. Let's just pop our thing and just, like, cheese our way to the top. I love how this game is just willing to let you completely cheese it! Oh, thank God. Completely cheese it, completely break it, completely just like shortcut anything. At no point does it make you play anything quite as one would. The clear intended route is at no point mandatory here. Does he share the banandium with Pauline? Dude, they're rocks. He's literally eating rocks. Pauline, she's a human, you see. Do you know what humans like? They don't like rocks, unfortunately. They don't typically eat rocks, other than salt. Which, you know, this area is full of salt. You know, have a good time, Pauline. This is the place to eat things. You know, if you like salt. I do like salt. It's rocks. It's rocks. That's a burger. She could eat that. In fact, Pauline, please. I bet you're hungry. It's been a couple hours. Please eat as much of this burger as you can. Do you think it's good? Do you think it's like, nice and warm? This is like a lava world. Why wouldn't it be nice and warm? I'm sure she eats bananas on DK Island. Yeah, no, that's okay. Yeah, she can eat those. Don't eat the golden bananas, the ones that are made of gold. Not like the traditional golden bananas from DKC or DK64, but like the ones here, like these golden banana type things. They're not actually food. Sad to say.
Should we teleport there? Should we teleport?
Pride Plaza. No, I'm gonna just find my own way through this giant burger. I don't need no help. In fact, if I was a snake, I could just jump right up.
Here's a banana.
I see. Not today, Pauline. Not today. Pauline's your favorite character? I like Donkey Kong. Actually, I like Spoiler. I would say Spoiler is my favorite character in the game. Mind you, Donkey Kong is great and he has a great redesign. You know, suffice it to say, you can't go wrong with Donkey Kong if Donkey Kong is your favorite. Here I think is a great example of the thing I was mentioning earlier with the fossils. There's a fossil in this wall, so you want to punch it, and when you do so, it reveals a whole little area with a secret level behind. Some real good design with those fossils, you know, really making it so that they encourage you to punch some choice walls, some excellent walls to punch, and that's just allows for some real nice, cool designs. I think it's way better than the coins and stuff that that like Odyssey has. One of the bigger steps up as far as Odyssey comparisons go, I would say. Oh, I think everyone knows who I mean when I say spoiler. I think like the statute of limitations and all that is well passed up, probably, really, but
You okay?
oh, this is salt. I can just
DK.
get it. I think everyone knows. We'll see spoiler in a minute, and then we'll just talk about maybe the best part of the game by a long shot. Where's the key there? Or is it with the crocoling? Or is it with, on one of the more random Ferris wheel things? I see.
Should we teleport?
We can actually say his name. Yeah, we'll say him. We'll say his name later. It'll be nice and good. If you're watching this and you haven't finished the game yet, more power to you. That's great. I mean, you probably don't have a Switch 2. Is probably your problem. You know, if you had a Switch 2, oh, there's the thing. There's the key. If you have a Switch 2, you probably would have played it by now. If you do have a Switch 2 and you haven't played it, that's weird. It's one of the 2 games you should get. This and Mario Kart. You know, that Metroid Prime 4 sure did blow, huh? You should get this and Mario Kart, and you should be very sad about Metroid, honestly. Here. Is it cheese? No, it's the guy spitting lava or whatever, acid, that gets through this business. Guys. Let's do it. Let's get this done. This will be a short area, and we'll fight a boss. If we had a thing to go around, I would have gone around, but we can just wait for them to spit goo. Love a good chunk jump skip. The mobility and the amount of like options you have as far as skip goes is just delightful in this game. I can't wait to see this get run at like GDQs and all that. I guess like this game came out around the time like SGDQ was happening, right? So is it confirmed for AGDQ? It must be at AGDQ, right? They wouldn't do AGDQ and not do this game, right? Did they confirm Silksong and this game for AGDQ? You know, I think I looked down that list and I was like, oh yeah, it's got some good-ass games. I don't remember if I saw Silksong and Bananza on there, but like those are the 2 that I think are not optional as far as like, you know, right now, the games that you need to have at your charity marathon. I mean, I guess, hey, you can do whatever, they can do whatever they want at their charity marathon. It's their charity marathon and all, but well, you know, I definitely think that these 2 are just like the newest, hottest games that need a showcase. For speedrunning purposes. They do Hades 2 at a GDQ yet. They can do that as well. They've done Hades 1 but enough times. I wonder, like, for Hades 2, you could easily do like a, you know, honestly, I would rather them do like both routes. I would rather them do like both routes. Oh, you don't know what GDQ is? It's a charity marathon that happens twice a year, with some side events where they speedrun games for like a whole week and do donations for Doctors Without Borders or Prevent Cancer. 2 good charities, 2 great charities. And they always, you know, watch a bunch. A lot of people watch a bunch. It's a very popular thing. It's a very popular event. Like, you know, hundreds of speedrunners go and attend, and also, support. They raise millions of dollars for charity every year. Multiple millions. It's good. Never seen it before. It's a good thing to, you know, find your favorite games and just tune in accordingly, and whatever runs float your boat. I do feel like, you know, over the years, eventually you get a little jaded, a little bit like, okay, yeah, that's another. You know, I love DKC and all, but you've seen one. I've seen a lot of DKC runs throughout the days. I've seen a lot of Super Metroid races. They have one of them. They have one of the most years of Super Metroid specifically, and DKC enough of the time. Maybe like, I would say on average like every 2 or 3 marathons. The event happens every year, twice a year. You missed out on sending a cool teleportation level? What? For viewer levels last time? It got deleted okay, gotcha. Right, yeah, one of those glitch levels, right. Where it uses a glitch to teleport you around, and it was one of those ones that they showcased at GDQ. You gotta get on those pretty quickly. Some of those glitch levels, you know. Let's go, sinkhole. Woo. Is this it? Folks, I think right now we are heading into endgame. It is around 7 o'clock. Okay. We're time's a little tight if we want to make it 5 hours per game, but we'll see what we can do. We'll go as fast as we can and all that. We are heading into the final gauntlet of really hard boss fights. I think that Pizza Tower was done at a GDQ. There's like an archive of all the games. They run for a week. Like all the biggest games eventually get some sort of run at GDQ, unless they're like 20 hours long or something. You know, unless they're not as many runners running it, you know. It depends on like who's submitting runs and who's willing to do it. But usually there are people running whatever game enough of the time. Let's do it. Here we are in the Forbidden Lair. It is endgame time. We of course we have to make our way through Forbidden Lair, but remember, no bananas. No bananas. Don't. We're doing no bananas. Bananaless. Still gotta be careful here. It's close to the planet core. Let's go, let's do it. I don't believe we have enough money to pay off the guys, but we can. Hey, I don't think we have enough money. We might be able to afford one of them. Okay. We'll take one of them. We'll take one of these secure tones. What else are we gonna spend it on? Health items. Oh shit. Right. Okay, well we have enough for one apple juice.
How does this work?
Let's make that apple juice count, I guess. I need some more gold so I can transform into a bird and fly across the whole thing. That's right. If you're unspoiled on the game and you'd like to remain that way, you know, take it under advisement. Now is the time to get out of here, to look the other way. Okay, need another bird time, and then we can get across this gap, and then we'll be basically in final fight territory, I think. Ooh. Right, the fact that... Did they patch out the infinite flutter, or do I just not know how to do it? A little bit of column A, a little bit of column B, maybe. You don't have the upgrade that lets you flutter for farther. So, no. A little bit of a concern here. How do we make it across? Also, I'm out of transformation juice for now. I'm a little worried. Last time I was here, I was able to get over pretty easily, but I had upgrades that let me float farther out of the box. Made it trivial almost to make this skip, but there will be major spoilers. There will be major spoilers. Yes, that's right. The end of the game contains major spoilers for the end of the game. Maybe I can... get one of these. Eek. That was not close. How much did this dude want? I maybe should have saved for this dude. This one might have been the hardest one to skip. I don't even have it anywhere close to enough. Okay. I can do a running jump with the zebra. Not gonna give me that much distance. Zebra really isn't good for that. Isn't good for a lot of things. I say I can do things, but actually at this time, I am all out of juice, so I can do no such things. I can't barely grab objects in the world. What to do? What can I do here, folks? Without any upgrades, without any, like, extended range on my bird. But does this guy have a discount? Alright, hey, discount. I found a discounted Securitone. You know what? I'll take it. That's, Oh, wait a minute. Oh, fuck me. That guy's... Right, that guy's just... That guy only lets us go out in this direction. Well... Oh, that's not gold. That's lava. Hoping that'd be gold. Not what we're looking for, actually. Maybe those 4 little platforms is the key. I can probably get to those 4 little platforms with the correct with ostrich. I just need ostrich though. Yeah. I already got a checkpoint here, so I just need to die. And that'll give me my ostrich back. Okay. We're not cooked yet. We're still, well, it's not good. And we're gonna go into the boss without any, like, without any sort of apple juice at our back, but it's a close thing here. Oh, damn it. Really? Very close thing. Okay. Get there. I think we're good. We have to get there, folks. Mash ZL and punch with Otrus for more distance. Mash at the same time. Okay. Okay, so that's still there. That's still how that works. Oh, okay, so you just like rapidly mash. Okay, I thought you like mashed at a regular cadence or something. Okay, there we go. That's that bug. Okay, we got this now. Okay. I should look up how you do the things before I just start wondering, like, are they still in the game? Because they are. It's just I don't know how to do them. Okay. Also, I shouldn't have spent that money now. I mean, I shouldn't have done it anyway because it didn't get me anything. But, what are you gonna do? What? Honestly, I wouldn't mind the ability to die from a pit right now, considering that, it don't help me none. You gotta have a chunk? Oh, okay. Not sure if that part was, necessary or not. Probably looked it up when I did it, I did like a similar thing off stream, but I did have some bananas. Just was doing like a bunch of the skips and stuff. It does look goofy. It does look pretty goofy, like just mashing. Oh jeez. Almost wish I didn't have these. Well, now I'm out of balloons, so here on out, it's a death every time we fall in the pit. Probably for the best. And I won't be able to afford more balloons, so we're gonna have to be real fucking careful during the boss battle to come. There's a limit to how far you can go, apparently. So I guess let's go to, or either that, or I'm not mashing hard enough. Not sure. Not clear. Okay. Fuck you, asshole. take a get a quick checkpoint here. We're not gonna go into this. We can notice that, like, oh hey, there's 2D bonuses. They're kind of cool. I'll say the 2D parts are a little bit jank compared to the 3D parts. Like it's no DKC in there. It's no like tropical freeze in there, but it's all right. If I hang on, I should die in here, and that'll start me at the start of the thing, ideally with some business, right? Right? Yeah? Let's see. Does this give me full Bananza? Yes. Beautiful. All right, let's do this. And make sure to get the checkpoint once we're over there. All right. We're over here. Here's the checkpoint. Oh boy. I have just enough money to get a home, I think. 100? Yeah, I have just enough to get a home. So I can get one more heart. I can get 4 hearts. It might not make a difference with this boss fight. This boss fight, maybe that might do 2. If this boss fight does 2 hearts per hit, then, like, it don't make a mistake. It don't make a difference whether I have 4 or 3, so... Here we go. Boss time. Be reminded, I've been going through this game with no bananas. So I have no upgrades. I have 3 hearts plus 1 from sleeping. And we're going into, Void 2. The big void fight at the end of the game. So that's fun. Let's see how this goes. We're gonna skip this first cutscene. This first one, you can't use your bonanzas, so we'll have no bonanzas for a bit. That's fine. This is a good cutscene, but time is getting late, so we should. Oh God, I already took a hit. It did do like 3, so apparently. Did apparently do 3, so... Huh.
Let's get moving.
I don't want to backtrack. I just want to go. We have 3 hearts to do this battle. I think that might mean I can't take a hit. Okay, we 2.5. It does 2.5 per, so we can take exactly 1 hit, depending on the attack, I guess, maybe. Question mark. Oh boy. This battle, when I had the first time I played it, took a bunch of tries. When I actually did have all the health in the world, all the health that I could muster. I had to go back and get an apple, or an apple juice to finish it, which I do not have the money for at present. I don't have the money for an apple, so let's just hope that we can kick his ass. I mean, so far we're like halfway. Good sign that he's doing that. That just means we have to get over these. We have to get over these walls, and Fuck. Next time. Next time. Next time. Might depend on the attack, whether it does 2 or 3 or whatever. Anything that does 3 will kill us. Yeah, we need to get over the walls and not die. It's important that we do both. Okay, we can do this. Nice. And carefully. This might be harder than the final boss. Certainly more platformery than the final boss. Not to spoil the spoiler yet. But, you know, the final boss, the final bits, tough. Tough. Tough customer. Dang, that's a lot of hours. I have like 80 hours in this game, or like 70, which I think is a lot. Here we go. Okay. Use the chunk jumps effectively to jump over. There's so much lava! Was I at maximum health there? I probably took a hit earlier. That. Lava field is hell. Emerald Rush. I'll say I didn't do much of the Emerald Rush. It's a fine mode. I just didn't get into it as much, oddly enough. I'll say, you know, maybe there is something to be said about, like, yeah, I didn't really do that much of the Emerald Rush. That is something to note as far as, like, Game of the Year consideration goes. Like, does that count against it? I'd say, like, well, it's DLC, it's bonus time, and also, I was busy. There were a lot of other games coming out. I 100%ed this game. And that, I think, you know, speaks a lot to its qualities. I spent a lot of time with this game. Here we go. Again. This is what, like the 3rd time we've gotten to this phase? Let this be the final time. You know what? I'm just going to go around this way. This is a safer way to go. This is a safer way to make this trip out to here. I'm gonna need, this is gonna be a wall of lava, so I need a chunk to jump with. And okay, this took a lot fewer tries than the first time I fought Void Kong this battle, I think. I say, before I've won, actually. But I think I basically won, you know. This is it. This is it. This is done. Done! Alright! Hard! But not that hard. Let's go! The first time I did this, I needed to get an apple juice, and I probably had like twice as many hearts. So that feels good. To do it in like 3 or 4 tries. I'll take it. It's 7:14. I'll say we have plenty of time, I think, to finish this off and have plenty of time for Silksong. Let's watch the cutscene. We're done, yay!
It's finally time, huh?
The transformation bit hasn't happened yet, right? I still have to be transformed into a rock. This is maybe what you think the spoiler is first time you see it, like, oh, like I got transformed into an Otterrock, oh no. That's not it, don't worry, there's something after that. There's probably like a moment of gameplay I probably could have skipped to this part, right? One of my favorite parts of the game is in like 2 seconds. Yeah, sing, go ahead, sing. I know it'll awaken whatever that is, the banandium root. But don't worry, I'm sure it's like the Triforce. I'm sure it's like whoever touches it first gets to make their wish. And we're closer. Yeah, I probably could have hit start and skip to this point. But, whatever, we got time. We got time. Really, both of these games could have, like, 6 hours each. Approaching 6 hours each. But, I would like to be as careful and judicious as I can to allow them to get as close to that as, possible. So, you know. Great song. Around this time, first time I was playing it, I was saying something to the effect of, there's a YouTube short of me reacting to this for the first time since I played my entire first playthrough on stream over the course of 12 hours. Exactly 12 hours, in fact. Just short of the VOD limitation for YouTube, in fact. I suppose if I went over or something, I could split this into 2 and be like, okay, here's low percent Bananza, and then here's some Silksong Act 3. Those could be 2 separate VODs. I prefer it one stream, one VOD, though, I'll say so. Also, it would be getting pretty late into the night if we spent like 6-7 hours with Hollow Knight or Silksong or whatever, or this. We would definitely be up late as fuck. I prefer one VOD to 2, honestly. Yeah, right. Yeah, that's the best moment right there. The moment where DK became unfrozen. Also, guys, I thought you said that you needed to get to the bananium root first. You guys just forgot to run for it, even though you were closer. But it turns out that's not the bananium root. That's K. Rool. And, he's back for the first time in, generations. God damn. It's been too long. I kind of wish that, you know, there had been a DKC, a country game, that was allowed to bring them back. You know, I love Tropical Freeze, but it would have been great if K. Rool had returned in there rather than having the Snowmads be the whole thing. It's pretty fun that he's back and that they make a whole big thing of it. And this last stretch is just amazing. This last stretch of the game is just maybe what pushes it over the top, you know? See you later, K. Rool. He jumps down the hole right here. And then, yeah, we're gonna go follow him down and, fight a bunch of, the dudes down there. Alright, let's go. Get a checkpoint. Good. We still have 3 hearts, but yeah, it keeps going and going, right. Yeah, around this point, I was like 10 hours into the stream last time I did Bananza, and was just thinking like, okay, can I, is this gonna take too many attempts, etc.? And I was very much just like, okay, push through, and it took exactly 12 hours to go through the whole thing. Let's keep going. I think we have time to push through. to do the whole 9. But we will have to be quick. We will have to take as many shortcuts as we can. I wouldn't be surprised if there were more shortcuts than immediately obvious, right? Like, did they ever find extra ones here? Like, I don't know. Maybe you can skip some of the arenas by, like, doing ostrich stuff across big gaps and all that. You're gonna continue your new save, but wanted to stay to see the big man himself. Yeah, he's here, and he's great. And one of the reasons I love this most, this game a lot, is that they brought the Kremlings back, and my god, does this area do them justice. Like, it's just a bunch of little platformy challenges. This area, this last stretch of the game, is just a bunch of little platformy challenges with the Kremling enemies. Fighting Kremling enemies for the first time. And they're all the previous enemies, but they've been reskinned now to be Kremlings. I'll say, I wish the whole game, after this point, was all Kremlings like this. You know, I wish that every time you saw the Crocoids earlier, they were now Kremlings, but alas. Maybe they can patch that in, I don't know. That would be really cool if they could do that eventually, but alas, alas, alas. Let's do this. This is a fantastic part of the game. You know, we got critters. We'll say that. I'll say that when I see a critter next. That's right. It's the planet core for real. Yeah, I love how the old sounds are back. How like the birds, the neckies go like onk and things like that. That is just fantastic. Oh, I can jump. That's pointless, but fun. Neckies! They got neckies! Look at that! That's a necky! I just killed a necky. I just killed another necky. And they make the onk sounds! God damn it! Can't be dying that often if we're to get through this with enough time for Silksong. Neckies! Maybe I could just split the VOD and have one VOD for Silksong and one for this, and do a rarity of rarity, a stream that's allowed to go over 12 hours if it has to. I could think about that, and then try to go the distance on both these games, Act 3, Silksong, and, you know, Bananaless this. Yeah, that sounds like a good idea, honestly. I mean, it sounds like a good thing to let me have the option for, and then we'll see if we need it. Like, with any luck, I could do both of these in 6 hours each, no problems asked, even with intros and outros. That would be ideal. You wish you played country before this game? Oh, wow. Yeah, that's just... Yeah, play all the country games. Everyone. In general, they're phenomenal. If, you know... I'll say, like, I had 30 years of nostalgia that led up to this. We got claptraps! Look at that, it's the... claptrap. We got claptraps, we got neckies, we got whole 9. In this case, they make a very pretty line that you can then climb up. Beautiful, beautiful. I'll say the load times in this are a bit, could be faster. Could be faster after a death. I'll say that.
Can't stop us.
But like, you know, don't die. Is part of that. Just simply try not dying, and that will that'll fix that up nice and good as well. You beat country like a couple months after Bananza. That's great. That's you know, I'm assuming that you weren't there at the time. If you're like a younger dude who didn't grow up with DKC like I did, I'm happy you're discovering it. You know, I do think that like older games can be harder to go back to for, like, you know, personally, there's very few games from before I was born that I would say are like S tier, you know, etc. etc. Critters! Critters! Look, we got critters! I just killed one! That guy just jumped to his fucking death, dipshit. Scared of Donkey Kong. He should be. He should be scared of Donkey Kong. In general, it's a good idea to be scared of Donkey Kong.
Great job.
Oh, where's the way forward? Oh, just down. Just down. You've heard DK64 is very rough. Yeah, good luck with Country 2 and 3. Those are, I would say, 2 and 3 are better games than 1. 2 especially. 2 is phenomenal. And 3 takes it in a slightly different direction, but still damn good and full of fantastic levels. It's a little more puzzly. Just a touch. Almost a little bit more like this game, where it's more about, like, zingers! They killed me.
Can't stop us.
We got zingers! No buzzes.
Nice one.
Fantastic goddamn zingers this time. They did good. They did really good on that front.
I got a bad feeling.
You already know about the alter ego stuff? Yeah, it's cool, it's cool. DK64 is a tough one. I feel like that'd be hard to play for the first time. You know, it is definitely a game of its era. Yeah, that's right, an instant kill. We have 3 hearts. It's worth noting. We haven't gotten any bananas. We are in a tough way. This dude's just a big dude. Okay, I would like a rock to smash with. Very nice. I can become elephant and suck up his foot there. And no matter how lava-y it is, it's actually weak to being sucked. Fuck. You want to get land physically because you have an original Game Boy? Oh, that's pretty cool. One of those retro handhelds that has like actual, you know, GB sockets would also work for that. Though you don't need that, you know, like a retro handheld would also be good. Or just like the originals like you got. That's pretty good. You can always play... Did they add Land 1, 2, and 3 to online yet? I think they did. I forget though. Don't quote me. They need to add the Game Boy Advance ports of the DKCs to online. Not because they're better versions. They're not really. But just because I think it'd be really interesting to have those versions be available again, and you know, you can try out Pacifica and all the various bonus levels they added to them. All the mini games and stuff that, you know, aren't really the main draw or nothing, for sure, but still are cool. Still are good. This is a little hub that we can relax in. Is there a checkpoint or something we can grab real fast? I might want to have this just for this purposes of coming back and getting some health or something later on. Check and make sure there was no checkpoint up here. We do have enough money for a apple juice now. So let's get one. I don't see the shopkeeper, so actually I'm just gonna carry on. Ooh! Yeah! Look at how happy Donkey Kong is. He's having a great time. He's jumping out of camera all nice and silly. I'll say, as far as like Donkey Kong Country things, it could be more elaborate. I do think that like the minecart stuff isn't quite, you know, it's not on the level of DKC, you know, and its minecart levels. I feel like it could be more like that, but it's cool. Definitely better than Donkey Kong 64's approach. And I think that like throwing things from the cart does work well as a thing. Clobbers! Actually, these are kabooms, actually. These are kabooms. You can tell because they're in TNT. We got kabooms! Who are like clobbers, but in TNT barrels. And we also got armies. Look at that. That's an army. I killed it. Real fast like. Army! Clobber! Hole 9. Hole 9. Kaboom, rather. There we go. I had to swerve to not collect the thing. To not collect the banana. Kabooms! We got kabooms! Wow, look at them explode. It's great. We got armies. Army, the enemy from DKC 1. If you don't know what army is. It's self-explanatory when I'm saying army. You know who I mean. There we go. Let's go, let's go, let's go, let's go, let's go. Getting down there. We're getting down there. Ugh. I can also aim with motion controls, if you want. I think we've seen all the Kremlings by this point. I think we've seen all the Kremlings. There's a lot of them, and they're all really great. I like how when you have a chunk, you can kill anything. You know, you can attack anything, even if it's spiky, otherwise dangerous. Chunks are cool. Maybe I should have... Oof. This is gonna be moderately difficult.
Back at it.
Let's use our, use our forms. Use our bonanzas. Your favorite franchise is Wario? Wario Land? That's an interesting one. Not like Wario, WarioWare, but Land specifically. Okay, we got some neckies. Dealt with. Okay, what else we dealing with? What else we got? Lava. Okay. I'm already an elephant. I'm gonna have to re-elephant, but that's fine. Suck, 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 suck. Let's go. Wario World is... Wario World? You're begging Nintendo to make a new Wario Land game. You're sick of nothing but WarioWare. There is the new Wario Land that just came out or the old Wario Land rather, that just came out on online for the first time. I think one of those neckies just like, or one of those armies just went off the edge there. Oh, he's totally going. All right, all right, all right. We just have to deal with these guys, which means grabbing some gold and using it to blow their crap up. Jesus, something just exploded behind me. Oop, not done yet. Really cool how these particular guys make you throw things at them to really take them out cleanly. Specific things. Good, smart design around the whole material puzzle element of this game. Mwah. Climactic cliff, here we are, end of the game. Last couple of thingamajigs. Hello, Cranky, I can't talk to you. On account of you'll give me a banana. I can't do it. You're gonna dip? Thanks for stopping by, Upcern. Good to have you. Good to I appreciate everyone who watches, no matter how long or for what amount of time. Let's do this! Here we go. K Rule 1. We have 3 hearts on account of this is zero banandium gems. We have infinite form, so that's nice. We don't have to, worry about that. But otherwise, we're as weak as they come right now. So that's fun. Let's do this fight. It's all about charging and sending them back. So. Well, that's not enough to put him down. At the very least, I'm getting a bunch of gold from this fight. Do I have to charge up to send every one of them back? Or just like the main big ones? I don't know, but I kind of just don't want to risk it. Either way. Oh, Jesus. Okay. This is gonna be tough. We know this already. I have to do this again. Let's go, let's do it. Charge punches. I wish my charge punch was faster. That's like the one upgrade that I really would like right now. Considering. I can speed up and slow down the cart, by the way. I don't know that I've always known about that. Then did that consistently. I should. Good thing to know how to do. Can I beat his ass right now? I want to run up and beat his ass. Okay, now he's stunned. Just for a second. Fuck! Yeah, that's a one-hit kill right there if he hits us with his cannonballs. Oh boy. Not good. Time to focus. This is a bit of a run back. No apple juice. Is there a shop nearby? I'd buy some apple juice if there was a convenient shop. I don't want to backtrack right now. I'm in a mind to finish this. We'll have a look around if we die. If we die another time. 3 hearts, no apple juice. If we get hit once, we might be done. Let's do this. Just always keep a charge ready, I think. There we go. Come on, come on, come on, come on. It's so little damage until you've landed a few of those. At which point, it's very clear that they're like, okay, well, we get it. You did it. You're good. Okay. And they let you do a bunch more damage and just quote-unquote finish the phase. I should also be clearing the field while I can. Here it comes. Yes! All right, all right. It's like a third of the way down. Oh, I gotta jump. Wait, no, I just have to avoid this. I can just run out of the way, can't I? Here we go. Back off. Clear out some of this gunk. Okay, I wasn't ready that time. Oh, can I throw these at him as well? Like the chunks of gold? Don't those also help? Oh, there's... What was that? You could do a sweeping attack as well? I didn't know about that one. Fortunately, it didn't do enough damage to end me. There we go. 1/3 of the way in. We got half a heart left. I am somewhat scared. Ready up a punch. Every time he's not doing anything, I should be readying up a punch. Don't touch the goop. No goop. Punch, 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 punch. Come on. I'm ready. Okay, got a few hits on him there. Here it comes. Here's another. Probably next hit is the end of this battle. I gotta dodge this crap again. Oh, here it comes. Yeah! Okay. First fight done. First fight done. 3 hearts, first fight done. Hell yeah, okay, good.
Yes! The banandium root is free.
I'd like to buy a apple juice. Thank you. I appreciate it. Can I also just buy an apple or something? I'm pretty low on health, you know. Anyone have health for me?
You okay?
No, I'm not really. Jump off here, buy apple juice. I hope that's feasible. Jump off here. I already have an apple juice. I'm good. I lost 400. That's fine.
Let's get moving.
Cheapest way to get a full health back. Second. K rule. Second K Rool phase, 0 banandium gems, 3 hearts. I have an apple juice this time though, which is nice. Definitely gonna help a lot. This fake credits is very funny. It's nearly 8 o'clock though. It's great that they do the gag. Good crap. Gaboing, Cackle, Cannon, Kingzing, Clampon, Clask, Clank, Clap, Cleaver, Clinger, Cloak, Clobber, Clomp, Clubba, Clump, Naka, and Cobble. Bunch of drones from the previous, the original 3 DKCs, including stuff from like 3 in there, like Cobble and Naka and a couple others, I think. It's cool that it's not exclusively just DKC 1, or exclusively just like the enemies that appeared in this game. Those are cool things. This ending, man, one of the best things that's happened in DKC since the original DKC game, since the SNES, in general. One of the best DKC things of all time. This one will be easy. We just have to throw rocks. Really good. Fortunately, I'm good at throwing rocks. I say rocks, they're like gold. It's like bananas. I love this part where he does the remote control thing, just like in DKC 3. He does the remote control gimmick. It's great. Very DKC 3. You can tell that, you know, they love their DKC, whoever was on the team here. They did their homework. They made it feel right. It feels like DKC. Whoever previously was holding back on the DKC parts of DKC, they were told to take a hike. And, you know, it was allowed to pander a bit. They made this part just for me. And, I love that. I'm so happy, glad, ecstatic. It's wonderful. I think it's one of the things that definitely, like, makes me want to put it over as #1. I don't know, though. I don't know, though. Second phase is so easy. We're not even gonna take a hit. Not a single hit here. There we go. Yeah, not a single hit. No problem at all. That one's free. Bye. Bye, K Rool. See ya in the finale. Oh boy. This is a great twist. This is a great bit. Emerging into New Donk City. Very fun. Great reference to great reference to Odyssey there. And all that. Not important. We're carrying on. We're doing it. Let's finish this off. I love that cutscene for what it's worth, and how cool the idea of like K Rool taking over this city is. But it is getting pretty late. We've gone a little longer on this one than I was. Just a scotch longer, perhaps, than I was looking to do. That in mind. We gotta finish this. We gotta end this. And, that's what we're doing right now. This is the part that's, well, no, not this part exactly. There's a part here that's kind of difficult to skip without, Great. I just lost my, my health item. Great, 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 great. My apple juice. There's a part in like 2 seconds that's hard to skip. I like the barrel cannons are back. Did we mention how barrel cannons are back? I'll say like barely any barrel cannon stuff is like mainline or is like essential, but they do a lot of stuff in like side areas and stuff and traversal between zones and stuff like bonus games and all that. I think that's fantastic, and I hope to continue seeing barrel blasting and all that continue being as big as it is here. I should probably punch this so as to hard game, hard game. Bowling, that's right. That is what this is similar to. There we go, that's more like it. It's also cool having a little bit of girders in there. It's almost a nod to the original DKCs, while nodding more vigorously at DKC 1, 2, and 3. It's almost a nod at the original DK arcade games, while nodding more vigorously at DKC 1, 2, and 3, as well as Mario Odyssey. The correct order of priorities as far as nods go, I think. By the way, this is a great part here, and I say, no, this is not a great part. This is just one of the parts that makes it hard to skip Zebra, because getting through this part without Zebra requires some real fancy footwork, requires some real nonsense, where you, like, get some lava from these guys and attach other material to it so you can, like, hang off those lava snakes. It's tough, and I tried to do it like off stream a while ago when the game first came out, because I was curious if I could get through without Zebra Bonanza, and I couldn't do it. So it's easier and faster for me, not for a pro, to just get Zebra. I think you can do it with Snake. The crumbly platform is difficult, and the fact that the lava snakes are lava mean that you have to like do some real tricky crap. Snake just hops over the crumble? Is that true? I didn't know that. Is that real? I mean, if we die, we'll try it out. K Rool finale. Final K Rool. 3 hearts. I got no apple juice. Let's do this. This whole section of the game rules, and I love it, and I love all what they achieved here in general. This is a phenomenal game that just goes incredible places, and also it's just wonderful, good fun to just explore into 100% and to get everything in. My only real wish right now, just playing again, is how I wish that after you got, you know, through there, I just wished all the previous areas were, like, cremified. I mean, I know that that would make it so that if you watch, like, anyone post-game, you would immediately get spoiled on, like, oh, the Kremlings are back. But I think that'd be a price worth paying for the coolness of them being all big style. You know? fuck me. Oh, fuck me. Okay, we gotta watch out for that. Punch those when you have the chance. We can't not punch those. We can't get away from them. We can't suck them fast enough. Let me see if Snake does just bounce over that. I'm pretty sure that's not how it works. Wait, Snake just goes... Snake really does just go over these crumbly platforms? Wait, what? You know, maybe speedrunners also skip Snake, so they have to do a bunch of stuff to get over this part without Snake even. But, oh my god, I didn't know that you could just do this with Snake. Okay, well, even for an amateur, you can skip the zebra if you so desire. It's actually pretty easy. It's actually pretty trivial. Fuck, I didn't know that. I would have totally skipped zebra had I known. Tonight. That's amazing. How had I not heard that before? What? Attempt 2, let's do it. Get a charge ready. Here we go. Second hit. The little piddly hits almost don't matter at all. Like, you only get a few of them and they do like barely any damage. You really just gotta wait to send back more. Right. Get a charge going. Okay. Now that it's all done. Oh geez, this field is so... Oh god. Right, use the gold to spread the gold around and get some safe zones. Elephant is best friend. Okay. Man. We're learning. We're figuring it out. We got this. It is 8 o'clock now, so we've been going just around 6 hours. Or just around 5 hours. Okay. I'm happy with that. Let me say. Oh, I can get a melon juice now. Wonderful. Wonderful. End game. Endgame K rule. 0 bananas, 3 hearts, 1 melon juice. Let's do this. Got 1 melon juice. That's gonna give me an edge, I think. Gonna be tough. We won't be able to survive that much, but we're better off than we were before. First hit. First hit. Here comes the second, and then we just gotta survive for a while. Okay. There we go. Again, I don't think those actually matter so much. The big hits are what, oh hey, third. Oh, you can totally just throw a thing at it to make those balls do their thing. You don't have to, Oh, fuck, there was muck on the ground. We're finding some hearts. We're finding some hearts. There, some apples. It's very helpful. Fire off another one, K-Rule. I'm sorry. I was preoccupied. Oh, damn it. Oh, jeez. Might be time to start charging. Here we go. All right, all right. Yeah, yeah, serious damage, serious damage. That's a third, or maybe a fourth. That's a phase. Ooh. Cannon? Cannon? Yes, cannon. All right, bouncy cannons. This is basically, the bouncy shot is right out of DKC2, by the way. Fantastic. Some of the, like, it was a great idea then for a twist on the cannonball situation, and still a great twist now, 20, 30 years later. 30 years later. All right, there's another hit. There's another hit. Up pretty quick that time. Man, I don't have that much in the way of, like, I don't gain my my balls, my matter balls all that quickly. So I gotta be judicious and shit with it. Oh, it's time. Here we go. Yeah, 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 yeah. Okay, okay. Second phase. Done. That's another phase. This is the run. This is it. We're doing it. We still have our apple juice, too. Which is real nice and good. Let me get a charge ready. Oh, God. Again with the balls, they go in weird patterns. It's really cool. That's right out of DKC2, one of the best games of all time, and you know, good for them for bringing that back. Damn it! after all these years. Okay, I'm feeling like it's time for more ball hitting. These bosses are super fun, I'll say. Jesus Christ. I think it's time. Okay, I'm ready. Is this it? Is this it? Are we done? Are we done? That's it! We're done! 3 hearts! K-Rool dead! Didn't even use our, apple juice. That was a perfect, thing that, we did. Fuck yeah! Bananza, goddamn rules. The ending's good too. Yay, everyone's happy. We're running a little late perhaps. Great credits, you know, you dig down, it's all good. Final thoughts here with Bananza. We gotta move on to Silksong pretty quickly here. Bananza is just a hell of a good time. Super fun and creative, and I think it definitely, like, lives up to Odyssey's legacy. The main line and playing it that way obviously isn't the recommended way, I'd say. Like, I am happy to have gotten through with 0 bananas, 0 bananium gems, but I will be the first to admit it's way more satisfying when you can just be running around like a madman and just go like, banana! In fact, there we go. It's time to break our cherry and eat some bananas for the first time. While I'm giving final thoughts, we'll eat as many bananas as we can. This is a hell of a good game. This is a hell of a great game. This is a hell of a successor to both DKC and Mario Odyssey. And I think it really just is a phenomenon. I really like how, you know, making the bananas optional, I think does a good job in, like, making it so that most people playing the game will collect them anyway, but don't just do it based on a quota. Don't just go like, okay, I need to get 20 of them and then I'll never finish off this world. Like, no, you'll eat as many as you have time for, and as many as you can find, and you'll be pretty, pleased by that. You'll be pretty delighted as you, gorge yourself and find more and more bananas. This is, kind of a hard one to do without any... I can't do this one without any, Bananzas, actually, sadly. The way that it expands the bonus areas from Odyssey and makes it so that there are 3 bananas instead of 2, I thought was lovely. Made all of those a delight to go through, find, and complete. The way that the Bananzas just let you break the game in really fun, powerful ways, I thought was fantastic. The way that you can very easily buy hints after you've finished an area is just good. And just like the basic... Hey. Just like the basic, pleasure. That's right. Pauline is back. Just the basic pleasure of, like, doing a ground pound. You know, they do so many good things to, like, show you where things are. Right? Like, you're doing a ground pound just to collect something, and then a banana just highlights itself in a wall that, highlights itself in a wall there, and you go, oh, shit. And then you dig through that wall and you get that banana. It just feels good every single time. The way that the fossils work is just such a step up from the... even the fantastic purple coins of the last game. It's just fantastic, and I love how even those have a hint system that isn't tied to an amiibo, let's say. Like, that is a very positive, good change. What is this? Let's do this one. And we'll pop out here. Little bit of post-game here. Thorn choked conveyor. You know, all these bonus areas are fantastic with their little puzzles and their traversal bits. Like, this is where maybe most of the platforming of the game is hidden away. And as well as, you know, a decent amount of puzzle solving and exploration and just, like, finding those hidden bananas. And, you know, it's fantastic. It's so good. They get a lot of gameplay variety out of this. Obviously, since we were trying to just mainline and do it, which, you know, I'll say, like, I'm pretty happy with doing it in around 5 hours. We didn't get to see a lot of these, but it is worth appreciating them and worth saying, like, yeah, they're great. I've heard people get into the mode that they added in the island expansion. I wasn't as big into that one myself, but still, I love the island, and you know, if like you've done 100% of the game, got every banana, and you're still looking for things to do in the world, that's just a phenomenal sign. It is. And you know, both Bananza and Silksong are games that are worth expanding, even though they are 70 hours all told, like going for 100% of everything. There's just something delightful about clapping, seeing a banana underground, and going for it. A freeform joy, a banana, a fossil, anything really. Also, let me just say, those giant fossils, like the whalebone thing in this world, those are just so damn cool. So many good things about this game. Honestly, we've been playing it for 5 hours, and yet I feel like it's hard to say enough. It's hard to, like, spend enough time and to really, like, get a full taste of, like, what this game does right, what this game does good, how wonderful, lovable, great this whole thing is. Hello, Elder. What do we gotta do now? It's angling good. You need a real song? Oh, a rehearsal. The rehearsals were pretty good too. I enjoyed going through them and getting all the optional bananas. I'll say, as far as post-game goes, Odyssey doesn't have anything on, or Bananza doesn't have anything on Odyssey. But also, I do feel like Bananza more front-loads all its stuff, where like, you can basically do anything first time you're in any of these worlds, and I can't argue with that because it's phenomenal all the way through, every time. I'm gonna go to a break. I'm going to use the facilities, and then we're gonna go over to Silksong. It's time for Silksong now, those, I think, are enough final thoughts on Bonanza. Criticisms of Bonanza. 1, I wish the Kremlin stuck around. 2, I wish that, Zebra, Bonanza is a little bit lacking. I also don't like the glare that much, but Snake Bonanza is so good that barely matters to me. That's about it. That's about it for criticisms I would make. And 3, I wish there was more post-game added. I wish there was more that was held for post-game, but then again, you know, there's like as many bananas in the world as there are moons in Odyssey, so it's kind of as packed as it needs to be from the start, so I can't really hold it against it. Love the Kremlings came back. That's maybe one of the things I gotta say. The Kremling part is so good. The Kremling return, so fantastic. My God. Okay, that's it. Let's I'm gonna go to the break, switch some stuff out, and then yeah, what time it is it? How long have we been going? How big is Bonanza's section of the VOD? Let's see. We have been recording for 5.5 hours. Okay, excellent. Let's look to have 5.5 hours of Silksong then, or so. Okay. Let me move back over here. All right. That was Donkey Kong Bananza. I'll say, if I end up splitting up the VODs into 2 separate VODs, one for Bonanza, one for Silksong, I'll say thank y'all on the Bonanza side for joining me and watching if you did, and hanging out. Here's the old schedule. You can see there that viewer levels are on Friday. Link to the Past randomizer is on Sunday. Otherwise, it's going to be a pretty quiet week as, you know, the New Year's approaches, and everyone's busy with that. I don't have that many plans for that, but, you know, I'm still not doing anything stream-wise. I'm going to sleep and do things of that nature. All right? If I end up splitting the VOD here, here's where I would say goodbye to the VOD people. But, assuming I don't, this is just a little bit of an intermission. Folks, it is now time to get into Silksong. Hello, folks, if I end up splitting the VOD. So, I just finished doing Donkey Kong Bananza, low percent, etc., etc. No bananas, getting through that any percent style. Getting all the bonanzas, but no bananas along the way. And that was for the purpose of refreshing my memory and reminding me what I liked and didn't like about it going through it. And, why do I use this title screen instead of the original one? I can change it back right now if, you'd rather. I forgot you could set that. Anyway! I must have set that for some other reason. Anyway, that's done now. Now we're moving on to the second game of the night, Hollow Knight Silksong, which I'll say, in my mind, is like neck and neck with Bonanza. You know, both of these are like top 10 games of all time. I think Bonanza, you know, it's the sequel to Odyssey and DKC2, my 2 favorite games of all time. But Silksong is a phenomenal game unto itself. I think the best Metroidvania that there's ever been. I love it. I found it so amazingly huge and vast, and it was so fun to tear through and to fully explore and to do everything in. And my God, it's a hell of a thing. The plan for tonight, you know, we just finished Bananaless on Donkey Kong. The plan for tonight is I got this this clear save here, and what I would like to do, 100% you can see, I would like to do is do the thing where Wait. Oh yeah, okay, good. I can revert it back to back to Act 3 start. So, we will do that. We will back it all the way up to Act 3 start, and we will do Act 3 from there. I'll say, like, I would hesitate to do this normally, but Thing is, this is the Xbox version that I'm not going to have anymore ever once like Game Pass expires. I resubbed the Game Pass just for this month so that I could do this stream and the last week's stream where I looked at Doom, blueprints, and a bunch of other stuff that's still exclusive to Xbox. You know, it doesn't on Switch yet. When those games come on Switch, I will buy them on Switch. Until such time, I'm not buying them on Xbox, so the only choice is to resub to Game Pass to check them out again. So that's what I did. I'm not going to do it anymore, so this save will effectively be lost once that expires. And then, like, the Switch 2 version will be my main version. Or the PC. I got the PC version as well. So, you know, when I need to do the randomizer, I'll do that. You see. Does that all make sense? It's all good, it's all fun. I think we're just about ready to start. Excellent. Okay. Good little Silksong intro. And I'll say if we end up, like, splitting up the VODs, this is the start of the VOD, so, you know, welcome. Let's do it. I'll think about it. Maybe it'd be better to have these as 2 separate VODs, and that would mean that I could go as long as I wanted on Silksong without having to worry. Like, I'm not sure how long it would take to go through Act 3, just like trying to rush. Like, we got through Bananza in 5.5 hours. Can we do the same for Silksong? If this is more like 8, I wouldn't mind going the distance, honestly, and, like, going for the gold, but, yeah. Here we go, Act 3. Spoilers for Act 3, by the way. Spoilers. We are starting here in Act 3, and, I am going to try to mainline it as best I can. Feel like... How's the audio? Feel like her voice is louder than mine. I'm gonna take it down a notch. That sounds good to me. Y'all let me know if further adjustments are required. I could have actually checked this before I started, like last night, but I instead decided to focus on other things. Like just sort of winging this whole stream, more or less. Yeah, it's more fun to go do that sometimes. And also, the Friday stream will require a good amount of prep. You know, I'll have to decide on my game of the year. I have to get that whole list ready. As well as anime of the year. And I'll do, I'm gonna do, like TV show / film, parentheses, not anime of the year as well. I'll put together a top 10 of movies and shows. I've only watched 3 shows this year, apparently. Looking at, I think I've only watched 3 American non-anime shows this year, so that's fun. Meanwhile, as far as anime goes, I think I've watched something like 100 and something or other. I don't know. It's in that ballpark. This is a little bit of a slow start. I'll say timestamp-wise, I think there's like some obvious checkpoints in this, right? There's some obvious points at which it makes sense to put a timestamp, etc. This first part, all the way to, like, I think when we get to the major area of give it a little bit less. When we get to the major area of this I'll start with any of my equipables equipped, do I? When we get to the first major area of this game, at that point we'll do a timestamp and all that for the VOD. You know, when we go, you know. And then when we get back, that's another timestamp. Maybe like the 3 specific areas of that that part of the game. Each of those could be their own timestamp or not, I don't know. maybe it depends on, like, if this is one VOD shared with Bananza, or if this is its own thing. If I split them out, yeah, sure. Give each of the hearts their own timestamp on the VOD. Sure, why not? And maybe even in retrospect, maybe Bananza's ones could be every world, or like more granular than I was saying earlier. I don't know. I was planning on doing this all in one. But if I have to split it, like, this is the VOD that would be perfectly fine split up into two, considering that it's two completely different things stuck together. I could have done them differently. I could have done them on different days. Maybe I should have done. Honestly. But it is fun to get them back to back like this. And, you know, have my feelings fall out naturally where they do. We'll see. We'll think about it. Play it by ear. See how much time we need. I'm willing to go the distance. Though, if by distance you mean more than 12 hours here, like, no, that would require 3 VODs. That'd be ridiculous. That's... Is music off? I don't think so. It's just quiet. I can hear music. Everything is on, everything is default. The music is just very soft at this point in the game. All my controls are default. You'll hear some music, I think, when we run into stuff. Should it be louder? I'll crank it a bit, if that helps. This should be good, I think. First chunk of the game. I really like... I should start talking about the things I really like about this. Oh, first off, hang on, before we leave this area, I gotta change my crap. This is not my loadout. I need to put on my loadout. Need to remember to do that. Right now. Okay. My loadout, my crest is the Wanderer, I think. Let's see what I got for tools right now. So I can equip one. I don't have, I didn't get the cogwheels in Act 1 or 2 originally. I'll say we are somewhat limited by, like, what I did in Act 2 and 1 in my first playthrough. I did eventually 100% it, but that was, like, during Act 3 for the most part, for some parts. The cogwork wheel might be the best possible option we have of the remaining options. Magnemite. I like the compass. Weighted belt, sure, why not? I like the Silk Speed anklets. Those are really powerful. Those are really fun to use and makes you go real damn fast. Long claw, I like that. Injector band, I like that as well. This gives you faster healing. This gives you 2 heals, so 4 health rather than the other way. I think these are a great combination, and I will use them. Meanwhile, for oh, I see what I must have done. I must have put this onto there, and then yeah, those got unequipped when we went to the place. House. The scuttle is so weird. That's rosaries. That's good for grinding, not good for anything else. I'll say with the rosaries, they're cool, but you know, At a certain point, I realized, like, you could just grind for a while to get up to any amount. So I stopped really caring, like, whether I lost any or gained any or, you know, unless I was specifically out looking for rosaries. It doesn't terribly matter. Yeah, let's use this. It doesn't terribly matter, like, how many you have, etc. I love in this game how easy it is to just, like, once you're familiar with an area, really just tear around it and just run full sprint. Like, the fact is, you go so fast in this game, it's amazing. You know, with just the regular sprint, even. It's so fun to just, like, run around and traverse. Like, that's a thing that I think really makes this stand out to me as far as Metroidvanias go, right? Like, they really just improved the traversal so much with the addition of this one particular move, the run, the dash. The dash is just like the killer move, I think, of Silksong, and I think without it, we would not be talking. I would not be talking about it for Game of the Year, I think, or, you know, not #1. You know, not vying for the #1 spot. Maybe for the #2 spot. Honestly, like, this game is amazing in so many respects. Like, the dash and the mobility is just one part of it. But, my god, is the dash just, like, so instrumental to a lot of what I love about this game, about Silksong. Just, like, running around the world just feels so good. Traversing, you know, it's a massive world. A massive, giant, enormous, huge, all-encompassing world that's just incredible in its depth, range, etc. And how many new areas you keep on stumbling into, even after you think you've seen the last of it, even after you think you've seen, like, the last major area. I have craft metal, and we could go get you know what? We can go get that high holes. We can go get Cogfly. Let's get Cogfly real fast before we proceed. Before we continue. Oh, this is not it. First off, let's open up the way to first shrine. I think it's great in this part of the game, right? You come up here and you find that the fast travel has been locked off, and you're forced to, like, traverse the newly dangerous corridors of Act 3. It's a really cool way of taking areas, but that by this point in the game, you've more than become accustomed to, right? Like, you've more than become accustomed to running around all these zones and feeling safe, running full speed, etc. And now, they're dangerous again, because the enemies have been powered up. Things have been messed up. It's, all rough. I think that's a fantastic way to just, like... get more out of the game, get more out of the, Yeah, I can totally do this. I can totally take the... Is this the way? Is this the room? Tell me this is the room. I would love this to be the room where you can get the cogflies. Of course, like with the original Hollow Knight, there's a lot you can do insofar as, like, goofy stuff like, you know, a good pogo off an enemy can let you go to a place that otherwise you wouldn't be able to go to. Wait, you can just climb up here. Maybe. Yeah. There's a lot to be said insofar as, like, this game lets you do a lot of messed up stuff. It lets you break the logic. Like Bananza, you know, that has an obvious structure, but like Bananza, you can totally break that structure in a lot of little ways. Guys are trouble. I don't have the silk right now to heal, so let me get some and then do a big heal. Hell yeah. Like Bananza. like Bananza, there's a lot to be said to how this game like allows you to break through. And honestly, I'm pretty curious to see like how speedruns evolve over the next like, you know, near future. How all that stuff like comes together, etc. Routing, and I'm especially excited for the randomizer whenever that is fully developed and there's logic and like, you know, whole nine. There is an item randomizer that lets you randomize the items, but that's not really what I'm looking for. I'm looking for the ones that includes progression items so that you can do, so that you can be like, here we go. Get the hog fly real fast. I want the ones with progression items so that you can be like, okay, you know, the order in which you explore the world gets randomized as well. That's what I'm looking for. There is an enemy randomizer. Yeah. But I'm wanting the progression randomizer. That's my jam. Typically, that's what I look for in a randomizer. Enemy randomizers and things of that nature are cool, but like to me, that's more of a secondary thing. You know, that's like, okay, let me randomize the everything else, and then I'll consider things like enemies and items and things that aren't necessarily to the core progression. You know, I feel like a randomizer that doesn't like make you have a tracker and think really hard and long about like where can you go next, what do you have the option for right now, is less interesting than the alternative. And this, I think that this has all the bones for a really fantastic randomizer down the road, down the line. Let's equip that real fast. Get the cog flies going. Now, let's call our Bell Beast. Did I say call our Bell Beast? I mean, let's fight the first boss of the, Act 3. I guess this is optional. Does anyone, like, skip this and just manually run around? I'll say if you do, you're missing out on some good shit. You're missing up on some good crap. Let's adjust the volume. Now that there's music and stuff. This sounds fine. This is good. Yeah. Everyone happy with volume? I can give it more if you want. I think this is about right. Could be a tiny bit higher. Let me know. I also like how this brings back the bell motif from the original Bell Beast battle. Look at this. I have so many masks. The last time I played this, I did this in the on the Switch 2 version, where I got to the end in like 12 hours and like barely got any masks, barely above like the vanilla amount. I will finish that version sometime eventually, and maybe even go for a higher percentage of completion and all that there as well. But it would be 3 times as hard to do it over there as over here, you know, where I have so much working in my favor. Like, I basically did everything that I could find in the game before starting Act 3. I mean, at a certain point, like, it does seem like you need to do basically everything before Act 3, other than, like, finding things and other things that are totally optional, not really linked to any quests or such and so forth. There we go, we did it. We beat the first one. We beat the first boss there. Nice and easy. Yeah, going from the Switch 2 version where I have half as much health to this, really makes it seem like child's play. It's funny, the second time you beat these bosses, like on the Switch 2 version or etc., it just feels a whole lot easier because you've done it before and you've already gotten the patterns down. I think I'm gonna have a lot of fun replaying this over the years eventually, and especially the randomizer when that happens. I think we have no trouble at all. We've got nothing to worry about. We're gonna get through everything. Yeah, Growl is so easy with 9 masks. Yeah, I did Growl recently with like 4 or 5 or whatever you start with. Maybe 1 extra. So, yeah, this amount of masks is just, delightful. Delightful. Speaking of delightful, this is one of the coolest abilities in the game, and one that I want to start the randomizer with every time. This is the Beastling Call, which lets you teleport back to your fast travel point, which is so good, so essential, really makes exploring the Act 3 mess delightfully nice, because you can basically go as far as field as you want, you know, just like run in any direction, get lost. Well, you can't do it on any surface, so jot that down, but, you know, get lost and go like, oh, where am I? I don't know. We're really close. And then go like, guys, come get me. And they'll come and bring you back. It's really nice for getting back to your fast travel network instantly. A nice teleport from wherever you are. I love it so much, and it is just one of the best additions that you get in Act 3. One of the best things that you get in Act 3. I might say the best thing you get in Act 3, and you get it right away. It's so good. You know, it's so handy for like you explore deep into an area, you just pop right back to the fast travel point. You know, you maybe you leave the Bell Beast somewhere where you want him to be. And then when you're ready to return to him, oh crap, we're already in Bellheart or something. Isn't this nice? That's exactly where I wanted to go. Save you an extra load, even. Save you an additional part of a trip. Go to Bone Bottom. Such a good move. Such a good move. When people are doing the randomizer, please include an option to let you start with that. Please, please, please. Include an option to let you start with that. That would be so handy and good for the purposes of a randomizer. I wouldn't want to start without it, honestly. Also the dash, same thing. I want to start with the dash, because the dash just makes the game so much more fun. I don't care what things are unlocked behind dash. I just want to start at full fucking speed. Thank you. Good night. Let's talk to these guys, and then we'll go downstairs to the next chunk of this game. This game takes itself very seriously. I think it's well written. I think it has good vibes and a lot of lovable characters. Sherma is the best of them, I think. Yes, Sherma. Shit, like a lot of the NPCs other than that are great too. Like your map making buddy. Your what's the pair that's always mounted? Those two are great. There's some wonderful characters in this. The snails are alright. I don't mind them. Not my favorite or nothing. Garmund and Zaza. Yeah, there we go. Those two are fantastic. Really cool. Who else is fantastic? The fleas are really fun. All the NPCs I think are very lovable. I feel like this game has some interesting things to say about like religion, I guess. Religion, what else does it have things to say about? About, like, hope? There's some interesting stuff in this. Let me see. Let me look at my map real fast. How are we getting down to, the deep, deep docks? you can see here that I've been down to the part where we're going before, so you know I already have that area explored. I explored like so much of this game. I explored basically everything that I could do, and you know, yeah, it's wonderful, lovable, good. These guys are now a bigger threat. Hey, there's Garmin. Oops. There's Garmin and Zaza. I was not much of a help there, I'll say. Here's the thing that people struggle with Silksong, is the runbacks. Is dying and then having to run all the way back to where you were. I'll say for my part, I don't mind it at all in this game. You know why? Exactly. You fucking run fast. I mean, I'll say... I currently have a item that makes my run even faster than vanilla style, but you run real damn fast, and we have regained our 40 rosaries. That was barely anything. You run so fast. It's fast to like just, you know, though in a game like this, it's best to like be careful and like traverse carefully. When you really just want to crank and really just want to get back to where you were, and are willing to take any risk, the risk to go fast and have fun, like you can go really fast and you can have a lot of fun while doing that. And I think that is just essential in a game like this where you'll want to backtrack a lot. You'll have to backtrack a lot. You'll have to return from whence you came. Okay, yeah, we have to talk to her over here. Hell yeah. Easy there. Having, you managing? Talk to this guy. This guy will tell us that, diving bell, that's right. Yeah, I don't know what you're doing there with the digging up the fire. I don't know, that's really helping. You really should help me go downstairs to the abyss. I guess they've already said the abyss is where we're going, so now I can say openly the abyss is where we're going. Let's do it. The abyss section is a whole bit. I'll say... Here we're down from here. I'll say Act 1 and Act 2 of Silksong I found to be absolutely delightful. You know, the first act has a pretty straightforward structure going area by area, each area pretty distinct and pretty big and massive and difficult, and going through each of those areas one by one pretty much the linear order was pretty cool and good. But I feel like when you get to Act 2 and get to the Citadel, I feel like that is just a big fun change of pace, you know, and you find like this big huge interconnected area that basically kind of feels like a Castlevania castle, you know, just like it's a single castle, it's a single structure, but it has all these smaller areas that just feel like they're a part of the greater whole and just really feel like, you know, it feels like a much more vast and interconnected place to discover and explore, and especially like with how challenging the underworks are during your first visit, assuming you come via Grand Gate and not through Sinner's Road. It's just a lovely good time and such a big, giant, massive second act of the game that's really just as big as the first act, especially if you include Mount Fae, Sands of Carrick to a certain extent. At least you can go there. I guess it's more of an Act 3 area. That area is Bile Water, Putrefied Ducks. There's some great areas that Act 3 or Act 2 has for it. Now, on the other hand, I'll say we're heading now for Act 3. I do think Act 3 is a little small by comparison, you know, and definitely when I was ramping up for Act 3, I was very much wondering, like, okay, Act 3, holy shit. What, are we going to, like, drop and find another reveal? Are we, you know, when I was... Thank you, dude, Ballo. Got the diving bell key. I'm gonna stay in this corner, by the way. I think that's fine. I think this is a fine corner to be in. There's like some NPC names that are covered up by that, but I think that's fine. I am like fine with that. That's no biggie. As much as the dialogue is good, we don't need to concern ourselves with it every time. When I was first going down into Act 3, part of me did wonder, like, how big is the Abyss? The whole chapter is called The Abyss. Is it just going to be like a third huge area of the game, equally as big as the first winding road, equally as big as the Citadel? And no, it's not that. It's basically just one endgame area that's pretty damn cool, and an escape sequence that's also pretty damn cool. But part of me still wishes it was that expansive, you know, that like you went down that deep and found just like biome, like multiple biomes even. And I do hope in DLC, that's one area they're looking to expand, you know, as they're looking to add more areas. If they could add more areas to the Abyss, I think that would be wonderfully good. I wonder if Act Sea of Sorrow is Act 2. Yeah, I reckon Sea of Sorrow will be like topside. Will be like over to the right, basically. I think there's evidence to suggest that, based on what we know about it so far. Folks, we're in the Abyss, by the way. I've been talking about the Abyss a bit. I do think that this Abyss section is really cool, and it, you know, certainly is a vibe, and it's interesting that, like, oh, you know, this is not where... There's no sentient beings here, basically, other than the shadows and the void and all that, and Mother Queen lady, who's been trapped here by us, kinda, maybe. The void, actually, more specifically. That's what happened in the last, well, the end of the game, and the ending that unlocks this is that Mother Silksong, she got all fucked up by us, and then the void dragged her down to here. And I'll say again, I kind of wish this was more than just like one area and an escape sequence. You know, I wish this was like a whole set of biomes that all were very alien compared to the overworld. This is wonderfully, very delightfully alien compared to the overworld, I'll say. Let me say, like, that is definitely a true thing about it, is that it's a great place to be. I'm gonna just better part of Valor here. I do think it's great and really alien cool, but also it is just like one area and not like a whole biome. I think I was kind of disappointed by that, but also I do think, I will say, this act does repurpose and reinvigorate and breathe new life into much of what the previous areas in the game. So, like, you know, make no mistake, I'm not saying Act 3 was disappointing. I'm just saying, like, oh, what could have been if this was just like a whole nother new map to explore, rather than just like one part, just like a little endgame enclosure at the edge of the map. You know what I mean? Like, it would have been so cool if, like, it had been a quarter of half as expansive as Act 1 or 2, right? If it had, like, a half dozen areas down here. But I'll say I don't mind what they actually did. Don't mind, like, how Act 3 actually is. And I'll say again, I do believe this game is one of the biggest and most impressive Metroidvanias, and largest, that's ever been made. So, you know, let me just say, like this is not me saying, oh, this is the equivalent of me saying in the other game, in the last game, I wish that certain endgame things were applied to previous levels. You know, it's a criticism for sure, but also it's more of just like, oh, you know, potential left on the table. And like in the case of the other game, where I'm definitely here going like, you guys can patch that in as like an option, right? Or add some DLC that adds like more stuff with those dudes, those end game characters. We're not spoiling Bananza anymore now that we're done with it, I guess. Yeah, let's just better part of valor. These guys are tough, and we don't have to fight them. In fact, we don't have to do anything other than move fast and go down. Just a lost opportunity. A opportunity. I think they had an opportunity for more. They didn't quite take it. It's still one of the best games of all time. It's still phenomenal. And, like, also, with the way that Team Cherry, like, expands their games, and I say their games, they've only had one other ones. The way that, like, there's a bunch of DLC coming next year, I'm hoping something will be added to this area. I mean, I guess you could argue, like, no, they should add to the upper parts, because not everyone gets to Act 3. Act 3 is sort of a hard thing to justify putting in the work for. But I'll say, there's a lot here in Act 3 that's exclusive to Act 3. It's just, fewer biomes and more just like this and that. Here, we're getting our map here. This is basically it. This is basically... We've basically been through the abyss. This is like all of it. There's some side rooms that we haven't visited yet, but basically, here's the end of the line. Down there is Mother Silksong, Queen, what's her name? The Monarch. Down there is the Marduk, and we'll go fight her eventually, maybe, question mark. We'll see if we can. Wonder if there is an Act 4. That'd be interesting if they did an Act 4. Maybe people would rather have the DLC, like, just plug into the base game, but, you know, I would like to see the Abyss become more elaborate. I would like to see more than just this down here. You know, maybe the idea that it is just endless black without that much differentiation insofar as, like, ecosystem goes. And I guess that's an interesting idea for how this area to be, but I can't help but imagine, like, there could be more down here. I guess the thing is, like, can you do anything like sentient beings or anything of that nature? If not, like, you're not gonna have a shop, you're not gonna have a hub, a fast travel system. That's another thing, right? Like, I feel like it would have been cool if this area, you know, Act 1 and Act 2 both have their own fast travel systems. You know, the Bell Beast and the shuttles, the vent system. It would have been cool if Act 3, the Abyss, had a third fast travel system. I wonder if they were at any point considering that. I mean, I'll say they do add the warp back to your buddy thing. That is kind of, in effect, a fast travel system. That is totally fast travel system adjacent right there, but still. Let's get the last ability in the game. I'll say Act 3, you know, doesn't have that much in way of abilities. It just basically has that Whole game, really. There's not that much in the way of, like, traversal type abilities. Just, like, maybe 8 tops. Right? Like, how many are there exactly? There's the, Silksong 1, Clawline 2, the Dash 3, Needlein, barely counts as a, yeah, sure. Needlein, Beastling Call, I'll count both of those, sure. Those are, they do Metroid things. Cling Grip, the wall jump, that's like 6. There's the Fade Down Cloak 7. Did I already say there's the double jump? No, that's 7 and 8. There's the hover and then there's the double jump and several additional abilities you get like through stuff like this, which I guess I already covered like around this thing. Like 8 or so abilities. Not very many when you get right down to it. 9, I guess, if you're including the 9 if you're including the the ability to if you're including the thing where you the thing that lets you enter the dreams, basically. 9 including those. Not very many for a Metroidvania, but still, like, I feel like there's more than enough other items to make it interesting, more than enough things to collect, and, like, the fact is that every single item, every single power-up is, like, significant, such that... Yeah, crests and all that. Every single item is significant and worth collecting, so it's worth exploring the world. Another thing I'll say for those who, like, are struggling with the game, etc. One thing I think that is great about this game is that if you are struggling, there is a simple answer, which is just like to go explore. You know, you banging your head against a big boss, you should just back off, relax, explore around. You'll probably find a brand new biome, a brand new, whole new area to make progress in, a whole new place you didn't know about, items, weapons, tools that like, you know, let you do that. And, you know, once you do have that stuff, that battle that you were struggling with earlier is going to seem so much easier. And hell, like, there's something to be said for just, like, gaining the skill. You know, spending the time, learning it. Damn it. There's something to be said for spending the time and learning the fights and stuff. Like when I was going through on Switch too, even though I wasn't like exploring as much, was leaving a lot more on the table, and basically finished in like 12 hours whole game. You know, that version, still I was able to get through high halls. Still I was able to get through, you know, all the difficult bosses that previously I had prepped to high heavens for, you know. Like, I don't know, maybe this is, maybe I'm just so skilled and I shouldn't, try to speak for everyone, but I feel like if you are struggling with this game, you know, and like, the first time was so hard, I think you'd be surprised on the second try how much easier it all seems, and how much more doable, like, every step of the way is, to the point, like, maybe an Iron Soul run would not be so impossible. Maybe that sort of thing wouldn't be so labyrinthine. Oh, 6i, weren't you doing a run like that? An Iron Soul, etc. run, where you were trying to go for, whole 9? How'd that go? How far did you get? Did you end up having to, like, you know, just quit all, sneakily, you know, do the thing where you go, oh, quick game, don't die. I just quit. So, you know, I'm able to get away without dying and restart at the bench. How did that turn out? Curious. So yeah, the bell has been taken back. You're just getting everything in Act 2? Gotcha. So you haven't, like, gamed over or anything yet? That's really rad. I'll say there were some boss fights in my second playthrough that took, like, 1 or 2 tries. It's hard in Act 1 because you can't get any mask, but in Act 2, you can get up to 9? Really? You can't get any mask in Act 1? I didn't know it was quite that, I didn't realize it was quite that, strict. I mean, I do have 9 masks right now, but so I guess I did get all of them before moving on to, Act 3. After wall cling, you can get 6. Gotcha. Okay, so there's some that you can get, like, towards the end of, Act 1. This is the escape sequence. I was totally saying, this is the escape sequence, yada yada yada. And now I'm back at the bottom again, because a bug ate me. Beautiful. Such is Silksong, I guess. I was totally gearing up there for a timestamp, or something of that nature. Totally moving, advancing in that direction for the VOD, you know? But, not yet, not yet. Premature. Shellwood have so many damage to do 2 damage. Yeah, that sounds, it is a difficult area for sure. Yeah, good luck with, all that. The blasted steps, I feel like that's the most difficult. That's the part where it starts getting hard. Are you gonna go blasted steps, or are you gonna go the other way? I went the other way on my second time through. You could also do the thing where you do like the you know, the caravan. I'll say, second time I did Greymore, not bad, not hard. You definitely skill up. Did blasted steps after getting 8 masks? Oh, gotcha. So you're right. So you're in Act 2 then, yeah. You're just saying it was difficult back in Act 1. Okay, I'm following. The speed feels so good to use, but you gotta use it judiciously, you know? You can't always just be running forward blindly. You gotta use it sparingly. You gotta use it, like, when it makes sense. And when it's, safe to do. And that's what makes it so fun. You know, it's high risk and high reward. And, I love that about this game. Let's do the escape sequence. It's time for the escape sequence now. And we've even gotten a checkpoint, so we know, bench, so we know if we die, the escape sequence will, we'll just start it over. Rather than, returning to elsewhere. I think this segment is really cool. I think this segment is really great. I love, like, just... This section of the game is, like, so... There's not much in the game else that's like this. Well, it's just a fun, linear escape with some like, quality, triumphant type, music underscoring it and all that. It's lovely. Rising from the pit. This is also like the other part of the abyss. You know, the abyss is half just endless darkness and half this like lava-y section. And I think that's lovely. I think that's wonderful even. Let's do this. Let's get it done. This section. Ah! This section rules. No joke. I have enough health where if I get hit again, I'm dead. Hey, do I have that, like, anti-fire thing? Let me equip that anti-fire thing. We don't need a super good... Oh, wait, that's a blue. It's a blue. It's a blue. Yeah, get the magma bell, and that'll help with this sequence. Magma bell, pretty good thing to use for this escape. Attempt 2. I also like how much distance this area really implies, you know? You're basically climbing, like, halfway up, you know, farther vertically than it was possible. One of the great things about this is that you're climbing farther vertically than has been possible, like, nearly anywhere else in the game. And as a result, it really does feel like the Abyss is just a million miles down, essentially. They do a great job in, like, selling that through this, this part here. Whew. Like, this might be, this section, I don't know. I don't have the stats, but this section feels like it might be longer than, or taller than, like, the game world is tall otherwise. Or the game world is wide otherwise. Just massive, man. There we go. And also just like one final lava shaft to just fly up really quickly really does sell the size and scope of the Abyss. The Abyss is massive. The Abyss is huge. My god, man. I wish that there was more down there than just the 2 zones. Just the first zone and the second zone there. There we go. And now we've returned up top, and you can see. Yeah, I think the Abyss escape might be taller than the rest of the game is. I'd be curious if there's like a zoomed out image anyone's put together of like the whole game world that is to scale. Like, how far down is the Abyss really? I picture it as like looking like a very, very spindly hammer overall structurally when the distance is really properly shown. Really wish there were like a couple more biomes down there. Or if just like, you know, could have had like a miniature open world down there. You know, it could have been another page of the map where you accessed it by clicking down. By the way, I think like the seas will be beyond Greymoor if I had to guess. I'm thinking like right next to Greymoor. I think there is like a the salty seas. I think that's where they'll be, and there is evidence to suggest that based on like concept art and such. Oh. Ooh. That's the escape. Let's, we are making great time. We are just blasting through. Really, we have, at this rate, this will be well below the need for two separate VODs. Barring, like, me saying something like, okay, you know, let's go see Plant Boy. Let's go see his domain. And all that. Let's do Dancers Part 2. What time is it? It's around 9:30. What, we started around like 8:30, right? Around 8:30 or so. What is the recording at? What's the recording at right now? It's around right at mouse. Look at OBS real fast. We're about at 6.5 hours. We were about at 5.5 hours when we finished Bonanza, so I've been going around an hour. Excellent. I would say I would describe this all as great pace. Oh, and I gotta remember I could just. Oh right, yeah. If you do. Sometimes if you call him from a station, he'll just come to the station. But I guess you have to be on the stand for that. Let's go up to the blasted steps. Oh wait, no, we're here in the area we need to be in to further the story. I believe I do have Carrick open, and I do have the way to Carrick, so we'll just head right over there next, and it'll be pretty straightforward. I think that's the order I want to do them in. I want to do Carrick first. Hey, what's up? It's all fucked up. She's down there, and we need to go through. We need the Everbloom. Wanera. That's right. They're figuring it out. They're figuring it out. They need 3 hearts, and you can get any 3 hearts. There's 4. Let's learn the song. Down and your needle in button. I already assigned my needle in button to Bumper. Felt right. Felt more right than putting it on a face button. I use face button for my my special moves and all that. I feel like that's a better use of Y on this Xbox controller. X on a Switch controller. Let's do it. Let's go and go do Carrick. We have started the quest line now. We have escaped, we have gone down to the void, and then we escaped the void. And we also did the first starting part of Act 3. And now it is time to, so fast to run places. I forget I can teleport now and just dig directly to the Bell Beast here. We're gonna go to the Blasted Steps and head out to, Carrick, the, what's that area called? The Sands of Carrick. I have it open, so this will be rather quick. Like I said, you know, I beat a lot of this game before it back in Act 2, and we reverted to an Act 2 save. I mean, I'll say I beat the game Act 3 style as well, so, you know, I've been here before, done it. I reverted the save so that we could play it again here live as a tester, as like a refresher of like how much I love this game, etc., etc. So, and that about covers where this is where we're at, where we're going, and yeah, Carrick. Yeah, so pretty much all the way open. I went all the way up this way originally in Act 2 and was just like, huh, because there was nothing here. Well, maybe there was like some item or something that you got, but it was kind of felt like a weird, innocuous dead end. First time you're here and first time you go into this zone and it's all just, you know, Ozymandias style. I think, by the way, let me say, I think this is one of my favorite parts of Act 3. I'll say this, I think this is one of my favorite parts of Act 3. The Carrick Tower. That's gonna say the name in 2 seconds. I think this is one of my favorite parts of Act 3 of Silksong here. One of the parts that just floored me, impressed me the most when I played through it the first time. That being, of course, put the name on screen, please. The Coral Tower. Thank you. I forgot what it was named. The thing that really amazed me is how much this was just a small, bespoke area full of enemies that are nowhere else to be seen in the game. You know, just like enemy after enemy, bespoke enemy with bespoke original designs, attack patterns, etc. that you don't see anywhere else other than this one single enemy gauntlets, series of enemy gauntlets, other than this one single challenge gauntlet. Like that guy, you don't see that guy anywhere else. You don't see these guys you actually do see. Bad example, but they're still very cool, and I like them a lot. These fishes, the weird fishes, those are all exclusive to this zone, I think. Right? Maybe? That guy, this fucking weirdo, this guy is all the way exclusive to here. Swordman, absolutely. Nothing like them elsewhere in the game. Everyone Coral here is just exclusive to this zone, and it's amazing just like how much they're willing to make just for a one-off area, just for a area that you don't see anywhere else in the game. I mean, I'll say like originally this was planned to be a whole area. I know this. It was planned to be like where the Sands of Karak were. Presumably some of these enemies would have appeared elsewhere, but it's amazing like how much they just left here. They could have recycled these enemies into being, you know, reworked them into not being Coral. Reworked them into belong elsewhere in the game, but they didn't, and I just find that to be immensely offensive. These guys are entirely new. Just like so many enemies here, brand new. Look at them all. Look at them all. Don't die. Please don't die. Need to use skill and get a heal as you do. This guy is all new. Look at this guy. Oh, shit! I died. That happens when you're playing Silksong. Let's try that again. Be more careful. Be more careful. Use a cogfly or two, you know? Cogfly or two wouldn't have helped me get my my health back. What are you gonna do? tend to use the specials that much. I tend to just save all my stuff for heals. Pretty much just like playing it pretty vanilla style, honestly. Conservatively, I suppose. It is cool that there's like a risk reward with that stuff, you know, that like, oh, you know, you want to use more, you want to use that more often, it's going to come at the cost of like, you know, healing more. And it can be very, very useful for like, I like the AoE one particularly. That's my favorite of the bunch. Fortunately, have enough. Fuck. Hard game. Hard game. We haven't even seen half of them yet. We got plenty of time tonight. Just relax, focus, and deal with it. I think some people struggle with just like, oh, this is a whole area of... This is hard, to be clear. This area is hard. I know this. But I like it. I like that it's a big gauntlet full of enemies you've never seen before. That's extraordinary. That just takes so much... You know, in a game that is otherwise 70 hours long, it is amazing that it can continue to be like, hey, check this out. We know you've been playing for 70 hours to this point. You know, 60 hours to this point, whatever. Here's 20 guys you've never seen before, and they're just exclusive to this, like, 10, 20 minute fucking gauntlet. And it's gonna be hard, but, like, man... They put their whole ass into this thing. And it's amazing. I like the short range attack, you know, with the just being able to do a bunch of attacks in a row. I like that the most of the various options. The Wanderer's Crest, you know, that's my favorite for sure of the lot. Need to back off and heal. I like that you can heal in midair. It makes it so that, you know, I'll say, you know, we did some comparisons during, back in Bananza, between Bananza and Odyssey. I'll say between this and Hollow Knight, personally, I do think Hollow Knight is great. I would say that Silksong is just like, comparing Odyssey and Bananza, it's pretty damn close, and I don't know which one I like more. Between Silksong and Hollow Knight, it's not a competition for me. I fucking love this game an order of magnitude more than Hollow Knight. A lot of it is the dash. I said earlier, the dash is a big part of my love, and I, you know, 100% stand by that and shit. But, like, you are so mobile, you have so many different, like, different kinds of equipment to play with, as far as, like, you know, the Wanderer's Crest works a lot different from all the other crests in the game, so you can pick your favorite and go from there. Oh, we're past this part now. These guys are elsewhere in the game. They're not exclusive to this area. But, like, I feel like the next set of enemies might be. Nope. Need to do a heal, but I also need to find a safe time to do it. Shit. Relax. Relax. I think Hollow Knight is a lot more stiff with a lot of its systems. You know, not just mobility, but also just like things like when you get your soul back. In this game, you get a bunch of silk. And that makes you, you know, more suited, more ready to fight. Whereas in the other game, you have to, like, defeat your shadow. And that only takes things out of you. That's difficult, you know? Whereas in this game, it's free, easy, and it gives you a buff. The fact that you can heal in midair and it's one big heal. You know, in the Hollow Knight, you can heal, like, small style. Like, smaller increments and faster. But it is, like, I think a lot slower overall. Like, as far as, like, health per second goes. If you want, like, a bigger heal. And also, you have to do it in place. You have to do it on the ground. I do think that, like, by default, out of the box, without, you know, equipping some stuff, I do think that Hollow Knight's heal feels a lot worse, meaningfully worse than Silksong's heal. Time to do, speaking of heal. Fuck. Clash there. The other three here, trying to think. There's the Ant Queen. This is just pretty much a boss fight and a little additional area to explore and stuff. No, not really that big of a deal. The other one, the plant. That one was tricky to get to, but it's just a really good, pretty straightforward boss fight. I think we can do that. Ooh, I'm sorry, I forgot there what we were doing. I forgot to do the thing because I was marshaling my thoughts, I guess. I could go free. I think I could. I'm not sure. Do I have a key right now? If we could free Green Prince, I wouldn't mind going to check out his area real fast. You know, and I think, like, his area is just impressive insofar as, like, yes, I have a simple key. His area is just impressive insofar as, like, oh, it's a whole bespoke area that, like, 90% of people might not see, will not see, cannot see. It's impressive the extent to which they are willing to make content that is not for everyone, or that is like, you know, it's a very rare thing to make content that like requires endgame completion. You know, you could even see like it in Bananza, where like there is no post game other than the rehearsals, which are cool, but like it's nothing compared to Odyssey. Like, you can almost see an extent of like, yeah, a lot of people stopped playing Odyssey after they got credits, so Nintendo made it so in the new one they restructured accordingly, which is smart. But I can't help but say I was more impressed playing it the first time, and things just continued blowing up after the credits. And it just kept getting more and more expansive. Odyssey is arguably a more impressive game than Bananza in that respect. Fun challenge is only using Garama. Garama? What's that? Isn't Garama like the assist that you can get? Right stick click. Well, that's like the, come on. How even would you do that? Like, killing guys with that. Not that much in the way of, like, environmental damage to, like, lure them into. Does that hurt? I don't know if that hurts. I haven't actually done Garama that much. Oh, it does do a little bit of damage. It's like Luigi's it's like Luigi's big move. Luigi's taunt in Melee and other all the games, right? I think Luigi has that same taunt across the whole Smash Brothers series, franchise, etc. Ooh, okay. Might be a great time to heal while there's just these floaty fuckers. Now I'll say, we're just kind of mainlining here. I do think a lot of the fun in Silksong comes down to the side quests and like exploration, trying to get everything. Though I will say, again, you know, if there's a critique to make of Silksong, is that there's no way to like, it's harder to like get all the items that you haven't gotten and like mark them on a map or something. That's not a thing that it necessarily has. You sort of have to go outside of the game to do that. Whereas like in Bananza, it's pretty easy to do inside of the game. So like doing all the explorating and like finishing everything off can be more work than it is in some other games that we played tonight, let's say. But I do still think that it's a fantastic good time and worth lauding. The exploration is satisfying and fun. And I wouldn't have spent like 70 hours doing it if it wasn't. You know, these are both games, I'll say. These are both games that really shine when you spend like 70 hours playing them. And you go the distance, and you keep on trucking. And we can't do that tonight because I don't have... There's only so much time before New Year's. And, I gotta make a decision. Damn it. Oh, can I just destroy these? No, they come back. Ooh. Also, that guy's there. Another new guy exclusive to this area. This guy who interacts with the coral. It's really cool. Wait. I still have the bell equipped. I can totally do something else other than that with my defensive options. Next time I die, I'm not gonna die another time, so, you know, it's, wasted. Try to remember that next time I die. Gotta check my equipment. It'd be good to have, a more relevant item equipped, I think. That's always something you can do, right? Like, use different items, use different abilities. Or, you know, just literally go look somewhere else for something you missed. You know, like, I think at this point in the game, I hadn't gotten the poison thing, so we could totally just go down to, I didn't get the poison one when I was, playing the game earlier, so... For that, I would have to go to the poison area, right? And with the bog... Not the bog, no. I would have to go to the tree area. I would have to go to, Shellwood and collect the rest of the... You have to go to Shellwood and collect a bunch of stuff, right? That's an option. That's an option. Okay, unequip this, and I'm gonna go with the Fractured Mask. That was sort of my go-to. The Fraction Mask is great. Here's the thing about the Fraction Mask, though. I do think it is kind of a trap when you get right down to it and you compare it to things like the heal you 4 health instead of 3, heal you faster. The thing about it is it can only save your life once. Whereas, like, extra healing, faster healing, even, like, getting silk from taking damage, all those 3 things can save your life more than once per thing. So, you know, do the math. I think it might actually be more, safer to do it the other way, to go with the silk regeneration, extra silk regeneration over the mask. But I like the mask, and that's reason enough to take it into battle at least once. Now, this is a stream to revisit my favorite parts, and I really did like the mask. You know, I think it is I like it a lot more than the, for some reason, it's a lot more satisfying than the blue Lifeblood extra hearts in the first game. Because those just go away right away. Like, those are spent. Those protect you from your first hit. Whereas these protect you from your last hit. Which is coincidentally the only one that matters, so... You know, it's you have it for longer. It feels better. I don't know if it actually is technically better. I mean, it's a heart that you cannot keep. Which isn't great. But, like, the fact that it's the last one, so, like, you know, it's not instantly you're done. It's more like, you know, like, once you start... Whatever. I could see arguments either way, and maybe after this we'll switch to the one that gives you silk back when you take damage. Yeah, that might be a good idea. I mean, it's nice to have an extra hit here, but it can barely do us any good. We still have to heal, and now it's gone, and we're shit out of luck for the rest of this gauntlet until such time as we die. Hopefully, we'll get to the point where it unlocks a checkpoint this time. That's the dream. That's the hope. That's what we're fighting towards. Oh shit! This is right. These guys lunge. Okay. Yeah, well, that's good. Let's Oh, you know what's another thing that's weird about this gauntlet? When you wake up here, you don't... Oh, you do get the skull back. Okay, then. Oh, I do have the poison. I do have the venom. Get rid of the fractured mask. Do I want venom for my tools or Druid's Eye? There's like an advanced Druid's Eye, right? How many do you need for that? Let me see. I might be at the point where I can go cash that in and get a better Druid's Eye. The better Druid's Eye, definitely want to use. If you can. That absolutely does, like, save your ass more than just an extra skull, an extra health, an extra mask does. Yeah. Ooh. This game's difficult, but I'll say, you know, Bananza's great, but it's not really known for its difficulty. I mean, it's got the hard parts at the very end. It's got the reversals are pretty satisfying. Those are almost more like puzzle zones than like challenge things, except for maybe the last one specifically, which is sort of an exception to the rule of that game. This game is just full of tough challenges, and like I'll say, when you beat one for the first time, there's very little that compares. The feeling of a good victory in a gauntlet like this is just moi. That sums it up. Beautiful. Might be the hardest of the three, just because it's not just one fight, but like a whole biome, you know? It's not a whole biome, it's different, but it's like a whole set of fights. You know, they could have done it like the other one, where it's like, oh, it is a whole biome. It's all in the dream. Like, they did that elsewhere in this game. But I like this. I like this. I really do. It's satisfying about like that moment that you finally do it, that you finally pull it off. I will say this is where my Switch 2 playthrough is currently, and you know, it has like half the health, so like this is extra difficult on that version. I probably need to like back off in that version and just like go about and collect some masks and stuff, as well as other items. That would probably be the smart thing to do versus just like continuing on continuing attempts here. You know, like I said, like if you're ever beating your wall against a head against a wall, very possible to just like go elsewhere and come back later, like after you've explored, found power-ups, etc. Maybe I could also like unequip the speed boost thing. Speed boost is pretty cool, but it is like maybe draining our silk when we don't really need our silk be drained. You know, silk, it's good for exploration and like backtracking and exploring. Not as good for enemy gauntlets like this, where I do really want to use all my silk judiciously and carefully. Also, you know, I could... Do I have all the flies right now? No, there's a couple flies I've left to do. You get all the flies, right? You get, like, the Fleetopia thing. You get, like, that sorted out. And then you get, like, the extra power. That would be great if we could do that, but, nah, we're not gonna run around and get all the flies and do that tonight. No way, no sir, no how. I think I might have done that on the Switch, though. Might have, you know, while I was at it. Just made sure to, finish that, that off. Crap. Oh! That was good, safe location, but only barely. Okay, here comes Big Mama Jama. This guy's tough, but not that tough. Just gotta avoid his attacks and like this guy is good to jump on. Just like jump on repeatedly. So long as he's not jumping, you can just pogo off him. I think that's my preferred way of fighting him, if I remember. Here comes more. We haven't seen a fish like that. Spiky fish. That's new. That's bespoke. So many bespoke enemies. So many bespoke enemies. Heal. Two guys at once now, right? Yes. Does this end with like two at once and there's no floor? I feel like that's gonna come any second now. We got this shit. Okay, well, these guys are easy to heal against. They don't have that many moves that can hit you when you're significantly far away. You're safe while you're in the air against these guys. Yeah! I feel like this is a point where it gives you a shortcut. Nope. Okay. Next gauntlet. After the next gauntlet, shortcut. Probably, maybe. Oh hey, no, it's goes all the way to the right and left. Still no shortcut yet though. One more gauntlet and then shortcuts. Whew. This is the run. Oop. Big heal. Watch out for that dude. Cog flies. Here, have a cog fly. Do a heal as well. Big guys coming. Nope, nope, just sword guys. I got these guys' number. I can clank off their swords. Big guy. I have everyone's number by this point. So, this should be it. Not that scary. Oh, new guy. One last new guy. Bubbly motherfucker. So many new guys. So many new guys. Just for this area. Just this one guy in the game. No more. Okay. Okay. Okay, I'm gonna heal. I want to kill this guy. This guy's being annoying. Now I can focus on big boy here. Now's a great time to heal as well. All right, here we go. No more floor. Jesus Christ. This dude, while there's no floor. Hilarious. Cruel. Mean. This dude, while there's no floor, that's fine. You know? You already want to be in the air while fighting this guy already. Baka! Ah! Oh, god damn, that was close. Damn it. That we were just near the point where it's, yeah, unequip this. And what can I get that yeah, let's increase our damage. Let's increase our damage and take more damage. I want to do that, yes. Let's give that a try, why not? That'll speed up the battles. I think that's a good idea. You gonna die in 2 hits? I don't know about that. Is it like double damage, or is it just like... Maybe it's like double damage. Let's see what happens with the take more damage thing. Is this a really smart move to speed up this gauntlet? Or is this a really dumb move that'll leave me dead, like, right away? That much damage. Oh, jeez. Oh, well, that was pretty fast. It wasn't quite 2 hits, but it was pretty fast. Let's try that again. Give this one more go, and then we'll switch to something more normal. Something more, inoffensive, you know? Something that doesn't, like, come with a liability. How much more damage does this do, by the way? Is this, like, noticeably faster? Oh yeah, that was, like, half our health in 1 hit. That was half our damage in another hit. Ooh, we healed and then we immediately lost the health we healed up to. Yeah, this isn't gonna work. I say that. Yeah. No. Let's go back to something else. Yeah. I really do like the equipment system. I do in this game. You know, I do think some might find it frustrating that, like, oh, everything good is like in the blue, right? Everything that's survival related, all the attacks are red. It's all split up in this way. I do like it though, because it makes it very easy to just keep the compass on and not have to worry about it. You know, you don't have to worry about it at all because there's not really that much else you can equip on your yellow slot other than, you know, the compass and the magnite and maybe the weighted belt. Is there another yellow thing that would help? I'll say, like, it's been a minute. We log cogflies, hell yeah. I wouldn't mind If there's like a item I can find real fast that would help me and would be better with where are the Magnite dice? Yeah, where are those? I don't believe that I have those. Do I have those? Where do you find the Magnite dice? Let me know, and I'll go get them. The dice are pretty close. Oh, maybe we make a quick side trip to get some dice, and then we'll come back here. They're in the blasted steps. Okay. By the stag. Okay. Tell you what. We lose this attempt, we don't get to the checkpoint, we go get the dice. If not, we'll get the dice anyway, like after. That's always the thing you can do in this game. Just go, explore, and find a really good item that'll help you out. You don't have to, you know, if it seems like it's a really difficult gauntlet, know that you don't have to take it low percent style. You don't have to deal with it with your starting stats. You can absolutely do better. We could also go and, you know, we could have like an additional upgrade by this point if we did all the flies and then did the festival of the carnival of the fleas, you know. We could go do that. I think we also might be able to turn in the moss berries. I think I remember when I first turned those in, the upper, the later ones. I realized, like, oh crap, I can just go get the upgrade of moss berries that I never knew existed. And I think I already have that. Grindel has them? Okay, I can deal with him. Do I have to, are they money? Grindel? Is that the guy who's like the thief? Just need 300 in a rosary string? Okay, let me see. Oh yeah, I got it. I think I got it. Definitely have one 220, and then I bet the other ones add up to what I need. If yeah, I got it. That adds up to that many. Okay. Okay. If I wear that badge, the thieves badge, does that, like, give me a discount or something? Probably not, no. That'd be silly. Big heal, time for a big heal. Time for another big heal. Ooh. I like how evil this game is sometimes, honestly. Like, being cruel and unusual with challenges just makes it more satisfying and more rewarding when you actually do push through. And I think it does help a lot that the game feels great to play. It's snappy, responsive, feels really low latency and all that. You know, it's a sharp game that's just really snappy and fast-paced and, you know, high mobility and all that. You know, I've never been a big Souls person. I've only played like a few of them, and never like one of the mainline ones, you know, one of the main ones from the, you know, the originators of the genre, essentially. But like, those I have played that are more Soulsy, where it's, or more like the Souls games where they're pretty stiff and animation priority-wise, I don't like it as much. I like it in like games like this where it's just like, you are the swiftest, most agile motherfucker in the world, and you win with your agility. You know, you win by dodging every attack nimbly and deftly. You know, if they put out a third game and you were playing as like one of these boys, you know, if you were like one of them and were just like controlled like a tank, I feel like I would like that a whole lot less, honestly. You bought both of the Ori games? Fantastic. Those games, well, I mean, I'll say I think the first game's pretty okay. Pretty alright. I might have given it like a 3. But the second game, oh my god, that's fantastic. That one's one of the best, one of the other best Metroidvanias. Definitely top 10. I'll say I do think Ori 2 is a bigger improvement over Ori 1 versus this one. Hollow Knight 1 is fantastic. Don't get me wrong, you know, I'm not, when I said it's, I like it a lot less, I'm not saying that I don't like it and don't love it. Like, I think it's fucking great. I think it has a slow opening, whereas this game has a pretty damn sharp opening, and also, like, gets started pretty quickly, you know, you get, like, the dash. Once you get the dash, you're off to the races in this game. I do think it can be a little while until you get the dash, you know. I tried, like, replaying it, and it's like, you know, it takes you a bit, maybe like an hour before you're like dashing around all nimbly and stuff. Almost like to start with the dash next time I play, but I know that's silly. Again, randomizer, put in the ability for you to start with the dash. Whenever a randomizer is made, I think that'll be a essential feature to have at launch. Pretty far now, considering we're seeing this dude again. Mr. Pops. Mr. Poppy Popples. Okay. I should do a... I healed and then I lost my crap immediately. Ah, guy died to the spikes on his own. Well, that's nice. This is not the only, you know, this isn't the only fight where you'll have no floor to deal with. That's good, like, bit of prep for like a later game zone, a later game boss fight. Do a heal. Big boy coming. Did we die on the big boy last time? Just keep on healing. Keep on relaxing. We got this. The spikes are gone from the ground now, apparently. I think this is as far as we got. I think this is progress. Checkpoint is very soon. I think we might just have to kill this guy, and that's it. Come on! More. 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 Okay, come on. Okay, at least got the heal off. Got, only took one damage. Damn it. Now's a great time for a heal. What is going on? Spikes all around. Two of these guys. I think we might have seen everyone by now, by the way. Except for the, you know, the Mac Daddy. Right? Oh, thank God. Checkpoint. That's checkpoint. Ah, that feels good. That feels really good. I love to get a checkpoint. We'll get those dice next time we die. Anyway, but we might just finish this area before we need them. Let's do this. Ooh. Ooh. I don't think, you know, this is just one fight and then we're on to the boss here. So like I think we're almost very nearly home free here. There's gotta be a big boy before this is over. They gotta send a big boy our way, right? I'd be surprised if there was not a big boy coming our direction. Nope, no big boy. Wow, I guess we're done with big boys. Let's do this. And, yeah, of course, there is the last, one last bespoke enemy here. It's the Mac Daddy. It's, Mr. Karak. It is, Khan, the Crust King. We got this. Does this dude do 3 health? Or did I start at, nah, I think I just started at, 1 down. Ooh, he's stunned. Oh, fuck. It's easy to heal against this guy. He leaves a lot of, like, spaces where you know you're not gonna get hit at any given time. So just, like, relax, back off, and, heal in a safe zone. Stalactite attack. We do have to dodge that. Don't worry about that when we're healing. This is getting close. I feel like we got it. Is this gonna be first try crack? Yes! Yes it is! Yes it is! There we go! Yeah! Yeah! Ah, that's good. It took like 12 tries to get through to the checkpoint, and then we didn't even need it. Ah. Oh man, that feels good. If there's one thing that can, there's multiple things that might be able to push Silksong over Bananza for me, but that feeling after getting a big win is definitely one of the things that could push it over. Could push Silksong over Bananza. Woo! Like, it is such a wonderful feeling to triumph, even on your second playthrough. I need to do that on the Switch too now, where I have a lot fewer hearts, a lot fewer things. I also need to get more hearts on Switch 2. Whenever I have the time to put aside to that next year. I'll, when there's nothing else going on, I'll definitely, like, chug away at the Switch 2 version and get more mask and get completion over there as well. I'd love to have 100% completion again. We have enough beads and stuff. We can just come over here and buy the thing. We have 0 right now, but I can just pop this, pop this, pop this. One more. Okay, give me... The dice are 300 then, yeah? Those dice. What else he got? Nothing really that, like, is too terribly exciting. It can be a little awkward the way equipment works and how it's sort of like a, you know, you kind of don't want to use your equipment because if you do and you run out of shards, you're going to be, you know, shit out of luck next time you want to use them. But, while you're filled up, you might as well start spamming them. You might as well use your cog flies against your toughest foe. I need to remember to do that. I feel like I just never remember. Get rid of that. Put on the dice. Lovely. I'm gonna go down to the Morrow real fast and actually go down to actually the Morrow is correct, yeah. I need to go turn in the berries and get the upgraded hello. The upgraded thing. It's really spooky and cool, like how they, again I'll say, it's really cool in this part of the game how they make the enemies scary again by giving them extra power and more durability and making them just like generally tougher. It's smart as hell. This game, this act, everything, smart as hell. Oh, that's Carrick. We've done Carrick. Let me just, where we're heading now towards, like down here is where you go to get to the witch. I forget. Which way do you go to get to the witch? Which, I actually think it's up there in that little alcove. So top, high up, okay. Folks, this is a great time for a timestamp. Yes, I do believe that putting a timestamp in between each of the 3 areas would be wise. All of a sudden, I believe that to be true. Folks, let me just say... we've been going hard, we've been going heavy, and hey, let's turn this stuff in. I got more moss berries. I will trade it. Yeah, it's been a while since I last played this game. I guess they are... Okay, I guess I need more to get the upgraded mossberry thing. Okay, that's was worth checking at least. and making sure we couldn't get that. One more? Okay. Wonder if there's a good way to find one more real quickly. There's probably not. You'd have to know, like, which ones did I get. I would have to know which ones did I get. So, you know, let's just relax and continue on our main objective here. Our main mission. Not bad to go and run and do this, you know. It's fun to run around these worlds to the world, the single world that there is. I do think, by the way, I've said this before, I think it'd be really great if you had a Metroidvania, 2D Metroidvania, with like a Metroid Prime 2 style dark world, where going in there and, you know, routes through the dark world were like significant and interesting and different structurally. It's nice when you have a dark world, and it's the same map as the original world. It is also nice here, where the original world is just made dark. Either way is cool and good. Lot of potential for types of games people could make. Next stop, folks. I do believe it is a good time for a timestamp. Good time for the next segment of the stream. We beat Karak, and also went and grabbed some dice, too. Also, and now it is time to go to the next of the three major heads, the hearts. I think it's time to go to the far fields here, and sure enough, we're in far fields. And then from the far fields, go to Hunter's Marsh, which this is the fastest way? I don't know. Here we are. We need to go to... Yeah, just like around here, down under there, and then up. You know what? I think that's actually blocked off. That's actually blocked off, isn't it? That's right. That's blocked off in this part of the game. You have to go through Hunter's Marsh long ways. They do some interesting stuff, a little bit, insofar as like mixing up the pathways that are available to you. Not that much. I do think like it would be kind of hellish if just like every shortcut, every, you know, way to traverse the world was like cut off or destroyed, etc. But in a couple cases where they want to make it hard for a very particular purpose, like, okay, you're just starting the area, don't just jump into the fast travel and bop around. Go explore for a bit, you know, go talk to the Bell Beast. Ah. Died to a random dude there. Here's a great example of what the fast travel can do for you. I already traveled to another area, and now I can just dig my way there, rather than calling the Bell Beast here, and then riding him back here. It's a little more convenient. Is this the way? Not really, no. The way is definitely going to be to the left, so... I had no money. I should still get it for the silk. I need my silk back. Silk capacity. Also, just like right there, I can run and go get it really quick. Like, where is it? I do feel like there's some times where when you go for your silk ghost, it's not quite where you left it, you know? It's a little bit higher, a little bit lower, maybe even in some cases a little bit farther in. I think that can be annoying. The first game definitely did that a bit. This game also, I think, does it a bit. I don't know, I don't remember, right? How much or how often that is. I just know if and when it does happen, it's annoying. I can use my my high jump ability. If this guy will fuck off. Dickhead. Really wants me to kill him. This is probably not even a faster way around this area. It's alright. Also filled with enemies who I have to be a little bit careful about. I'll be careful about all these fucking guys, you know? They got really tough attacks now. You know, by the time you got to this point in the game, you're not afraid of any of these fuckers. You've fought them dozens and dozens of times. You're feeling pretty confident, pretty fearless. But by like just like making this whole world more dire, more scary, it breathes some real tension into it, and you know, gives you the feeling you had earlier in the game when these areas would be genuinely scary. You know, when you'd go through Hunter's Marsh and go like, oh my god, oh my god. You know, Hunter's March is scary at the start of the game. End of the game? Not so much. You've mastered it. You can just sprint through it. And be assured that, like, enemies won't touch you. Perhaps will be too slow to catch you. You can, you know, deal with the, Hello? They re-energized this enemy gauntlet. Cool. Good. The gauntlets are all completed and down for the count. Not really scary anymore. But Act 3 makes it scary, and I think that's great. Woo! Little fight there. Let's go. Yeah, you know, some of these areas were like areas that you get so good at, you get so like adjusted to. Like, they were literally areas I would grind. Like, before I made the bench safe, right? Yes. For a while, this was my grinding area. I would go down to the area that leads to the crest and kill that one dude for like 24 rupees. Kind of a lot. And later in the game, the area right to the far upper right before High Halls, the entryway to High Halls, that corridor was where I went to grind at a certain point. Where do you grind in this game? Is there there's probably an agreed upon best place to grind, but I don't know. I didn't actually look into it. Where did you grind in Silksong? Honest question. What was your preferred place to just like run out, kill 3 guys, run back to the bench, rinse, repeat? This is our way to. Did I mention we're going to the Ant Queen? This is the Ant Queen part of the stream. Hunter's March, then Songclave, like near the town. Like with the big boys, the choiry boys, you know, the ones that shift around. Yeah, gotcha. Yeah, I can see that. Those dudes have a bunch. I just like to grind on the smaller guys. Felt safer because you don't have to like pass through any high grass. This area is pretty okay. it is cool, just like even in this late game part of the game, that it continues to reveal big chunks of the map that you previously couldn't get to. It is kind of a shame that, like, you know, I say it's kind of a shame, I mean, I guess it's more of a preview. You get a little bit of a taste of far fields, even though you can't actually see, like, you know, the majority of far fields. Arguably the lion's share of far fields is actually in this chunk up here. It'd be cool if this was entirely disconnected from the previous far fields, but it's fine, it's cool, it's great. And, a really good boss fight waiting for us at the end of this. I feel like this area was pretty, much a gimme. I do like these rings, with how they, just collapse under your weight. That's fun. Is there a bench somewhere near here? Sprint Master has a cool area. Sprint Master's a cool dude. I like his stuff. Obviously, there's I say obviously. I think that the this is where we want to go, if I recall. I recall making this route, and this being a place where a bench is. Yep. Beautiful. Yeah, we're just about here now. Excellent. Let's go do the second one. Oh, what time is it? It's around 10:30. Not sure how long those attempts do. You know, we don't have that much we need to do here tonight for this part of the game. If we're just looking at, like, total amount to do, right? Total amount of areas to explore. Basically, I mean, I'll say this area is a little bigger than I remember. A little bit more of a... less of a gimme, you know? They definitely make it a little bit of a trek. I mean, I think actually this is optional just for a memory locket, which I'll say I don't really need because I use the Wanderer's Crest. I'm already maxed out on that. That said, like, hey, you know, if I could get all the crests and get them all, like, fully unlocked, then, like, I could maybe get the thing that you get for that. Oh, here's the way. You talk to her, and she says, "Oh, fuck off, I'm old and decrepit. I'm not... I used to be a whole lot tougher." Then you play her song, and then you fight some dudes, and then you fight her. It's not as much of a gauntlet. You know, when I did Karak first. I did that whole section of the game first. So I was kind of expecting all of these to be that elaborate. They're not really. But I do think they're good chunks of the game. I do think that, like, this is a fantastic boss. I do think it's really cool to see the ant people at their height. And the plant boss is also cool. I think Karak is definitely the best of the three. With maybe the whole Verdania or whatever being the second best. Certainly that one's the most elaborate. Like, you know, these guys are great and all, but you've fought them the whole game, practically. Like, in my first session with this game, I ran into these guys and made some pretty big victories against them. These guys are new. These guys, don't exist in present day. But I think that's, like, it. And also, like, that's it for fighting other ants. Now, we're fighting Carmelita, or Carmelita. Carmelita. relearn the patterns. Excuse me while I die. How we doing so far? How long we been going? Took us around 5.5 to do Bananza. We are now what? Like, look at the VOD length. We're like 8 hours in total. So what's that mean? 2.5 on this game so far? Okay. We're making pretty good pace. I'll say I'm willing to go. I'm willing to just do this whole act, honestly. Maybe we keep on, we go the distance. Maybe we do the whole act and then split it up into 2 VODs. I've already done everything I need to do and said everything I need to say at the start and end of each VOD to make it so that that would work, so. It's been a long time since I streamed longer than 12 hours. Since I've been trying to be pretty good about YouTube VOD restrictions. You know, they can only be 12 hours. But if it's just separate Silksong and a separate Bananza, first off, that just makes sense. Second off, yeah, no, just makes sense, is smart, etc., etc. Let's do this. Star Singer Carmelita. I gotta remember to jump. Gotta remember to heal. I'm currently doing pretty good about, like, getting enough silk back. You know, I'm taking a lot of damage, but I'm also healing a lot of damage. Don't have enough yet, so that's bad. Hey, 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 hey! Good time for good time for a thing. For a stun. How many times does she yell in the battle? Kurak went down pretty easy compared to his, like, tower of, his hard-ass tower. Ooh. She's doing the big yell. That's a good sign. It's always a good sign when the boss yells big. I mean, it's a good sign. Also, it means that you do have to worry about, oh geez, new phase starting. But new phase starting means you're doing pretty damn well. The dice are definitely saving us some meaningful damage. Fuck! Is this your game of the year? I'm not sure yet. Undecided as of yet, but I'm having a hell of a time, and I want to go the distance. I'll say that much. I'll say that much right now. And I think that these bosses, they're not as tough as I think Kurak's tower might be the hardest part, honestly. Like, that's the part I hear people skipping, you know, and doing Verdania instead. And the last one's the plant. I think the plant might be the easiest of the 3. I think that gave me no problem at all when I first fought it. It was a bit hard to get in. That dude at the gates, Seth, that dude's a tough motherfucker. I think Seth was took me more attempts than the actual boss of that there area. First time I did this. Only time I did this. Because Seth is worse than Steel Sword because it's not in the dream world. Oh, okay. So in when you're playing this in Steel Soul, you can die as many times as you want in these boss levels because it's not real. You're not actually dying. Okay, I'm low on health. Good time for a stun. I'm low on silk, is what I was low on. Health, I was borderline okay on. Oh, lucky blue, lucky blue. Good clashes. I love a lot how in this game if you sword at the same time as an enemy attacks you, hits you, they cancel out and you can shit. You don't take the damage. Whew. I will say, you know, I'm not usually a big fan of games where you're just fighting bosses all day. You know what I mean? Like, I was not a Cuphead man. I really didn't care for Cuphead, honestly, though I was impressed by how much animation and thought and etc. went into every boss fight. I will say, I was impressed by that, to a good degree. But it just wasn't my jam. In the same way that, like, this is... I feel this game is just very snappy, fast-paced, and, yeah, you know, the bosses, they're challenging. I do also feel like there's value to battles like these against, like, a bunch of little dudes. You know, some might just want, strictly speaking, bespoke encounters, but I do think there is something to just, like, oh, you know, a combination of this enemy and that enemy, two of these guys, two of those guys, one of these with two of those. I think there is a lot of interesting design there insofar as like how they mix it up and how much of a challenge they present. A lot. They present a lot of a challenge. Much of a challenge. Let's go long, if necessary. Honestly, it might just be a good idea to split the VOD into two, regardless. These are two very different parts of the stream. Not necessarily, like, bound together by a... I mean, they are in some way because I'm trying to figure out, like, which one is above this one or Bananza. Right now, I kind of do think it is a thing where the one I'm playing... it's easier to think about it more and how much I love it. You know, I'm really enjoying these bosses and all that. And like a victory here is definitely more satisfying than any individual thing that Bananza has. But Bananza has 900 things to collect, you know, and every one of them is just like a, yeah, ooh, is just like a good feeling. That said, the Silksong does have tons and tons and tons and tons of these challenges. Tons and tons of bosses, tons and tons of gauntlets. It is long in a way that is absurd and unlike any other Metroid I can think of. And I think it earns its length, and I think it's fun throughout, and, you know, never gets dull. Are there bad levels of Silksong? Are there bad levels of Bananza? That's a question. I think there's probably a bonus or two that doesn't quite work. I think though that all the levels are pretty good, all told. Pretty cool. And there's, you know, for a 3D platformer, Bananza has a lot of worlds, you know? The fact that every world has, like, multiple layers, and it essentially means that, like, what would otherwise be, like, a single contiguous world to explore is actually more like 3 worlds to explore. Makes it a very big game for a 3D platformer. I think each of those are fantastic. If I had to pick a worst, racing layer. The racing is like okay. It's an okay gimmick. It's doesn't control super well. If I had to pick a worst area of Silksong, oh, you know. Obviously, I gotta pick bile water and putrid ducks. But I'd also say, like, the extent to which those 2 areas are evil is fun and cool, I think. I think it's novel and neat how hard those areas go and how much they fuck with you. Like, I'm impressed with them. I really am. I'm not about here to say, like, oh, you know, I wish those areas weren't here, or I would have reworked those areas. Like, no, I wouldn't change a thing, honestly. I don't think I'd change a thing about either area. And similarly, the racing layer is fine. I just would say, like, you know, it could have been more than just a minigame area. Wormways is just there. That's a good call. That's a good one. Yeah, Wormways is kind of nothing. There's a few cool items, and it's kind of cool to get the when it becomes blue. Y'all seen when it becomes blue? Fuck! That felt really close. Wormways is probably the most nothing area. Yeah, I'd agree. I'd agree with that in retrospect, now that I've thought about it. Yeah, other than that, no, there's no area that I would particularly call out as being nothing. Memoriam was pretty cool. That's the other thing. That's good. I like that. I do think the Abyss is a little disappointing. I do think the Abyss was a little disappointing, a little just like... It's sad that there's nothing there, basically. I thought it was... I think it's kind of sad that like... You know, the Abyss is just... It's just a corridor, kinda. That feels weird. That feels rude to say of it, but I do think it is, like, the second least. As far as Bananza goes, landfill, I guess. I think landfill serves a purpose, though, and is good for pacing and for having an area where you dig down, you know. Like, again, I wouldn't change a thing about it. If there's one level I would change in either game, it would be Racing Layer. But again, you know, Bananza has more than enough layers. It's fine. And so too does the Silksong, honestly. It has so many biomes that, like, there's one that, like, 5% of people will probably see. Like, maybe that's an exaggeration. Maybe that's too high, even. One that practically no one will see, and that just is cool that that's there and that exists, you know? Oop. are there anything that's lacking from either game? I do think Bonanza could use an area that's like, you know, 06I was saying future ducks is like terrifying, is horrifying, etc. I don't think there's anywhere in like Bonanza that's like particularly scary. You know, thinking for a second. Is there anything that has like a horror vibe in that game? Could use something that's a little bit on the atmospheric side, I think. Then again, there's nothing that's quite like the groove layer in Silksong, is there? Because it's such a moody game. They have different tones. You know, Bonanza is a joyful game and has joyful worlds, whereas this game is about a dead, dying world where you die a lot. Oh, thank God. I needed another, big heal. Also, well-timed right there. Okay, good. I have enough for another big heal. Wonderful. Wonderful. Also, she just yelled. Good sign, good sign. Flanked that. Woo! Got a stun. Is there a logic to how the stuns work? Or is it just like at certain health points? If you like are relentless, do you get more stuns? Is that how it works? Not really clear on all that. Yeah! That was like, what, the 4th, 5th, 6th try? Yeah! That was really glorious. Hope you enjoyed your death. Hope you enjoyed your death there, Queen of the Hunters. Woo! I don't know how the stun system works, honestly. GG. And what's more, I can play my sound of summoning my my grubby friends, and they'll take me back to the fast travel point. Folks, right now, where we're at. Ooh. We're heading into the 3rd area, I believe. You know what I can do real fast, though, before we proceed? Go to Bilewater real fast. Is this the fastest way to Sinner's Road? Hang on 1 second. Fastest way to Sinner's Road. I want to see if I can release the, I can go this way, that's fine. I want to see if I can release the guy, release the, Green Prince. Good stuff, good stuff. If there's time, we'll do the Green Prince and his whole storyline. We do have to, like, stop by a bunch of places. It'd be good to do the Green Prince, just because the Green Prince has a lot of cool, unique stuff all to his area. And also, it's, like, one of the last areas in the game that you can go to. Like, I was just really so impressed playing this game. Just, like, how many biomes it had up its sleeve, you know? Like, playing the game both these games tonight, Bananza and this, both of them, I feel like were exercises in this, like, oh, it just keeps going, it just keeps going, it just keeps going. Massive games, the both of them, and ones that I adored the hell out of, just like how much they just didn't stop for nothing. Oh, I guess I did free him. Okay. Good. Good. I think I might just have not done, like, the part where you say hello to him multiple times, you know what I mean? Does it, like, save some of that stuff? Like, we did go back to an autosave, but I think I thought I saved him, like, after I went into Act 3. Whatever, whatever. Near the Cogwork Dancers? Okay, we can just stop by there on our way to the, I think we can swing by there on our way to, wherever we're going next. Folks, let me say real fast. Let me say, folks. Random is not the right place to go. Let me say that, we just beat Carmelita. We also beat, the guy who lives in Carax. That we got that heart taken care of. We've gotten 2 of our 3 hearts. We just have to get 1 more. And that 1 more is the forest heart that is a bit weird. You know, you can tell it's here, so you might be thinking, come up through Shellwood. Wrong. The answer is, come down through the Grand Gate. So, we'll just, like, make our way in that direction, I guess. While also just checking to see if we can talk to the Green Prince here in the overworld. Talk to the Green Prince real fast if he's here. Where's the second location that he turns up? He might not. Oh, there he is. Hey, dude.
Yanara.
Yep, defeated them. They were a very fun boss fight. Let me say, Cogwork Dancers. Amazing. Amazing boss fight. Probably the best boss fight of the game. I mean, there's an argument to be made for the second iteration of that. But, yeah. Where's the second place he turns up, 06i? Could you check that real fast? If I can route that in, I would love to. And then maybe we could check out Verdania real fast before we go to the end game. I remember Verdania being pretty long to get through, but it is good to just poke the head in and just say for the sake of it, just say like, okay, yeah, you know, it's really impressive how this is a whole area, and like probably 1% of people will see it. You know, they made a whole biome that no one's ever going to see other than, you know, us completionists, and like, I love that about this game. You know, one of the things that I would put, that I do think puts this over Bananza, parentheses, no, left and up, okay, shit. Like in, near this elevator? Where exactly? Like in this hallway, isn't he? I can go. You think you'll find him naturally? Well, I'm going down to the thing. You like over here or something? I thought there was like several locations that he appeared in, and you had to do several of them. Maybe that's the last one before he heads back home to Verdania. Is that the case? Cogwork is second, okay. And is second the last? Okay, good then, okay. Without further ado, let's go and go pay a visit to a tree. Alright, we can go to Verdania then, if there's time. Let's make time. Fuck it. This game, you know, it's hard to say, like, how long it'll take. How long it'll take to do, because each of these bosses, each of these battles is hard as balls, you know, and as much as I'd like to say, like, oh, you know, I think I got the hang of them first time through, I've already beaten all of them once. It's like, well, it's still difficult, especially if the first time you had grinded for a while to get more stuff. You did side quests first. Maybe you even got like a power up from getting all the fleas. Which was a fun thing to go do and round up. I like that you can get hints for fleas. I do wish that you could get hints for like more items and optional stuff. You know, you can do that out of game, but like I just honestly, I'd like that in-game as well. I know it's not the way. I bet there's mods and stuff that'll do that on the PC side. You know, similar to the mods that'll sort of enable some of that stuff to work on for the randomizer if you're doing the randomizer there. Let's get a bench real fast before we head into our next area here. Ooh. Is this a case where you need to go up? Odd. Yes. Break a thing. That's a shortcut. That's a shortcut back. Moody little biome here. Extension of the forest. Where it's all thorns and no ground. What's going on right now? So I'm pretty much just relaxing right now, as it were. Not much is going on. There's not much to watch, there's not much to do. I've been just like pretty much just working kind of working hard on my like stream business. Spent a bunch of time yesterday just like getting some YouTube shorts that I hadn't had prepared yet done and ready to go if I choose to do them, and getting ready for like things to post for the next couple days and all that, months and so on. I prepare more than I can ever post, I'll say, but the important thing is that I'm preparing as many possible good things from as many possible streams as I can possibly manage, and I think I'm doing that. And haven't done that in a while since I've been pretty busy this December. And it's been nice to catch up a little bit. I'll say, for like the New Year's Day posts, I want to do some shorts from this stream of my top 2 games of the year. I think that'll be an appropriate gesture. In particular, I think I'll do a short about like how cool the Carax area is. You know, during that whole area, I kept on saying things like, "That's a new enemy. That's a new enemy. That's a new enemy." Just picture like a montage of that, and basically you have the idea. That's some good content. I can have that ready by I can do that tomorrow. For Bananza, either basically the same thing, but with the spoilers in that game. You know, the last level of that game, or getting through the final boss with 3 health. That one might be difficult to edit down. Probably punt on that one for now. both of the shorts being about enemy gauntlets and just like brand new bespoke enemies in a specific area. I like the symmetricality of that. That's my current instinct, and that's where my thoughts are at. I put a lot of thought into this crap. I do. Too much, really. And also I do a lot of work that doesn't necessarily ever get posted because I just try to post the best stuff. Oh, fuck me. I don't like it when that dude yells and it cancels your fucking heal and you don't get the crap back. If there's one thing I would say of this game that I wish it would fucking chill the fuck out on, it's just like, okay, a boss yelling. That shouldn't interrupt your heal. That shouldn't interrupt your heal. And if it does, it should at least refund the fucking silk. Please, come on. Come on. That's wrong. That's wrong. Every time that happened to me, I cursed the names of... No, I didn't. I hated it. I didn't like it. I frowned and then continued playing the game and having a great time. You know? Like I said, I like it when it's a little bit dickish. That just, is rude. That's not dickish. That's just... And this should be the perfect time to heal. My instincts should be correct here. This guy's cool. I would like it if the next game you played as him. I think that'd be rad. I like how he has a shield. Like, it'd be really cool to have a shield in the next Silksong. Let me say right here, right now, they should make a Seth game. Seth song. I don't know. What the hell would you call Seth's game? His name is just Seth. I got him to heal before he shouted. What you gotta do? He doesn't have that much in the way of like bespoke abilities, you know. I feel like Hornet kind of had like a handful of moves that she used in her fights that became tools. I bet it'd be fun to have a shield and be able to like block attacks. You think that'd be fun? Be able to block attacks? You know, another possibility. They don't have to do another 2D Metroidvania. You know what'd be cool actually? They should consider Seth down. Hell yeah. They should consider for Silksong. They should consider for Silksong top-down Zelda-type game. Still a Metroidvania, but top-down Zelda-style gameplay. Make it play like a 2D Zelda. That'd be rad. They could do anything. They could have it be 3D. Make it a 3D Zelda with Seth as your you know, your Link, like Ocarina of Time style gameplay. That'd also be rad. Imagine someone should make a Seth skin for the various or like 3D Zelda randomizers, so you can play as Seth in Wind Waker randomizer or Ocarina of Time randomizer or whatnot. That'd be rad. That'd be really cool. Suggestions for whoever's listening who makes such things. Thank you. Good luck. Hope you do that for me and everyone else who would like it. I think other people would like that. Metroid Prime didn't use its 3D for secret areas and it still annoys me. It could be a little more... It could be a little better about that. Yes, I agree. I think a lot of games could. I think that if they made a if like Team Cherry made a 3D game, it would be amazing. You know, we would be in for like, you know, Metroid Prime 4 was kind of a disappointment, but hey, there could be something really cool if Team Cherry did it in the same type of ballpark. Okay, I remember this boss fight not being that hard. It's all pretty telegraphed here. I say as I keep on getting hit. I said it wasn't that hard. I stand by that. But I did die very fast. Well, you learn the patterns and then I'll get it down. Don't worry about it. This, I think, will be pretty quick. I think that the perfect 3D Metroidvania hasn't been made yet. You know, the Metroid Dread, but for 3D Metroid. You know, I love Metroid Prime 2, let me say. I love it. I also think... I also love 3, honestly. Even though there are some parts that start hinting at what would come beyond. Some things that definitely, like, you know, now in retrospect you can go like, okay, please cool off on that, because if you don't, you look at what you will become. You will become everything that everyone hates in the world. Alright, I need to use my, grapple to clear this, clear some of these attacks faster. Alright, we got to the phase where the floor drops out. That's good. Oopsie daisy. Oh jeez. Oh fuck. We're on our last hard to get a lot of hits on this dude, on this one. As a result, it's harder to, oh jeez, get the health restoring juice going. And also, if we want to escape really fast, it's going to take our thing. We would love to explore more for Fury Green. Yeah. No, if it looked as... Metroid Prime 4 is a great-looking game. It just doesn't have any exploration to do. You know? There's this... It's just hallways. There's no... It doesn't become a Metroidvania. There's... When you're all got it unlocked, it's still a series of hallways. Loosely connected. It's not great. Prime 4 is not a good game. This is a pretty popular opinion right now, I'll say. What other Metroidvanias came out this year, other than Silksong? Note. Metroid Prime 4 does not qualify, and also I did say good. Doesn't qualify as a Metroidvania. Were there any other big ones? Or any of the other games that I played this year that I had? Shinobi kinda has a little bit of one. Shinobi is more of a Metroidvania than Metroid Prime 4, I'll say that much. But it's not really much of one. Mostly just a linear action game with some mostly just a linear action game, full stop, with some amount of secret areas. Oopsie daisy. Better probably, yeah, better to fall in the spikes than to take the big yellow. Are there other Metroidvanias this year? Can't off the top of my head think of any. More roguelikes than Metroidvanias. I feel like Metroidvania is just like an underused concept, especially 3D. You know, there's basically none these days. Kind of weird when you think about it, you know? Like 3D, there's a lot of 3D games, there's a lot of interest in the genre. You know, if I were to want anything from like, I mean, I guess Team Cherry, they're so big on like their 2D and their pipeline is designed for 2D and they do such beautiful 2D. They probably couldn't just turn around and be like, okay, we're doing 3D now. To do the kind of like, the amount of monsters and enemies that they do would not really be practical in a 3D game as much, I think. So, you know. I think they're just where they need to be. I could see, I'm sure there's some indie studio out there that, you know, is well equipped to make 3D games. I mean, there's plenty of really kick-ass 3D games out there from smaller studios and smaller teams. You know, like Blueprints or you name it. I bet someone could make a really good 3D Metroidvania. I'll say, for my money, if there's like one game that I wish existed that I would make myself, given the time and resources and time, you know, the years or whatever, I would love to see a 3D Metroidvania that played like a Link to the like an Ocarina of Time, with like Ocarina of Time gameplay, an Ocarina of Prime, if you will. I've said this like dozens of times on this channel, and people are welcome to do it. If you're already doing it, let me know. I would love to. I would love to know. I think that's great. I think that would be like a wonderful thing, and also a really great. I would hope it would also just have a really fantastic randomizer, wherein it was just the game but randomized. I will say that my thought process here, a lot of my inspiration comes from the fact that, you know, I've done Metroid Prime randomizers, I've done Legend of Zelda randomizers. They're pretty similar. Like, a Legend of Zelda randomizer is a lot like a Metroidvania, really, when you get right down to it. The only difference is, like, dungeons, and dungeons are pretty non-linear, I'll say. Like, they do involve a good amount of exploration. And a good amount of, like, more level-based exploration than like, you would see in a Metroid Prime. And certainly, like, you know, you might say, like, well, this last one didn't have any exploration in it. Well, Zeldas have more exploration than Prime 4 did already, so you should note that for one. And then second, you should pick a kick-ass game. I love the health system in this. The drama of getting your meter up and using it to make up for all the mistakes you make. You know, it allows you to be somewhat sloppy during this fight. I'll say clearly, I'm pretty sloppy as I'm fighting. I'm a pretty sloppy motherfucker. But I can be, because if I hang in there, if I avoid taking that last hit, I can totally just like heal back up the full and be back in the fight. And I love that about this and other games that work like this. I think that's the best way to do it. I played Shinobi right before this, a game that's more harder to heal during a fight, during a boss fight, let's say especially. And going from this back to Shinobi really made Shinobi kind of pale in comparison. I will say we did revisit Shinobi last week, and I will say Shinobi, it pales in comparison to one of the greatest games of the year, but without that to compare it to, if you don't compare it to that, but just compare it to other games, it is a fantastic beat 'em up brawler type of thing. So, you know, don't be too hard on it, I guess. Do a heal. Maybe I should be using my needle more. My, like, needle dash. Using that, I can get in and close the gap instantly. And if I hit, that's just 2 hits for free. Pretty good. I should be using it more. Lucky. Okay. Okay. Let me heal. This feels like the run. I feel like this feels like it. This feels like we got it. The decision to use my needle more feels like the thing that's gonna make the difference here. I am at 1 health. Beautiful. Okay. Just need to get a couple more hits in to oh, thank God. That damage I took allowed me to no-sell the big yellow attack. We are on a razor's edge here. Oh, this is a good time for cogwheels. Cogflies. Fuck! Ah, that was close. I will say, I think I remember the cogflies being weird with these dreams. Like, couldn't you use them and then, you know, you woke up outside, not on a bench, and it wouldn't refresh your stuff? I think it's better now, apparently. I don't know if they patched it or if I'm just misremembering, but looks like we can use our cogflies as much as we want. We should do that. Is there anything else we want to switch out right now? As far as the blue goes? Maybe change the Druid's Eye for poison, just to get better damage on our cogflies. With the poison cogflies, is it better to use one at a time, or is it okay to just like go ham and just be like, oh yeah, 5 of them real fast? What's like the best strategy there? I hope next year is full of games that I don't know about, that are rad and awesome. You know? Like, this year has been pretty damn strong for games. You know, pretty damn strong. I mean, I'll say, like, I think all my games are on my list I'm pretty goddamn happy with. And there's a couple more possibilities that we revisited last week that I would have been happy, just as happy, having on the list. And somewhere I feel like, oh man, it kind of feels like you know, I have to pick and choose. I have to pick the ones that matter to me rather than just like, you know, I'll say, I think we decided last time that like, I had to cut Claire Obscure. Claire Obscure wasn't gonna make it. And honestly, there were a bunch of ones I'd rather have had than it, all told. And I realized that as I played all the games that were out and realized just how many of them just like kicked. I just loved and resonated with, especially so. I'm not very good at the dodging in Claire Obscure, so I don't know. That's like maybe a weakness of mine, a weakness for me. Is there a bench nearby? There's not a bench nearby. Unless it's behind a wall or something. What if it's up? Why not up? Up would have made sense, but no. Oh well, let's keep on trucking. One more attempt, and we'll run back and get a bench real fast if we fail this one. And we'll switch to poison cogflies. Really, and just like lay them in, just like constantly be throwing one out at all times, ideally. I always feel like I'm saving it for the last phase, but then I just never use them. That's a me problem. I know. Not a game problem. I'm always pretty, like... I'm always one to, like, hold my crap. You know how that is? Everyone knows how that is. It's pretty common. Gotta be a problem in, like, game design. Like, how do you fucking get people to use the crap you give them, rather than just saving it for a rainy day? Okay, rainy day. Rainy day. Take a break from this from now. Head on back to the bench. There's seriously no bench? Not like hidden in any of these gotta build a bench, plant lady. No wonder your kingdom fell. It was benchless. Next time, bench. Let's get a bench, get a poison cogflies, I think is the play here. I want is there a better answer for this? There's the defense, there's the dart. Now the Thread Storm is probably our best bet for this particular fight. Get rid of this and give us the poison. The reach is pretty good too, especially with my lack of reach. But I think this is the right combination for right now. Looking forward to DLC. Looking forward to DLC from this game. Sea of Salt or Sorrows, or Sea of Sorrows is the name of the DLC. Presumably the name of the area as well. That's gonna be great. Looking forward to that and whatever else they put out. Like I said, if there's one thing I would want from them, it'd be like, yeah, make the Abyss bigger. Like, that whole area should basically be a biome. They should have more than one biome down there. I know that, like, that would be making it post-game stuff. But, like, yeah, they've expanded post-game stuff before. They've expanded their Act 3 before. basically. Right? Isn't that like what God Home is and all that? It's like a boss rush. I mean, I guess where else would you put your boss rush? Rather than the end of Act 3. Yeah, that makes sense. Now we'll just have some cog flies doing steady poison damage. And, that'll help a lot in all these fights, really. Yeah, that seemed to go pretty fast. Go one out. I would like to heal. Shit. Okay, time for a big heal. Once I am clear. Okay. Nice, steady damage from the Cogfly. Great thing about the Cogfly, everyone knows about the Cogfly, but it's reliable. You don't have to aim it, it always gets its hits in. That's fantastic about it. Is the Cogfly S tier the most, fuck me, I thought that. And notice how badly I was, near to death. It's almost midnight. Cogfly is S tier. Yeah, yeah. Does a lot of damage, too. And consistently so. Correct me if I'm wrong, it only disappears after it does a certain amount of hits. Like, you would need an enemy that, like, shields itself for it to be ineffective. You know, where... Or, like, sends out things that you don't want to, for it to target. Also, like, for one ammo, you get, like, a whole bunch of individual attacks from the Cogfly. Like, it bangs in 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 times. That's a lot. You can see now we're that Cogfly got us through the first phase. Well, the two of them did. The Cogfly and that Cogfly's friend. The other Cogfly. Gonna heal up. Woo! Got out of the way. Paul style, above. Flanked with that. This run is going amazingly. I think this run might be the run. We got poison eating away at our enemy here. I am taking amazingly little damage. I think I feel like I could just... Oopsie daisy. I tried to do a Y attack and that was a massive failure. Cogfly, that's what I should focus on. Don't worry about the silk attack. Just Cogfly and dodge and get in attacks when it is safe. Ooh, that's it! Yeah. 11:45. Very nice. How long have we been going on Silksong so far? We were about at 5.5 hours when we ended Bananza. We are now at around nearly 9. So I've been going around 3.5. Is that how the maths out? Nice. I think that's I think we have plenty of time. Well, we have plenty of time, I think, to do whatever we want to do. I think I will split the VODs either way. Let's split the VODs either way. Just give us all the time in the world. That's all the hearts we need. But, technically speaking. But I'd still like to do one more thing. Folks, we've gotten the last mandatory heart. But, I'm looking at my watch and I am thinking the night is young. I would like to see Verdania. That is like a big optional stretch of Act 3 here. And it is also the only optional one. I say it's optional. You can use it to make any of the other areas optional. So it's pretty cool. I don't know if we'll do the whole thing. I will say of Verdania, I remember some of the steps to, like, completing it. Definitely the longest of the 3. I'll say that much. Definitely the longest of the 3. Oh, I can play my dog song and go right back to fast travel. Hell yeah. Let's go to Verdania and, yeah. What's the best way to Verdania? Let's see now. So I do believe Verdania is, behind Craw Lake. So it's gonna be to go through, Farfields. Come up from, Farfields, I think. Or from, Greymore, we could go through Greymore. I think coming up from, Farfields is what I'd prefer to do. The cloak is really good. You know, it's no dash, but I do like traveling upwards really fast on these billows of wind. And it's a great hover as well. I feel like, you know, when I went back to do Hollow Knight Randomizer, I missed not just the dash, but also the hover. Someone should really strongly consider modding in both of those things into the first game, and especially the first randomizer. Probably someone's already done that. That seems like the kind of thing someone would have done. I think there are mods that add, like, items and abilities and things of that nature. And some of those are integrated with the randomizer, whole 9. So, like, it's not, that unorthodox of an ask. I would love to play through, you know, a customized, frankly, I would just love to play that. A version of this game, or of Hollow Knight, that had all the quality of life changes and improvements that, this game had patched in. Here we are, Green Prince, let's go, let's do it. Here's the guy. He's, thinking about how great his kingdom was, and, how much he misses being with his buddy here. And we're going to sing a song. Wrong song. We're gonna sing the correct song and go into the last of the 4 dreams. And this one is like the biggest. So I think it is worth seeing and making sure that we see before we go and finish this. Assuming I can manage the final boss with what I got. This is Verdania. Probably the most verdant area of the game. Just like clovers and green and beautiful. Lost Verdania, specifically. Yeah, so this is Verdania that was. It's not anymore. It was destroyed. Its central gimmick is that you hit a bulb and then a bunch of things that appear that you can platform across. You have to get a map here, or is it free? I forget. Yeah, these orbs are weird. Don't you have to get like a bunch of these or something? I do think this area, you know, it's great as a map in Overworld. Okay, maybe you have to like see it in the Overworld or something. A beautiful background, it's a beautiful world. I did find this, you know, this is like the biggest area that Act 3 adds, and like probably, if you don't know it's there, probably one of the last ones you discover, because especially if you didn't just say free the prince and do that stuff early enough to get it like naturally. You have to follow a guide to do it. It's rad. It's really cool. Beautiful area. And, like, of all the places we've been tonight, this is the only area that's, like, you know, a biome that really matches the previous bits where you're, like, exploring. You don't know quite where to go. You don't have a map, so it's all confusing and scary. Probably worth considering. You know, I've been playing with my endgame stuff for all stream now. I forgot what it's like to not have a map. I don't mind it. I think it's a good character building exercise. But yeah, honestly, definitely like once you get a map, that's when areas really do come alive. You know, that's when you start being able to really like explore. It's really cool that this area also is full of like bespoke enemies that are one-off and not done elsewhere in the thing. Let's do this whole area. Let's get this whole art. Maybe. We'll think about it. We got plenty of time to go start fighting the final boss. And this is like the most like regular area that we've done this stream. You know, perhaps really doing like Act 2 or something would be better for like just, you know, oh, what was it like, this game? But I like this act a lot, and I think that you know, revisiting some of the toughest bosses in the game, that's just a cool thing to do. And my pick for what will remind me of how I felt about it. I'll say I don't really have one single, get some cog flies up in here. I don't have any single one deciding factor right now as far as like how I fall on this game. You know, where's bench is pretty far away. There's like a bench in there, right? Or a bench over here or something. Alright, you can see a little bit of Jesus, Verdania that is now, and it's just a desolate waste. That's it's pretty cool. Just like the contrast in there. Yeah, you know, if I'll say this, if it had done, here's the Verdania map. Excellent. Okay. If it had done Imagine a Metroidvania where it has like a past and future, both sides, right? And like this whole Verdania, go back to the past and see it in its prime. That was like all over the entire game. I think that'd be pretty cool. You know, I think that'd be an incredible feat beyond like what they actually achieved here. It's very easy to come up with hypothetical games that are way bigger and grander than what actually is possible to make in 7 years. You know, is there anything I would say as far as like Bonanza? Yeah, I earlier said that I would have loved if the post game had been more elaborate in Bonanza, which I say that about a game that has like 1,000 bananas. You know, even if they're all available. Even if they're all available at the start of the game, they're still pretty cool and pretty remarkable and all that. And you know, I really can't fault it on any front. Either of these games. I think like I don't have a deciding factor. Do not have a deciding factor here. I might play some more Bonanza off stream tomorrow and go for like completion and all that. Well, not completion. Go for like more bananas. Like I'll say, it is true that I didn't really get a taste for the banana part of Bonanza during our 5.5 hours of Bonanza. We were low bananas is fun and all, but doesn't leave me wanting. Doesn't leave me wanting for a little more. Whereas this, going through this, I feel like I'll be satisfied when I'm through, when I get through. I mean, I could do some other optional stuff, like there's the whole going up portion. You know what I mean? There's a part where you go up. Should we go up, do that hidden area? We could go up. That's a fun bit. It's not that dissimilar to some other parts we've done this stream, particularly the escape. It's like the escape, but it's from the underground, but little different. Was that a mossberry? I don't know what that was. Apparently, it wasn't a mossberry. Stone tile set in forest. It is cool that this game, beautiful game. And no one say otherwise. Are there people who poo-poo the visuals of Silksong? That'd be weird. It's beautiful, hand drawn. What is that? Right, this is an optional thing. This going after the stag is like optional, right? Let's stick to mainline. We got enough on our plate without biting off more than we need to. Yeah, I'll save this game, you know, of this area. I do think the goal is a little bit weird, confusing, etc. Like, you have to collect all those statues. It's not clear how many they are. But, like, you know, gives you a reason to explore the whole area, to go into every room, and to really just see all of it. Or nearly all of it. We're not gonna chase the stag. I'll say that much. Got places to be tonight. Boy, good skip on that dude. I bounced off him and saved myself a little time. What's up? You thinking about stuff? Sad. Sad. Also, not a lot of runbacks in this part of the game. I mean, I say that. Maybe some would classify the Coral Tower as, like, the biggest runback in the game. And then certainly, like, the most harrowing boss gauntlet in the game. That's, like, a thing you do in this room. Make 3 fountains cry, and then you, that's that. The platforming and maneuvering is really good in Silksong. You know, I really love the run, but also just like the pogoing. I will say, I use the Wanderer's Crest, which means that I get to pogo. How did y'all who used the default, or one of the quests where it has the dive kick? I found that fun at first, but I'll say, like, I definitely, you know, switched to one that had a pogo, a regular pogo, and never looked back. How did y'all feel about that long term? Did y'all mind it? Did y'all switch to one of the pogo specific crests and you know, never look back? How did you feel about that? Are these areas like way harder if you're not pogoing? It's fun to play as the natural movesets. I will say there's a couple times in the game where, you know, you're left with the default, you know, like at the start chapter of Act 3, for instance. And whenever it actually demands you to do like actual battles with that, you know, advanced battles. I think that's a good sign. I think that might mean we might have done ideally everything we need to do. Is that like the final thing, or is that just one of the different memory things? I was never 100% clear on that. I will say of the randomizer, it'd be nice if you could just get, if you wanted to start with, say, your favorite crest. I think that'd be nice as an option. Just don't make me learn how to do well as, what's the one where you have to steal your health? That one, just a lot of work for not a big gain. Isn't there like a way through one of these walls or something? I'm gonna go sketch out my map, and then we'll know like where we can go and such and such. I will say Verdania, I was definitely tired by like and confused a little bit by the objective here, and like, well, maybe I could just look at the map and go like, okay, well, there's clearly a room I haven't gone in. The key is probably to go in that room and find the statue there, right? When you evolve Hunter, it's good if you don't get hit. I'm always forgetting which is which. Hunter would be the basic one. Basic one's pretty good. I think the one with the beast, I kind of like that one as well. Where it makes... Beast is the one that makes the little motes of silk appear in the sky, right? That's a good one. That's pretty good. I forget if it's like the... Hang on, which ones do I have right now? Reaper's pretty good. Yeah, Reaper is good. Hunter's good. Wasn't a fan of the Beast. And the Architect, I'm just never using these things enough. You know, honestly, Architect would be good for these areas, these dreams, since you're not using your actual materials. You're only using dream materials, so you don't have to worry about shards for a bit. But I was always low-key worried about shards, so yeah, it's just not what I would that wouldn't be my preference, no. Here we go. Let this be the last. Fun avoiding enemies and attacks and stuff. You have a lot of movement control as a Hornet. It allows you to very deftly dodge everything. How many do you have to do to unlock the thing? Am I good? Do I got it? It's getting late. I'm getting a little tired. I will say I've been staying up ungodly late recently, so I can go the distance. It's just like midnight and all. We went this late last time, and it's all fine and good. I can manage.
You finished?
I know. I'm just trying to sing a song at you. Maybe it is time. I will say, I do like the part where you go up. Have we gotten our fill of Verdania? Don't have to finish Verdania. I'll say that again. This is just if we have time thing. I would like to finish. And if like both of these could have basically the same amount of time, you know, 5.5, that would be pretty good as far as being fair and balanced, I say. And then maybe tomorrow I might play a little more Bananza because, well, let's face it. Bananza, I mean, both of these games, again, really benefit from when you take your time and you really hunt around and find all the hidden stuff and explore and just come across a corner. You know, in this game especially, come across a corner and be like, oh shit, biome. You know? This is one of the last examples of that. I'll say, like, even, like, at this point in the game, I you know, when I went into Act 3, I hadn't found, like, the Firefly area that's like over here. I hadn't found like there's an area of Farfields that's still on the table. It took me a while to get to this lower part of Deep Docks. That was pretty late in my Act 2 experience. You know, there's tons of areas in the game and just so much to explore. I can't wait for this to be randomized. I really am excited for like whenever that comes to fruition. Whoever does it, I hope it's not too late. You know, as much as I'm excited for the DLC and like future DLC in this game, I'll say I'm even more excited for the randomizer, and even more excited for what comes next. Okay, yeah, this boss gauntlets. Do this. Tough. this gauntlet. I think Bananza is just consistently joyous, consistently fun to explore, light, pleasurable, really no rough edges to that damn thing. Whereas this can be a matter of frustration, you know, it can be frustrating, it can be hard, it can be grueling, you know, but when you actually clear the obstacles and find a new area, there's nothing better. This is a hard decision. I'll say that much. One of the harder game of the years I think I've seen in a damn minute. I'm still undecided. I'm still on the fence. These are just two phenomenal games. Both in their own ways, and also both in ways that, like, you kind of would have to replay them in full to really get their full experience, and they're both, you know, there's like 70 hours of things to discover and exploration to be had in Silksong, and there's like 70 hours of pure happy feeling of digging out bananas to be had in thing. I will say, if there's one factor that could help Silksong over Bananza, it's that I'm not sure if I like Odyssey or Bananza more yet. I'm not sure if Bananza is like the new #1 of all time. I don't feel like Bananza is strong enough to not quite like knock it out of the water that way. I feel like that's something that I need time to really think about and stuff. But I also don't know. I do know, conversely, that Silksong is the best of its genre. You know, like, if there's one thing that, like, Silksong has over Bananza, it's that I think there's nothing in the space better than Silksong. Whereas, like, yeah, Odyssey might have the edge as far as, like, moons go. There are certain clear aspects to Odyssey, or to Bananza, where it is a clear improvement, iteration over the first game, over Odyssey. But still, the capture system was so good. The material fiddling is also good, but it's like, you know, it's not quite the same. It's super fun. I think, like, just they did the best they could without having the same gimmick, and made the new gimmick fucking rule and have so much smart design baked in. But, like, you know, both of these games are games with smart design just about everywhere. Damn, it's close. It would be really bold for me, I think. Oh, do I have to, like, sing a song or something? What if it's just, like, time to sing? Nah. Anyway, this is damn close. I will have a decision by, I have to make a decision by Friday. I say I have to. I will have, and will insist that I do. Let's hunt the stag or something. Maybe there's a crystal in the stag room or something. Probably a crystal in the stag room or a statue in the stag room. I think it's the only place we haven't been yet, so... Probably the direction. I would say that Silksong has precision. It's a very precise, finely tuned game. Whereas Bananza is just big and boisterous. It's loud. It's not a precise game by any means. It's not. It's more broad strokes than this game, which is more the other thing, you know. Fine strokes, details, lore, world building. Some of these enemies actually migrated to far fields in bone form. Oh wow, that's fascinating. Right, like the guys who were like bouncing around, those deers. Yeah, I remember seeing those in the other area earlier. Wow, that's cool. This game is damn cool and has a lot of lore and things to break apart. There's not that much lore in Bananza, or like details about the world which are cool to piece apart. Just like a thing or two. Like, oh, you know, it's cool how the how all the levels and all the like plants and stuff in like the elephant area are shaped like elephants. You know, every area has design components based around what lives there. You know, like stuff shaped like monkeys for the monkey zone. Man, I feel for you, man.
Buenera.
Thought this was optional. This is optional? This side boss? I mean, this is all optional. For what it's worth. Maybe that's why it's optional, because it's optional. This whole area is. It's like 12:20. How long have we been going? How long is the VOD right now? What are we at as far as Silksong goes? We're coming up on 10 hours. We're at 9:40 total. That means it's been about 9:40, and we ended Bananza around 5:30. Been about 4 hours of Silksong. We should start looking at going to the place, looking at going to the finale, or going up and seeing the I wouldn't mind doing the upper part and seeing the silly city, the nameless city. That was a fun bit of platforming to do. And probably the game's like optional hard bits, realistically speaking. Let's go this way. This way is better. Is that enough? Are you satisfied with your orbs now, my friend? If we can fight this dude, I would love to fight this dude. And do the whole finish this bit off. If you don't get the stag, does it make a difference? I mean, I guess if you don't get the stag, it's
Notelia.
not really, that's... This is the longest of the Act 3 bits. But it's also long in a way that just makes it elaborate. Just like a whole biome. And I do feel like it would have been great if... It's weird that this one isn't one of the... isn't one of the mandatory 3. But maybe they felt like, oh, it's so long. It's so long, let's you know, give people a break. Make them work for this one. And, you know, the fact that you do... If you do work for it, you get like the longest one. It does kind of make sense. Low key. Right? Like, oh yeah, no, it's the longest one. You spent the most time to get there. You weren't pointed in the way. You had to figure it out. And consult an online people. Ask people on the internet. Maybe you can just, like, run past this guy. Maybe if we use our cog flies, it'll be, no problem at all. It'll be trivial, even. The pale stag. Oh shit, those home a little bit. Getting tired. Do you have to do the pale stag to finish Lost Verdania? I can't get a good answer through my watch alone. It's just like YouTube links, and that doesn't give me enough detail. Names of videos. Maybe one more try. Maybe one more try here, and then we'll see if we can do the big climb. I think we've seen enough of Verdania to, like, appreciate how cool it is, and also how much it is to do a biome. Also, when you're tired of an area, one of the great things about this game is that you can just bounce and go somewhere else and come back later when you're in the mood, and maybe even when you have, like, more tools to deal with whatever it is you're struggling about. I think I have, like, all the tools that you really need to do anything in this game, for what it's worth. We did this thing, right? That's done. I think I do have all the tools, for what it's worth, but still, I'm feeling pretty tired, and, you know, that's, take my own advice. That means it's probably time to mosey. Time to, this area wasn't my favorite. I'll say. It's beautiful, gorgeous. Wish that the completion goal was clear. You know, if you could talk to him and be like, oh, here's a quest. Here's how many you'll need. I would have appreciated the clarity. But, you know, this does make it more mysterious, more moody, etc. Like, it's probably good just for the vibes. Even if I would rather, know what I'm doing. Now, let's take him down right now. And then, you know, we can refocus on the final boss and stuff. We'll focus on the final boss if this doesn't go well. Jeez. Summoned a whole bunch of them there. That must mean we're getting close. Okay, time to heal. We've been not doing that many heals. which is, I think, a good thing. Means we've been having time to get our stuff up. And there we go. Pale stag down. Woo! Alright. Okay, that does get you a memory thing. So probably essential. Almost definitely essential then. To clearing this whole zone and all. Let's not go over there. Let's go over to the right. Wherever this leads. Oh, is this just the way, I think this is just the way back. Okay. Let's, I think, as far as I'm aware, that should be everything. That should be all. So, I think this will give us access to the boss of this area, which is the second coming of one of the best bosses. Yeah, okay. We've got it now. Second coming of one of the best bosses in the game. Kind of looks like the church from the bile water from Sinner's Road. You know, that whole area where you get into Act 2. Clover dancers. Except this time only one of them is vulnerable. Clover dancers were the clockwork dancers were the best boss battle in the game. So having a second version of them is lovely. And I love it. I just love how they send their pattern out, and then you know, you have to dodge it. They give you all the information you need. They telegraph it so clearly, and yet it still comes at you so fast. It's beautiful. It still comes at you so fast. It's difficult, actually. Let's do that. Let's finish them off. Now that we've gotten everything we need as far as those silly memory things go, I wanna do it. And then we don't need to see the optional trip upwards. That's very much like the escape. It's a good part of the game, and I think it really shows like how good the platforming basics are in this. But we got priorities, folks. We got things we want to see. Also, it feels good to know that, like, yeah, I could do it. I can do, you can do pretty much all of Act 3 in, like, 4 or 5 hours, 6 hours, 7, 8. I don't know how many hours it's been. How many hours it will have been. This is probably a foolish way to get to where we need to go. Probably would have been better to go left, but, worked out. I love the traversal. No, you... Bananza is full of similar, like, broken traversal tricks and a few glitches that are also equally good. And those are just lovely good, etc., etc. But, like, in here, it definitely... You have a lot tighter control. I'll say. As someone whose, like, favorite game of all time is... My favorite 2 games of all time are Odyssey and DKC2. It has really been... It's Bananzas to lose here. Considering my obvious biases and preferences and how much, you know, obviously there's things that Bananza do that was just for me. But, my god, Silksong just is at least an equal. Is at least an equal. I need to think. Really make a determination. I have enough for a heal. If I have enough for a heal, I might as well wait until I'm more damaged, right? Lucky blue. Lucky blue. Ooh, phase, phase. We got a phase. Let's go. This is 3 phases, right? Once again, it has the whole, like, they're now on, one, and then the other, and then the other, and then the other. From the first cog dancers. I do think, of the bosses, I do think Bananza's bosses are really good. Are great, in fact. Some of the best platformer bosses. I'll say, I think, just like Dollars to Donuts, Bananza's bosses versus Odyssey's bosses, I think Bananza's take the cake. But, you gotta, you know, I gotta say, you can't really compete with Silksong on bosses. Silksong has the best bosses, and this one in particular is the best of the best. For sure, very clearly. This one and the original Cog Dancers are just beautiful. They tell a little story. You know, there's a little bit of tragedy to it. And especially when you get to this, where it's just like, oh, the Cog Dancers used to be an actual dude, which who have we have just killed. They were based on a real dude. It's sad, it's tragic. It's gameplay-wise phenomenal. Are bosses what push Silksong over? As far as Bananza versus Silksong? I don't know. What a fucking good boss that was. I think it's time to go end. I think we've done everything we can do. And, How long have we been going? Probably like 4.5 hours. We got to 5.5 hours on Bananza, and it's going about to be 10 hours on the VOD. That means we spent about 4.5 hours here in Silksong. I'm just doing the math based on the recording. If you're watching it later and I've split up the VODs, I think I will. For what it's worth, in retrospect, I might. Let me think about it. I'll think about it tonight and prepare both options just in case. The VOD will be half that time, and we'll just have the Silksong parts, particularly if I've not split them, if I have split them up. But, hey Seth, how's it going? Yeah, you were a guardian for a bit. That was pretty cool. You should have your own game. Maybe like a Zelda type game, or just like one of these, but with a sword, with a sword and a shield. I feel like a sword and a shield would be pretty cool. Well, there's one thing we have to do before we finish, which is we have to go talk to, we have to go get the flashback sequence done. That's the next thing that we're doing, the big flashback sequence. I think we're making good time as far as this stream, which, you know, maybe we'll be able to beat everything here, you know, If we can beat Bananza and Silksong in Act 3 specifically in 12 hours, less than, I'll be very pleased with myself and pleased with how this has gone. Yep, he was like caged up for a bit, and yeah, now we have everything we need. Here, it's time for the flashback sequence where these guys sing a song and send us back to our memories. This is stored just like a little bit of storytelling and like backstory. I feel like big Hollow Knight fans, this might be their favorite part, just like seeing Hornet's childhood and all that. Not my favorite part, for sure, honestly, but it's pretty damn good all the same. I say it's pretty damn good. It's alright, it's good, it's good. Shouts for the shaman for not dying. Yeah, they did a good job. They're like powerful. They know how to use Void. They probably can like send the Void people away. Oh yeah, this was a part that I remember. In this part you have to use the basic crest, which means that, you know, you're back to diving if you haven't been used to that. This was a part that I was a little frustrated with first time I played it. You know, only time I got here before. I've been up to this point playing with the Wanderer's crest, which gives me a pretty standard pogo. I like the look of young Hornet here. That's a good. It's a good sprite. Good drawing. And now you have to pogo. They die after this sequence? Oh shit, I forgot about... I don't know if I ever realized that. But that's, sad. Well... You know, I probably just, did this, and then went around finishing everything else, and then never, you know, never returned to see what happened to them. A lot of characters die in Act 3. You know, as far as like some sad business goes, this has some sad business for sure. Am I going to the left here? Yes, I am. Oopsie daisy. I forgot how to pogo. Didn't matter. I could just do that other move repeatedly, just as well. Again, usually using the other pogo. This is this is really cool. The stuff from the first game. I bet some of these sprites are also in areas you're just literally like right out of the first game, right? Like this is where the... Yeah, this is the Weaver area from the first game. Of course, that's where she lived. That's her homeland. That zone that's all decrepit, abandoned, fucked up, beyond belief. Weaver, Guardian, Queen. Those are their desires, not your own. You might see it. Another hope. Beyond. No, I'm sorry. Metroid Prime 4 Beyond was very bad. I'm sorry. You're gonna have to put your hopes somewhere else. It's not the chosen one. Should be nowhere near Game of the Year list. And also, it's more the most disappointing game of the year. What was the second most disappointing game of the year? That's a good question. it's obviously the most disappointing is Metroid Prime 4 without a doubt, with a bullet. But what's number 2? Honestly, I can't even think of that many games that were like bad this year, other than Metroid Prime 2. Hit me up, chat. 06i, anyone else who's around at this hour. What's like hive area. Very cool. I like the aesthetic of the hive area of the original game a bunch. What's like the Mario Party Switch 2 edition? Oh yeah, that seemed like pretty disappointing. The new modes just really weren't hitting for people, it seemed. Didn't really hit like people were hoping to. That's definitely up there. Is it number 1? I don't know. Also, does it count as a release? Favorite game? Outer Worlds 2 for me was pretty disappointing. I was pretty disappointed by Outer Worlds 2. I didn't get as much out of that as I was expecting. I didn't even finish it, didn't even get that far. I just kind of bounced off real fast. A shame. I really liked, on the other hand, Avowed. Avowed is, you know, not to spoil last time, but I did come out of that thinking like, oh, Avowed's on the list. Avowed's on the top 10. You know, towards the bottom, but, you know. But like, Avowed's fucking great. Yeah, for me, I think Outer Worlds 2 would be the one that I would say right now, without checking. Oh, she's going to go meet her dad, maybe. Is this like the White Fortress here? It's like the White Fortress area. I feel like these guys were from the White Fortress area of the original game. White Palace? White whatever, you know. They were pretty late game. That Mario Party, I didn't get Jamboree, so I didn't try out the originally. Jamboree already is kind of a disappointing game. It makes sense that that update would also be somewhat disappointing, but you know, yeah, it's definitely up there. Trying to think what other games came out this year. I'd have to look at a list. I could look at a list right now on my phone. Oh yeah, this is the tree. The tree is like a tree mother or something. Okay, I'm just gonna scroll up through my list of games that came out this year and just have a look, see what else would be under most disappointing. I was kind of disappointed by Keeper. Didn't like that game at all. I thought it kind of looked neat, but I'll be honest, I didn't have super high expectations for it or nothing. Rogue Prince of Persia I didn't get into, but I wasn't that interested in it in the first place, so that's right out. Ninja Gaiden Ragebound I found to be pretty mid. That's like up there for disappointing. Tony Hawk 3+4. I feel like that's a great remake of 3 and a bad remake of 4. I was pretty disappointed insofar as like how it handled Tony Hawk's Pro Skater 4, but like that's half disappointment. That's not exactly as high up as otherwise be. Oh yeah, they're just dead now. You're right. They just died like right after. Their shells are empty. It's over for them. I didn't like Fast Fusion, but who cares? I Oblivion Remastered seemed kind of jank. Seemed kind of more jank than the previous one, but who cares? That's definitely not a problem with me. I struggled to get through Clair Obscur, but I wouldn't call it disappointing. I would just say that it was hard for me, as someone who doesn't dodge very good. I never played like Souls-type games where you have to read 3D character attack animations and hit the button when they're about to hit you. The timing on the dodges and that and the parries just eluded me. And I think I've looked through my whole list. Oh, South of Midnight was pretty shitty. I really didn't like South of Midnight. You know what? I might say South of Midnight over Outer Worlds 2. Outer Worlds 2 kind of seems like it might be a 3 out of 5 game. I think, on the other hand, conversely, I think conversely, Sea of the... What the hell is that game called? I think conversely, that South of Midnight game just didn't do anything for me. Just seemed like a mediocre version of games that have been out for years and years and years. You know, like, it reminded me a lot of, like, okay, this is like if you made an Uncharted type game with Uncharted type gameplay, but you didn't put in anything, like any set pieces or anything impressive, and it's just pretty rudimentary and by the numbers and boring, and there's nothing to latch on to. But it is beautiful, if that's enough for you. Metroid Prime 4 is definitely above that, but that would be my runner-up. I am giving away some awards I can give away on Friday. Most disappointing should be an award. 5 awards. I'll do 5 awards. Category awards. Most disappointing will be one of them. I need to think of 4 more. I'll think of 4 more by Friday, I think. Is the guy there? Do I have to talk to him over here? Let's talk to him. Hey, lady. Yeah, I'm still here. You don't have anything. You just have shard bundle. I've emptied out the forged daughter. Good name. Is most disappointing the same as worst game? No, but I didn't play the worst game. I try not to play the worst games of the year. And hey, with Game Pass, it'll be harder to even try games that would be disappointing. You know, that I look and go like, I'm not sure. I'll say I didn't have the highest expectations for... Maybe, like, most disappointing. Outer Worlds, you know, I really loved the first game, and I really was thinking it would be good. Maybe that pushes it over for, like, most disappointing. But I did think that South of the Sea would be... South of Midnight would be good. Honestly. So, I don't know. I'll think about it and have a decision by Friday. How about that? I am thinking that maybe we should just focus on, like, the main categories, you know, just, like, start with Anime of the Year, start with Game of the Year, start with, Movies of the Year, and get those out of the way. But also, I would like to have dumbass categories as well. Maybe we'll do the dumbass categories after? I don't know. It makes sense to start with your category awards and build up to your Game of the Year list. It makes sense to build up. But also, if, you know, someone's clicking on that VOD and just wants to get to Game of the Year, it's like, you just want to get to Game of the Year, huh? You want to just start with Game of the Year, or you don't want me to just tell you what the list is? Who won, Silksong or Bananza? I'm still wondering myself that right now. Honestly. Here we are, back in the abyss. End of the game. We have the feather... Not feather. We have, like, the flower thing that lets us finish the game. Which means that we have to trudge through the abyss one more time. Which I'll say, yeah, it's the most nothing part of the world. Wormways is more nothing, but this is like... It's just a vibe, that's it. That's all there is to this particular chunk of the game. A lovely, cool vibe. But it is just a little area to run through. I'll say sometimes when you die in the middle of an area, you're just like, And it's not, I'll say, like, this area is kind of annoying insofar as, like, yeah, it's just a big hallway to run through. It's not that exciting. And, like, when I'm done, we'll put on the reserve bind for now just to have an extra get out of jail free card. When I get done with this area, it's not like I'm gonna be like, okay, ooh, I'm so satisfied by getting through the abyss. It's like, nah, the abyss is pretty trivial. It's just dark and full of monsters. I will say, like, it is lovely to run, and so long as you're able to, like, swiftly make it through areas, it's lovely, good, and fun and rewarding, this game. But also sometimes it can be annoying when you get to, when that's not how it goes, and instead you have to, like, struggle a little bit. When you have to struggle and, carefully work your way around your foes. You know, carefully find your route, find your run back. There's also the diary. You can kill those guys for your diary entry. I did find the diary and all the lore there to be very interesting, but I did not complete it, I'll say. That's like the one thing I didn't get as far as 100% and all that goes. I can just swim in the water now. That's nice. Because I have the rose. I have the flower. Okay, we finished that. I'm not, it's not like I'm satisfied or nothing. I feel like this is a knockout, drag-out battle. I feel like having more Druid's Eye and getting more health back would be a good thing. It's time to do the final boss. It's time to end this. Yeah, I know. Down there is a final boss. I get it. I'm gonna do it. This final boss I remember being pretty hard, but we'll see what we can do. My watch is at 10% battery. Why is the Void is getting a little bit agitated there? Relax, Void. Let me put my watch on my charge stand thing and let it get some battery back, I guess. I feel like it's been charging slower and lasting less time. I bet that's just how watches tend to go. Batteries tend to go. Can you get like your watch battery replaced at an Apple store? I bet you can. I bet you can. Diary is the hardest achievement? I believe that. There's achievements for like beating the game without, you know, Steel Soul, right? That's gotta be harder. Diary is just more tedious. You might have to do the whole game multiple times doing Steel Soul, unless you just like cheese it. You just cheese it all the time. Final boss, let's go. I do think of Act 3. I wish there was more biomes. I wish there were more things like in the underground. I wish there were more things that were like bespoke of Act 3, like of Act 1 and 2. But I do think Act 3 has its moments, has amazing bits, and those boss fights are really great. Also, like the way it transforms the world is fantastic and really just makes the game scary again in a way that it hasn't been in a good long while, you know. It's scary again to be like wandering around the world of Farloom and while there are enemies afoot and all that. And enemies afoot that are bigger and stronger in weird ways, and do moves like that that have ridiculously big hitboxes and are fast and do 100% Steel Soul under 30 hours. Wow. Let's see how long this takes us. I'll say we are VOD-wise, what, like 4 hours in? Let me see. We are VOD-wise just passing the 10-hour mark. which means it's been about 4.5 hours since we were playing. I'd say it'd be great if this could take exactly 1 hour. You know, last time I beat this, I beat this after getting 100% and having everything else done, so I had all the best abilities, tonics, all that. All the best, like, equipable amulets? Are they amulets? What are those things that we're equipping? Is there a name for them? No, we're gonna run out of that eventually if we use it. But I think let's go for poison and hope to use it on the last phase. Use it on the last phase specifically. I'll allow myself 1 in phase 1. 1 poison in phase 1, 1 poison in phase 2. There's 3 phases, right? Correct me if I'm wrong. How many phases does this boss fight have? I know the waves are like phase 2. I forget what phase 3 is like. Or if it's just 2 phases and done. And that jumping attack always gets me. As long as I'm healing more than I'm, as much as I'm doing, taking damage. Obviously, like all the other bosses I've beaten tonight, I've only beaten... Well, I beat the Bell Eater twice, because I'd done it on Switch 2, in my lower percent save. But, I'm nowhere close to this on Switch 2. I probably will need to get some more hearts and stuff, before even I can take on, you know, Karax and... Honestly, I'd be very surprised if I'm able to do Switch 2 without first getting more mask, getting more everything, and really just going the distance as far as, like, collecting goes. This is phase 2, I think. I guess then phase 3 is wave. Phase 3 would be the wave then. Lost Blaze, let's do it. If I can do 1 VOD, it's better to do 1 VOD, but if I have to do 2, it's not a problem. One possible thing I am thinking right now is that, you know, after this, I'm not going to turn around and just do the Switch 2 version and do all that collecting I need to do right just now. I need like a considerable break after pulling up all these bosses, doing all this crap. Whew, Jesus. Whereas I do feel like I could jump back into Bananza right now. after beating it. We did just do any percent Bananza, and that like leaves most of the best parts of Bananza on the table, whereas like we are now going through the best parts of Silksong comparatively. You know, the exploration and like how much there is to discover in the world, it's fantastic, it's phenomenal. The best parts are when you finish a boss, when you get past an area, when you discover a new area. A lot of those things are things you can't do twice. You know, you can only do your first time playing the game. I'm feeling somewhat fucked. Okay, good. I have enough for a heal. With Bananza, I feel like it was more just doing it with three hearts, you know, was like a big challenge, and that was great. That felt really good. To be sure, but just doing any of the bosses on any amount of hearts here feels like a feat. I could really go either way. I really could. I'll sleep on it. Like I said, I didn't make a decision coming in here and coming out. I feel like we've done a good stream. I feel like it's been a lot of fun. But I don't know how I'm any closer to a conclusion. But. Trust the process, and I'll have to decide one way or the other. Be beautiful. You know, I feel like the Silksong was definitely the underdog going in. I did not expect it to be competing directly with the game that I've dreamed of for so long. You know, an Odyssey sequel, and also the game where Donkey Kong finally did blank. You know, it's the thing about this is that Bananza is basically a dream game, a dream come true game, and it brings back things like barrel rolls. It makes the hand slap work for the first time really it's ever worked. Even, you know, the original games even really didn't make it work. It's so tightly designed, better than I could really fathom. It might be, objectively speaking, and nostalgia aside, the best Donkey Kong game of all time. It might be. In which case, it would also be the #1 game of all time. But who's counting? I do think it's hard to make that comparison. I do think it's hard to just decide, like, between Odyssey and it. And, you know, that does make me wonder, like, okay, is it like a few scotches down from Odyssey? But, like, where on the list, where on the top 10 is Silksong? Nowhere yet, because a top 10 is something that you really need time to, like, think about and let it stew, and you don't want to add a game to your top 10 in its first year of existence, or even the first few. I mean, I do think it's time to start talking about Tears of the Kingdom. I think Tears of the Kingdom is tough because I already have Majora's Mask on there. I do think, all told, Tears of the Kingdom is a goddamn perfect game. I think I would still put Majora's Mask on the list before I put... I would put Majora's Mask higher. So, like, Tears of the Kingdom is definitely contesting for a lower spot on my my ranking, I would say. Yeah, it's like Tears of the Kingdom might also be top 10 if I'm thinking about it. Certainly top 10 for this decade. Like, geez, Tears of the Kingdom is up there. I think for this decade, Tears of the Kingdom, Silksong, this, the Bananza, Hades 1. I think those are all shoo-ins, and I can't imagine that there'll be enough, there might be a lot of games in the future that are, up there as well. I can't imagine there'll be enough kick-ass games in the next 5 years to, like, unseat any of those from, like, top 10 of the decade. But, like, we'll see. Hey, there's the next, maybe there'll be the next Team Cherry game by then. Or the next, game from the Odyssey team. We can dream, right? Maybe there were multiple forks of the Odyssey team. And, one of those teams is raring to go, is about to put out their hit. He clanked every time there. Nice. No clanks there. Cool that she's using a lot of the same attacks as all the enemies in this act. It's smart, you know, plays in with the whole, makes all the fighting of like trash guys outside. I say we barely did any of that. We just basically ran to the bosses pretty much. Makes all the time you spend like exploring in Act 3 feel like it's really climaxed in something grand and cool and amazing there. We have enough for a big heal. Phase 1 complete, let's go! And I have all my cog flies, so I should really just like let her loose during this phase 2 and all. Remind me how the wave works. Waves coming in from the side. Waves coming in from the other side now. Excellent. Excellent. Let this be the run. By the way, you can still hear me and all that, as the music and the volume's getting all competitive. Yeah, this seems great. It's loud, but like, I'm louder. I'm always louder. I'm often louder. Loud person. I know this. Start getting some cog flies in the air. Holy Jesus, that was a lucky blue. I mean, every blue is a lucky blue. Every dice roll that we succeed on is a lucky one. Ah! We're getting there, folks. We're getting there. Let's do this. Let's finish this. The first final boss of this game, I like a lot. You know, original Mother Queen Silk Queen Mother Queen Silky Song. She's good. She's a fun boss. She has a lot of fun patterns. She's very easy, but I don't mind that, honestly, because she's satisfying the fight, and like, yeah, she's just the first. I do think it's a shame that, like, it's weird that this is against Lost Lace, specifically, I think. I feel like, because it's just a character that's the rival, essentially. You know, it's like if the if like, the other game ended with a fight against, Hornet, essentially. Which would make sense, would be fine, honestly, but like, I like fighting the biggest enemies, you know, the ones that are a million times bigger than me. Like, that's more exciting, I think. What else is going on? Much, really. Phase 2, let's go. Have a nice, chill holiday season. Looking forward to New Year's well enough. I mean, not really. I don't know. Like, what am I looking forward to New Year's wise? Looking forward to having a nice night. Looking forward to maybe watching a thing. I'll watch that movie. I'll watch the I'll finish off any anime that needs finishing. I'll watch any new show that has started. I think some OVAs are starting, or some ONAs, you know, not, I think there's like a show or two that's gonna start tomorrow, or the day after. For the most part, though, there's a pretty clean divide between this season and last season. That I don't have to worry about new shows until, you know, the weekend. Okay, it's time to heal. Fuck you. I like how many hits you can get with the Wanderer crest. That's my favorite thing about this crest. It's just keep on the rate of fire, the rate of sword is just really satisfying for me, and I think for me it's worth the range trade-off. For sure. Like, I don't know, like, if it actually does more DPS than other crests. I wouldn't be surprised if, like, now some of the other ones are, like, marketed for power. They also have good DPS, I'm sure. But, like... yeah. Fuck me. I need a heal. Nice blue. I should heal, though. Time to heal. I am needing another heal immediately now. Also, critical hits. What? This has a high hit... lots of hits, so, like, naturally then lots of critical hits as well. That makes sense. I barely think about critical hits. They're like an obvious indicator that I'm not thinking about. Only Wanderer can critical? I didn't know that. I like it a lot. It's my favorite. Is there like a poll? Is there like a ranking? Like, what is like the ranking of like tier lists? Someone, oh, 6i, you want to find me that so I can have something to think about as I get my ass handed to me over and over again? All crests have their own use? Okay, so it's like balanced. I mean, the game is great. I'll say, like, probably crests versus bonanzas. I'd probably say, you know, I have my preferred crest and all, but yeah, no, I'd say that the crests are probably equally worth trying. And there's benefits to each of them. Whereas, like, zebra, yeah, that's not a good one. I mean, I think that the beast... I don't care for the way that it deals with healing, honestly. Like, and a lot of the time, that healing, requiring you to get hits when you heal, is just a liability for literally no strength. literally no advantage. It's a trade-off for its own sake. You don't get any sort of like bonus for like, oh, you know, you don't get your heals are compromised, but your heals are compromised. You get to heal in a fun way. Isn't that fun? Like, it is fun, but I don't know. Your attacks do extra damage and are faster. Well, that's fair. That's true. That's pretty good then. But you gotta always be on the offensive, though. You can't, like, get defensive and be like, okay, I'm going to back up. And, you know, I can go up in the air here and do a Ren and get up to max health, lickety-split. Whereas, that other crest, the beast can't do that. The way dashing works in battle, just to like give you extra maneuverability to help you get around, is just lovely good. I really love just like dashing around these things. Whether you're just using it as an air dash or you're actually running. In any case, it's just unrivaled mobility in the middle of a I will say, obviously, already been said, this is the last stream of the year for me. I'll be back, like, really early, you know? I'll be back on Friday. Day after New Year's Day. Till January 2nd and all. With a viewer level stream that also I will reveal my, my lists and all that. Then, my final list. But, like, I think this is a great game to go out on. I think both of these games are great games to go out on. And I'm really glad to have gone the distance with them. I say I haven't finished this one yet. This one definitely harder than, you know, No Bananas Bananza final bosses. Like, those games, that boss fight, you can just do clean, honestly. It's a lot of chaos, and there's, like, crap everywhere to avoid and to think about and to consider. You know, a lot of the attacks leave things in their wake. So you gotta be a little careful of, all that, but, you know, at the end of the day, just charge up an attack and bounce the thing back, and otherwise just dodge and dodge and dodge. Better health recovery options in this one. There's like apples and stuff you get randomly in Bananza. That's, you can't rely on that like you can rely on, this. Again, boss-wise, you can't beat Hollow Knight in terms of, Hollow Knight or Silksong. Well, I probably would say, personally, I would put Bananza over Hollow Knight. The original for bosses. Personally, I feel like that's a very personal thing to say, considering that, like, I like some of those enemies that are big in Bananza. I feel like it's better to just dodge that whole thing entirely and not get hit by the dash, the jumping attack. So like just dodge, 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 and try to get it after the fourth lunge. I'm ready with a heal. Fuck! She happened to be exactly where I was looking to do my my healing nonsense. This is the run. This is the run? This might be the run. We are like maybe an hour out from the 12-hour mark of starting. We started a little late. I did try to get as much sleep as I could before the stream. But like by the time the stream had started, I was awake, so that was, you know, mission successful, I guess. I like 2:30 a bunch, I'll say, as a starting time. Like, I think that is a good time to start for a weekend. This has sort of been an odd holiday, insofar as, like, yeah, my sleep schedule is wrecked to shit. I'm going to sleep in the morning, essentially, just sleeping through the day. Unless I have a stream, in which case, I'll, stream through the day as well, and then just be tired. Getting it down here. What I want to do is make a few 3 of those. I think I can get another charge. Oh, we're phase 2 already, though, so that's good. And then we died, so that's bad. I could use an eye drop. That's what I could use. I could use some, you know, like my eyes are a little irritable. A little dry, you know, since I got the LASIK earlier this year. It's been a year, you know, as far as like, in general. I don't think an especially good year, but for me personally, not bad. I've had an okay work situation all year since I got a new job 2 years ago. That continues to be going really well. Or some setbacks and things that were annoying, and you know, obviously tariffs and things of that nature have been weird, but like, no, I got a retro handheld for the first time. I got multiple retro handhelds for the first time. I got LASIK. That's been a qualified success. I went to Epic Universal Studios. I went to Epic's Universal Studios, which, you know, if you haven't gone, it's lovely. Shit, man. Highly recommend Epic Universal Studios. I feel like they need to add more to it, but you know, it just opened. It's probably one of the best brand new parks that you could possibly imagine, honestly. Yeah, make her do a third dash or attack out of that. Time to heal. Go. Get some attacks. Oh crap. 2 phase. I gotta heal right before the phase, right as the phase started. Excellent. 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 Okay, got another heal. Let's go. It's been a good year for me, personally. And next year I'm hoping also will be a good year. Next year, house. Next year, let's do it. You know, it's time to do such things. I would also like to go to Cedar Point and see my cousin get married and all that. You know, that'll be good. I mean, we'll see if, like, I already got the plane tickets and all. Planes are back on, right? That's been established. They're being paid again, the plane people, so flights are not weird anymore. Not a great start, but you know what? I have a heal. So it's a perfectly fine start. Wish I had all the fleas and could have done, could have thrown in a little bit of a trip to Flea Garden and done the whole, that rigmarole, but, didn't complete that before I started Act 3 originally on this save, so couldn't just do that. There we go. That's what we want to do. Have her do 3 dashes there. 1, 2. Oh, I need to do a heal. Look at the. The cogflies are a long-term plan, and also, like, most of these battles are coming down to whether I can get my heals off. Mossberry is the right answer here. It'd be better if I had the bigger berry. I don't have, I'm 1 short. Is there another option that would be good? Fractured Mask would be okay. But like I said earlier, you know, it's only going to get you a little bit of extra stuff. A Reserve Bind is sort of the same as sort of the same situation. You know, it can save you once. I need items that can save me multiple times. Range is not a bad idea either, but honestly, I'm pretty much hitting her every time. I don't really need additional range to drive my needle home. Do a heal. This is getting me some extra juice, getting me closer to healing often enough. I think this is the stuff. This is the goodies. Sacrificing a little bit of damage for phase 3, but I don't even know if I'll. Cogflies are good enough for me. I do wish there was a way for Wanderer to have more crest, you know. I would love it if there was like an additional crest slot, like a flexible crest, or like, oh, you know, you can have any, and extend your even your Wanderer crest to have like 2 attack items, or you know, you name it. Like a flexible crest, or that can have any unspecified thing. That would be would have been really cool, but no. This game has plenty, and I do love that there are just like additional blue crests at all. Honestly, phase 3, second time, third time. Whichever time it is, we've made it again. Focus. 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 Damn it. We're dangerously low here, but we're able to hold, earn enough for a heal. And that has me feeling pretty good. I think that the, oh, cogflies, cogflies, cogflies. Also. New phase to our attacks here. That's a good sign. New phase, new attacks. Another set of waves. Fuck! Oh, Jesus. Holy Lord. Got enough charge on my watch for now. Let me put that back on. It's 1:30. I want to beat this tonight. I want to beat this right now. I'll say if the whole entire VOD does go over 12 hours because of this. You know, if we go really damn late, really damn long, I'm okay with that. I want to finish. I want this so bad. I want to beat this. Act 3 as a whole. From scratch, you know? That's a fun thing to have done on stream. Especially because I am thinking like this game might be one of my favorites of all time. That's the least I can do for it, honestly. Phase 2. I kind of want to save my cogflies because, like, once I start spending my cogflies, I won't have that many cogflies for that long. You know, I only have so much of the juice. I have only so much of the cogfly juice, of the shards. So, saving them for round 3, I think makes the most sense. Round 3 and 4, arguably. We call that a round 4. Alright, round 3 again. Let's go. Okay, okay. We're doing this. It's possible we could do this right now. How's the audio through all this, by the way? It's fine. A little loud, but, you know, I think that's fine. I'll just give it a little scotch down just for shits and giggles. Maybe just this phase particularly. It seems like the volume really does ramp up as we get into this final finale. And it's not like my volume goes up, you know. That's just how it works. Well, we're getting this. Ooh, and that's a lucky. I say it's a lucky. Doesn't really make a difference because we have full everything right now. Fuck, fuck, fuck. Oh, lucky, lucky! That was a lucky dice. Leaves me with enough to survive that. And that, means I have enough to heal. Shit! Ah, god damn. I can feel it. I feel like we're getting so damn close here. Ah! Ah! Woo! We're getting it down. We're figuring out each phase, attack patterns, whole 9, best ways of like staying safe. I think the moss berries are way better. I kind of wish I had the full moss and rather than the partial moss. I think the first time I actually beat this, I did it after 100%, so I had like the full moss. I had like best possible items to go in with. You know, whole 9. Oh. He was just where I was running. Okay, phase 2. Feeling pretty good right now. Let her do her 3 dashes. I need to do a heal. I need to do a heal right now. Eesh! Oh! My god, I can't believe she missed. That was a lot to miss me. Let this be the run. I hope this is the run after, after. Shit. Still have. Okay. I can't take a hit right now. The most overpowered thing they could add to this game, I think, as far as like defensive crests go, defensive crests, whatever they're called. If they had something that made it so that you could defend like a defense plus, that would be the most broken thing. I bet they won't. It wasn't in the first game, so why would they introduce it here? But like that would make, wouldn't necessarily affect like every minor enemy. Woo! Phase 3 again. Let's go. Wouldn't necessarily affect like every minor enemy, but like bosses would be so much easier if you took half damage from them. Honestly, just like a recharging shield that was just like, okay, this'll block, this'll defend one from a two defend attack one. Once every 10 seconds, once every minute. Something like that even would be broken. I would use it every time. I mean, I think a great thing about this game is it gives powerful options and lets the options be powerful. You know, it doesn't, like, hamstring them and say, like, okay, you know, with some rare examples where it's just too good to be unencumbered with an issue. You know, the mask is fantastic. A lot of the crests are fantastic. I guess the double heal comes with extra time. Extra time that the heal takes. So there are actual examples of that, you know, I take every damn time. Fuck. Oh, thank God for that attack. Perfectly timed to give me a second to recover. Here come the waves. Oh crap. Oh my God. Shit! I needed another hip of silk there to get me over. Whew. I suppose, like, once we ran out of cog flies, we can totally just, like, bounce around to the other weapons, I guess. We can do some with the fire, we can do some with the, you know, I got a whole bunch. We can even try the one that gives you health, I guess. Like, that'd be good in a pinch. But, like, that is also... I mean, at a certain point, like, if you run out of shards, they all don't recharge naturally, but that one especially, you have to go somewhere and do a special thing. Not, free. Okay, it's time to back off and heal up. Bunch of clanks there. Hell yeah. What am I doing? Just avoid that dash until she's ready to, once she dashes, ignore her, and, just go about your business. That was wonky. But I have enough for a heal. Enough for a heal. Take it now. Ooh, I took a hit at the last second? What the fuck? Okay, okay. Get some cog flies up and ready to go. God. This is going great, but you know, a few missed attacks and you know, it's we're cooked. A few whiffs. Might be a good time to cash in our heal here. Yeah, we're full up on health. We might as well. We're full up on silk. We might as well start working towards the next one. Fuck. Hey, next one's ready. Get those guys back out there. Damn it. More cog flies. This is so close. I don't know how close we are, if there's any indication of that in the game. Fuck! The AoE after the dive. It's so close. I can so feel it. Getting there. Ah. Let's go, let's go, let's go, let's go. Getting to be 2 a.m. We have to split it. I think it would make sense. And I might do anyway. You know, just as a... Just because these two things, these two parts of this VOD, they're pretty separated. I can just separate them cleanly. I think that'd be fine and good to do. Beautiful dance. Battles in this game. Combat. Getting in your shots. Making sure they avoiding all the enemy attacks same time. Beautiful. There's a grace to it. One of the best games as far as that sort of thing goes. This game is, I would say, I need to do a heal. Oh, motherfucker. I feel pretty boned here. Yeah, okay, that's boned. That's boned. Phase 2 there. That was phase 2, right? Let's do it. 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 This is the run. I'll say the VODs for this, probably tomorrow. Probably tomorrow on the VODs. We'll see. You know, I've been staying up really late. I could probably do them before sleeping. But I might need to split them into 2. Like I said, you know. And if that's the case, it might take a minute to re-export and do the whole rigmarole there. Or it might be basically free. I'm not sure. I have a program that, like, can just, like, take a video and just, like, splice it into 2 really quickly. Just by, I guess, dividing the file up more or less instead of re-encoding. But, like, sometimes I feel like YouTube chokes on that a little bit when it's processing. You know, it takes forever, in other words. Not literally forever, but if I do that, it'll probably be tomorrow before it can actually, like, see the light of day. You know, it might be faster if I literally just re-encode it and upload it after that's done. The VOD version, anyway. You can always watch the Twitch version. If the YouTube goes over 12... Well, first off, YouTube, I don't make the live stream VODs available after the live stream. That's just not how I do it. So those will be, you know, unlisted. But even if they were listed, we go over 12 hours. It ain't keeping all of it. You know, only keeping 12 hours worth. But again, Twitch will be fine. Phase 3 and 4. Let's do it. Let's go. Ah. My nose is irritable. I need a heal. Oh boy, that's good stun. Okay, that gives me the opportunity to charge up a heal. Shit! Force the one attack that can get me while I'm healing. While I'm, healing. Oh, shit. Ah! What else is there to say at this point? Bananza sure was fun, huh? Even you're not getting any bananas. Bananza is a good time. I'm really glad to have done that. No banana run. I'll say this much. Never doing that again. No. If I play that game again, at the very least, I'll grab the bananas that are right in front of me. You know, even if I'm trying to do it all in one stream or do it speed style. Like, I will get some upgrades, I will get some health. I will get faster. You know, it is worth considering that I did not play Bananza at its strongest, you know, post upgrades, post like getting all the systems online. Whereas here we're playing with like peak Hornet here, and still, it's damn close. You know, that was a fun way to play the game, but it did leave us without the experience of just banana, banana, banana. And it did also leave us without the experience of like, oh, you know, stronger Donkey Kong. Donkey Kong was stronger. I wish that the Cogflies gave you health, or gave you silk. You know, contributed to your silk meter. Makes it so that, well, it doesn't really change anything. Still have to get in hits while Shit, don't get in my way. Trying to find a nice place to heal. Need another heal. Good, those don't go especially high. It's so nice, I'll say. You know, obviously I'll say I don't hate the difficulty in this game or nothing, honestly. But it is so nice, honestly, that there's like no enemies in this game that do 3 damage. That's really quite a kindness. You know, I'll say I think that I have a lot less problem with boss enemies doing 2 throughout the whole game than I do with like final boss enemies doing 3 at the very end. Like, this is just in line with everything else, even if it is the hardest, longest fight in the game. You know, it kind of earns that. Not to say that like a 3-hit don't, but like, you know. Fuck! There's no way to go up there. I had to dodge to the side. Every time I want to heal, I'm always going into the air. That's always my standing strategy. I'm not sure if that's the best strategy or nothing, but yeah, shit. It is now just about 2 a.m. I think we've now done an equal amount of Bananza, more or less an equal amount of Bananza and Silksong. More or less. Almost. So I should finish this right now. It's time to stop fucking around and to actually bring this to a close. Jesus. It's time to start fucking around and bring this to a close. One, 2, 3, and 4. Shit. Shit. Fuck. Ah, jeez, that was round 1. That was, ooh. I guess I can, if I run out of shards, I can break apart some of my shard packs. Like, now is the time. This file's not going to be around after tonight. I'm not going to play it ever again, since I'm not going to own an Xbox version of this game again. Unless they give it to me. You know, which they won't do. Unless Xbox gives it to me. I have a Switch and a Steam version of the game that I want to be my main copies going forward. I wonder if I could have gotten like a 100% Act 2 save file from the internet or something and done that on the Steam version rather than done it here on this version. That might have been smart and given us more of an edge as far as like, what are we missing really? Well, we could have gone for the power-up as far as like extra attack damage if we had added all the fleas. I have no regrets. This has been going great, and I think it's been really cool to beat the game this way. without, you know, doing all the 100%ing I did the first time. Also, the occasion where I need to, like, go and look for something is good to remind ourselves, like, what's that's like. That attack, that's always gets me when I want to heal. So long as that attack isn't coming at me, healing in the air works every time, but yeah. I definitely think that the extra healing we're getting from taking damage is doing us enough good that that's the pick. Warding Bell, it's worth noting. If you get hit while healing, it's fucked up, and you know, you're gonna lose your heal anyway, let alone, you know, take the additional damage. So I don't really see any point in, like, going into that. Like, specking into that, I just don't want to get hit in the first place. Like, if Warding Bell let you finish your heal, I might consider it, you know? If it was, like, a little bit stronger, I think I would, like it more, but as is, Warding Bell just seems like a... not quite like a trap, but, you know, it's just like a weak choice compared to the alternative. Okay, time to heal, time to heal. Lucky Blue. Full health, and we have another heal in Hawk. I think we're getting through this round. Back up. Damn it, it's a fucking reach. Time to heal again. Okay, again, time to heal. We're all out of heals now. But phase 2 is over. Into phase 3 again. Cogfly, Cogfly. Let's get some of those going and start getting some Cogfly damage in. Do a heal right here, right now. Another Cogfly up. Ooh, fuck you. Doing okay. We were taking a little bit of damage, but also closing in on another heal, which is perfectly timed with when we need it. Damn it. Well, we still have 2 hits left. Okay, we got our heal. We got our heal. Now. Perfect. Well, okay. I would really like another heal, but also I do have a hit in me.
I need. Perfect. Oh, and it's wave time too. So it's time to, perfect time for healing. I'm all out of cog flies. Is this it? That's a good stun. You know, I never use the charge attack. Don't care for it. Don't like how it gets in the way of your generating heals and stuff. You can't generate heals when you're using charge attacks like this one. GG? Is that GG? Are we done it? I think we did it. Yeah. We freed Lost Lace. Just the perfect time. Just the perfect thing to be saying as I get in the last hit after like an hour of attempts. Holy shit. So, Silksong. What can I say about Silksong that hasn't been said in the last 5 hours? It's a wonderful game. I think it's the best Metroidvania. I love the difficulty. I love how hard and challenging it is. I think it's challenging while also having enough choice and variety and places to go such that you can often usually go and find something to make the game easier if you're just struggling with it, and so on and so forth. You can always explore and find whole new biomes, whole new bosses, whole new challenges, whole new hidden areas. Hey, there's the Hollow Knight, or not the Hollow Knight, that's the Vessel. That's the Dark Vessel Soul. From the future, maybe. Unclear. They think I don't know how the timeline of these games work. I think it is lovely, wonderful. There's some times where it's frustrating to do a run back, or not even a run back sometimes, just like traverse an area that has annoying dudes in it on the way in between the area that you are in and the area you want to go to. You know, like the Abyss this way was like that earlier as we were coming down through the Abyss. We were kind of being, I was kind of annoyed by it. In little bits. Such satisfying bosses, such well-designed patterns, and I love just like how tenacity wins out. You know, you stay in the fight, you take hits here and there for being careless, but so long as you're earning up the silk and finding the time to do the heals, which is so easy to do in this game, it's lovely. The run is amazing and really elevates it. The healing in the air is amazing and really elevates it. I think that this is way better than Hollow Knight, and I'm still not sure if, like, the comparison between this and Bananza, I'm still, let me sleep on it, let's say. I do think that this game has the highest highs of the year. You know, every time you beat a boss, a gauntlet, something really fucking difficult, it's like, ah! Whereas Bananza just has highs every 10 seconds. Finding something. And also just a really well-designed progression even outside of that. You know, we kind of, during our no banana run, eschewed a lot of that thrill. And because we did that, we were able to do that whole thing in like 5.5 hours rather than like 12, like my first playthrough took, where I was going for bananas and I was going into the bonuses and doing everything that I really wanted to until such time as I said, like, you know, it's midnight, if I want to finish this by the end of the stream, we gotta get going. And, you know, that was a 12-hour stream, so just short of having to cut it into 2 VODs, basically, which would have been really fucking annoying if I had to do that, let me say. It was literally 11 hours and 57 minutes, that first Bananza stream. Madness. God, it's close. Like, I think both of these games are like top 10 all time for me. I think this game is the best Metroidvania of all time. Best in its genre. Bananza, I don't know, it's the best 3D platformer. I don't know that it necessarily tops out Odyssey. But, you know, Odyssey is my favorite game of all time, so tied with Donkey Kong Country 2, so those are some tough forebears to compare to. Like, yeah, literally, the previous DK games include my favorite game of all time, and so too does the previous Odyssey team games. It's a tough comparison, and it's a delight from start to finish. And I really love in Bananza like how it gives you hints and how like once you're nearly done and there's not as much to find and things are farther and further between, you can get really helpful hints to get everything and fill everything out. This game does that with the fleas. I wish it did that with everything else. That's like one nick I will make of this game. Because honestly, in most cases, I just feel like this is immaculate. Even with the difficulty, even with how hard it is, etc., I think that this is just a wonderful, amazing game that, you know, that goes the distance and, is just so fun throughout. Has so much personality, has so much charm, feels amazing to play. The combat is just so sharp. Jeez. I'll also fill out the backlog thing of the year, where it has categories like best gameplay, best music. I mean, I'll say as far as best music goes, it's either Deltarune or Mario Kart. I have to think about that, I guess, before I fill out that, but, fuck, it's close. It's so close between these two. This has been a lot of fun playing through this, playing through Bananza. Let's, I'll say it is time now, I think, to sign off. I think we've gotten our fair share of Silksong. Boot back up Bananza for a second. Let's just boot up Bananza for a second as I give farewells and a few final more thoughts on Bananza. It's lovely, just like pure pleasure in video game form. It is a dream come true game in so many different ways. I can't believe that they did it. It's almost like they did this for me, and boy howdy, it's gonna be hard to choose between Bananza and Silksong. Let me say. Where the hell's the warpy thingy? There it is. I'll say basic movement-wise, you do go a lot faster in Silksong. You can definitely feel the speed of the run. Like, even the zebra is slower than, like, the dash speed in Silksong, I would say. That is something I like. I do like to run. That is something to consider, something to factor in. Hey, buddy. Let's go back to where we began this stream. Wait, there's. Oh yeah, Void Kong is hanging out in spoilers. Is hanging out in DK Island now. Right, post game. That's great. That's lovely. Let's go back to DK Island and just like look upon it. I'll say if there's any one factor to consider at this late stage, I was not a big fan of the gem stuff. The didn't get into the roguelike green gemerald bit in Bananza. The Emerald Rush, just didn't get into it. There's nothing really in Silksong I didn't get into it, other than maybe the Steel Soul mode, which, you know, I never was, so that's, that just makes sense. That just makes sense. Let's go to the top of that there pirate ship. owned by a certain individual. Is spoiler... Are we good on spoilers again? Oh, we can just climb up. We don't need to do any sort of special bonanza business to get up here. That's gonna do it for tonight. That's gonna do it for this refresher stream. I feel thoroughly refreshed. Man, this is a hard decision to make. I feel like these are two of the best games of all time. Definitely two of the top 10 of the last 5 years. Two of the top two for this year. Maybe some all-timers, honestly. Top 10, top 20. I'm sort of hedging. I have a lot of my favorite games in the top 10 already. It's kind of a competitive thing. I think these could make top 10 when I feel like they could. But for now, which is better, Bananza or Silksong? I don't know. I'll think about it off stream and have a decision by Friday. That's when the next stream is going to be. Friday is in 2026. You can see here, if I pull up the old schedule, you can see that's indeed the January is when the next stream is. And it will have some fun in January. There'll be a Game of the Year stream. I'll have to get Link to the Past randomizer all good and set up by Sunday. I have not started getting that set up, really. So I need to get on that next few days. There'll be a Metroid Prime 3 randomizer week after. How about that? Won't that be fun? Good times are ahead. Look forward to it, y'all. I hope you're looking forward to all these cool things. Half-Life 2, Episode 2, the Martin Luther King Day? I think that's what that is. I have the day off, so I'm going to do a big stream on that day. Lots of streams coming up next month. They are exciting, as well as Randomizer Month. The following month will be fun. The month after that will be pretty straightforward relative to the last couple, but hey, you know, straightforward is good. Some straightforward months will be nice as a change of pace after such an eventful November, December, and January and February will also be somewhat eventful as well. Well, folks, thanks for joining me, watching along, having a good time. I hope you enjoyed seeing two of the best games of the year and me unable to make a decision, unable to commit. I do think even if I had a decision, I'm totally going back and forth in my mind right now, just like these are two extremely good games. Even if I did have a decision, I think it would be smart to, like, leave you hanging for next time. Next time, viewer levels, game of the year, anime of the year, movies of the year, probably some other categories, movies/TV of the year, parentheses, not anime. Probably some other categories like most disappointing, Metroid Prime 4, other sorts of things. Let me think about it. Let me work it out. Maybe we'll go through all the categories at once, just like knock them out, make the awards part of the stream go pretty fast, like, that's when you'll see me next. I'm going to have to do a bunch of fucking prep for that, and also decide my game of the year, so that's fun. Let me see who's online, who's doing stuff. There's not many people online right now. I don't know what, looks like Forgado is doing some Mario Maker. I'll send you over there. Sure, that's all fair and good. Y'all like Mario Maker? It's kind of my main stream that I do on Fridays, most especially. There's gonna be a hiatus for Mario Maker in February, keep that in mind, but January, Mario Maker. Lots of Mario Maker next month. Look forward to it. Also look forward to the Game of the Year, Anime of the Year, etc., etc. All the final decisions. I'll be revealing my lists, and I will have fun doing it. And also we'll talk about anime. Folks, thanks for joining. I'll see you on Friday. That's it. It's been a long stream. It's been a long night. I I'm going to prepare some shorts of this stream for New Year's Day because I think that having shorts of my favorite games of the year would be very appropriate to put up on New Year's Day. There'll be a short that has the last level that I played this year tomorrow, so that's fun, as well as one that, well, you'll see. You'll see. It's a good one. Hisses and Honey is in it. You'll like it. Give your love to the VOD. I'll see ya on Friday, folks. Y'all have a good one. Friday, Friday, Friday. Also various other times in the future. A lot of those being like Sundays or Tuesdays or whatever. Take it easy. Good night. See ya on Friday. Love to the VOD, etc., etc. Good night.